Hello, hello. Oh. Hey, chat. Crazy. How we doing? Are you feeling stream ready? We've already got a bit of fucking anticipation in the chat. What the fuck? Here to see Hasan make an arse of himself. Okay. Here for the sneering dismissal of complex topics with simple catchphrases by teenage chatters. Whoa. Damn. We got a fucking professor in chat. Whoa. We have an academic in the community. We have someone over the age of 12 in the chat. That's fucking wild. Ooh. Oh my god, hi Boxy Boy. Hey Philip Anderson, how's it going? Do you know what? Do you know what I felt like I missed the other day? I mean, don't take me too strong on these words, but I feel like I missed twitch.tv. I don't know, I just feel like I missed the emotes and the sub sounds and the interface. Feel like I missed it. I don't know why. It's a bit weird. I don't know if that means I want to dual stream or just try back, see what it's like. Nostalgia is a hell of a drug. Yeah, I just miss Twitch. I can still use it. I'm not banned or anything. I don't know. I think about it, guys, eh? I think about it. Why did you move over to YouTube? It just felt like I was getting more viewers on YouTube and I wasn't too fussed about the money because I was getting enough of that through different platforms and Patreon anyway. Like I'm not like a massive fucking I don't need to make that much money, but now that I think about it, like there are parts of Twitch that I think are worth having, and it seems to be as well that the viewership difference isn't actually that big. Like there are still some YouTube streams where I'll only get like 100 and something viewers, but like I don't know for some reason there are never those days where I've got like 4, 5, 600 viewers on Twitch. Never happened. It happened once when I debated fucking Bad Empanada or when I get raided. And as fun as that was, I don't really care for the fucking doxing and shit. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, if Prime ends, Twitch I think is going to be done, but the fact that I could probably still go there and like yeah, of course he did. Yeah. I thought everyone knew that. Oh well. That's why I can't engage with them anymore, you know. Um and just cuz he's insanely retarded, but like what's your opinion? Oh, the Armenia Azerbaijan thing. I don't know. That's what you're talking about, right? That Nagorno Karabakh. Is that what that is? Did I remember correctly? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't looked into it. And I don't know the history or whatever the fuck. So yeah, no. Doesn't Russia have like a degree of involvement in both of those countries? Because I feel like I know Armenia is involved with Russia in terms of trade deals, and I think Azerbaijan gets. Do they get arms from Russia? And isn't it something to do with Russia not being preoccupied with the war that they can't keep the peace between the two groups? in the two countries. That's what I think was happening, but I don't know. I could have just completely made all that up, so don't listen to me. Armenia is in Russia's NATO equivalent. Wait, isn't Armenia in the Eurasian customs? I thought it was Russia. No, it's Russia, Belarus, and Kazakhstan. Is Armenia not involved in this though? No, yeah, it is. Yeah, Armenia is part of the Eurasian Customs Union. God, imagine being part of this. Oh God, imagine. And I remember because there was a degree of economic coercion. They threatened sanctions on Armenia, and Armenia couldn't afford to take sanctions from Russia, so they had to come. They had to join them. I don't know. I don't know if the Armenian population likes being that close to Russia. I have no idea what the story is there, but I know that Russia threatened sanctions and economic coercion to get Armenia into this union. I know it wasn't just like a completely voluntary thing, but they invoked the Article 5 thing and Russia did nothing. Oh no. Wait, isn't that because okay, I don't, again, pinch of salt, but I've seen this appear in a few foreign policy articles where people are saying that it's not even 100% guaranteed. Like, it's mostly likely, but it's not 100% guaranteed that Russia could actually fire off a nuke, like even if they wanted to. Because you need more than just the weapons, right? And there's more shit that you need to actually keep them at the ready. But I have no idea. I wouldn't take that risk. I don't think anyone should invade Russia. But God, tides are turning in Armenia to the west. I mean, I feel like if you need to put sanctions on a nation to get them into your union, then there probably is some friction, right? I don't like being this close to Russia, and I'm on the moon. Nice one. Don't know why the bar disappeared there. Okay. Ooh, I never saw this. Fucking Liko meeting his kid fans. Yeah, I mean, I've heard stories about this for a while, about like fucking school teachers talking about their students watching Sneeko on the regular, watching Andrew Tate on the regular, and just saying the most insane shit. The only thing is, I've never actually watched it. I've never actually seen like a child fan of these guys. Let's have a look.
Andrew Tate! Fuck the woman! Fuck the woman!
What? No, wait.
Sneeko.
We love women. We love women. We love women.
But not like transgenders.
Yes, sir. We love everybody.
Okay.
No.
All gays should die.
Oh my God.
Preach. What have I done?
What have? That's a really good question, Sneeko. What have you done? Oh God. He's actually kind of sincere saying that. I can't believe the things I said online have consequences. Wow. I can't believe like when I'm doing this fucking batshit performance to just get social clout or whatever, because that's basically what he does. Wow. That's crazy, chat. It's crazy that people would do this.
Yeah. Talk to him.
Yo, what's up?
Oh, he's so fucking Spock over here. Look at this kid. Oh no. Okay, I shouldn't make fun of kids on the internet. It's a bit weird. Anyway. Still, he'll be fine. They'll all be fine, guys. It's okay. Because when I was a kid, you know, what was it? You were kind of the same. You were like, but it was like wrestling, you know? Although, I don't know. I feel like when kids copied what they heard in wrestling, yeah, some of it was kind of toxic, maybe a bit misogynistic and all that, but it was also like, you kind of knew what it was, right? Like it was bullshit. But I don't know with the Sneeko thing if it's like a real person just supposedly just authentically airing their thoughts. Maybe rings a bit different. Yeah, I definitely wasn't saying all gays should die. Might have said it as a joke when I was like 8. Eh. I mean, I briefly went to school in the Middle East, so there was quite a lot of homophobia. So, yeah. I can't imagine Hasan and Ethan is going to be a debate. Ethan's going to ask questions and be shocked at Hasan's lack of knowledge. I don't know. The thing with Hasan is, even on foreign policy, it's not so much a lack of knowledge. It's like, it's more that he knows a lot of things that aren't real. That's the problem with Hasan and foreign policy, right? He knows he's got a lot of talking points. They're either incomplete or just wrong or irrelevant or, yeah. Hasan has ideological biases. Wow. Full staff. Where are you when we need you? Oh my god. The fucking commentary on this chat. Whoa. Hasan has ideological. I never thought about it that way. I suppose as someone who identifies as like a radical socialist and is like very closely associated with people who are very, very ideological, like basically fucking political propagandist YouTubers. It's really insane. Hasan's like got an ideological bias, that he thinks fucking conservatives are subhuman, that he finds it so difficult to to categorize people in a nuanced way. Like with fucking Abbott and Preach with the trans sports thing, and he starts calling them fascist, and then he was like confused when someone in his chat said that they also fight with red pillars a lot, and he couldn't compute. Like, yeah, that's crazy to me. Whoa. Before we do that, I don't know if I want to watch this because I might get triggered. I will get triggered. But I'm on good terms with at least 2/3 of these people, or at least 1/3 of you, I don't know. Apparently, after this shoplifting panel, President Sunday and Straight Arrayed Aaron had like a post-mortem stream with Demon Mama, and they were speaking about the panel. So I guess Demon Mama was watching and taking hard notes. And apparently, I was the subject of discussion. Some words were said about the box. So who am I to turn this down, eh? Let's go. Strayer was seething about you in chat before that. Extremely rude. What do you mean seething about me in chat? What? I felt like, I don't know. I feel like Strayer doesn't actually listen to what I'm saying. That's the kind of vibe I get from talking to her. But yeah.
On the non-violence channel, right? Or maybe it was a different one. Wasn't it? Maybe it wasn't the non-violence. I've seen you on something else.
She's been on a few.
I liked what you had to say.
So it's nice to whatever. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh, the Whatever podcast, yeah.
The Whatever podcast.
Oh, I don't even know what the Whatever podcast is.
Yeah, you don't want to. Don't want to. Don't worry.
Oh,
I got kicked off because I got mouthy, I suppose.
Oh, well, hey, it wouldn't be the first time.
That's the one. That's the one.
How many times did that happen to me, President Sunday? Remember back when I used to do this?
Well, actually, funny thing. Destiny hung up on you. I timed it faster than I hung up on him. But yeah.
Wild times.
Yeah.
A time of significantly worse considerations of my time and valuation of my time. Okay, so
yeah, is that why she doesn't do panels anymore? Because she's like above it now? Okay.
I was ranting about a couple of the big issues that I had, and one of them is this incredibly dubious sourcing for 90% of these stupid claims. Like I said, the organized retail theft and the yeah, we have confirmation that these we know for a fact that this baby powder that's being stolen, this baby formula is being stolen, is being used for drugs. I would love I would fucking love to see how they came up with that number.
I asked Wick
I would.
That's not a number. It's not like there's a number. It's just that people, one of the most commonly shoplifted goods is baby formula. And it's been the case for, it seems to be decades. Like I can see articles on this from like 2004 that people use it to cut with drugs. 2001, 35 people charged an international scheme. It's like, I didn't say there was a number. I think it's just if someone is lifting the entire shelf of baby formula, you can probably reasonably assume they're not doing it just because they got like a hungry kid in the fucking back of the car, but okay. What were the articles I was looking at on the thing? Baby formula bandit. Let's see. But I guess we're already talking about yours truly, eh? Let me find what I was using. Book Smart's going above and beyond. Hasan, Ethan, when? Be patient. I guess we'll give it like, I don't know. Fuck. Just to be patient, all right? This section is only like 40 minutes long, and I probably don't think I'm gonna watch. I don't think I'm gonna watch all of it. Where's the one? Trying to find the stuff that I had open when I was in the panel. Let's watch all of it. I don't mind. Thank you, Observat. Thank you so much. So this is from ABC. Scale of baby formula shoplifting is so vast that it's become an interstate problem, drawn in the FBI and Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and forced chain stores to install elaborate anti-theft devices. Federal legislation has been introduced that would make stealing baby formula subject to federal racketeering laws. I think the laws that they're talking about here is when they've changed the threshold to, if you're shoplifting, it used to be a federal crime to lift $5,000 or more worth of goods in one go. Now they've changed it to $5,000 worth of goods in the space of 12 months. That's like the big change that they're doing for this legislation. But I don't know if any of these dipshits would have a problem with that, but I don't know why you would. This was the legislators jumping on organized retail crime from 2021-22. And I think here, yeah, like the aggregate value over a period of time has changed. But I think, whoa, I think most of these, I don't think it's an uncommon claim that baby formula is like, let's see.
Of course, he never gave it to me.
Yeah, of course he didn't. I would be willing to put, first of all, if it wasn't, I'd be willing to put like an 80-20 chance that, first of all, Wick just made it up. And then the other 20, the off 20% chance is that it was some fucking regional manager who just had a hunch. So I don't know. I would love that. Incredible. But
what did you say? 80-20? Okay.
Understanding the majority.
I don't think was Aaron asking, like, constantly asking me for sources? I don't think I recall this. I think I said what I read. I don't think she ever asked me to give her a source. Did she? Okay.
Majority of drugs are cut with shit like Comet. like the cheapest stuff imaginable. They're not going out of their way to steal something as difficult as baby formula
Or
en masse.
flour.
Or crap
Flour.
like that. That's super
Lidocaine is particularly common.
Oh, sorry. Really quick heads up. Don't take anyone on the internet don't take anyone on the internet at their word about drugs. Don't. Like, random people on the internet who pretend they know about drugs, they don't know about drugs. Sorry.
With certain types of
sugar,
drugs.
stuff like that.
Sugar is also very common. Things that don't hurt you or kill you.
Used as a cutting agent for cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine by drug dealers looking to dilute their product and stretch their supply. Interesting. Comet clean. Wait, would you put if a cleaning agent is cutting? Wouldn't that wait? Huh. I don't know why they're acting as if like baby formula is just like a massively different. Why you can look it up in the middle of a debate. Wait, hang on. Like if I look up agent cut drugs, because if you look up baby formula for this, you'll get loads. Are people? Again, I don't trust anything any of these motherfuckers say about drugs, unless they're just going to say that like all these retailers have put their baby formula behind elaborate security devices. What? Because they just felt like spending the extra money, or because they were losing a lot of baby formula. Oh shit. But it seems to be like there are stories about this going back to the early 2000s. That's why it's one of the most commonly shoplifted items.
Not expensive shit that's already put. It's stupid. It's fucking. This is all just again, from the get go, a fundamentally moronic conversation.
Wow.
But there's another thing. There was one thing that that I thought you got a good point on Present Sunday, which unfortunately this issue nobody was ever able to really go into this, although I think it would have made for an interesting discussion, is like the deterrent issue. Like, do the deterrents even work? Because I highly doubt that any of the people in this conversation would be prepared to actually have a meaningful conversation about whether or not those types of deterrents actually function.
Well, this is what's kind of
ignored.
Well, the reason why I brought that up is this is actually kind of interesting because I had this precise argument on opposite sides though, because I was arguing with at one point Loner Box on the issue of I wasn't taking the deterrent angle, but I was arguing on a death penalty debate. And that was the position that he took, is that it has no deterrent value. But all of a sudden, we're supposed to expect that 1 to 15-year prison sentences are going to have a deterrent value on people who
I mean,
are
15-year prison sentence.
That's because people who would otherwise get the death penalty aren't typically getting away with their crimes. They would go to jail. We're talking about a crime that people seem to be like massive, like large-scale shoplifting that they seem to be getting away with. That's one of the first things that, again, I did like criminology not for that long, but one of the very first things you learn is that one of the reasons people will commit a particular crime is if they think they can get away with it. Obviously, people who are doing a crime that carries the death penalty, even where they're not getting the death penalty, it's like they're not getting away with it usually. They would just go to jail instead. So that's why that doesn't, just because the death penalty itself isn't a great deterrent, doesn't mean that all criminal convictions aren't a deterrent. Is that the suggestion? Of course, like criminal prosecution is a deterrent. Of course, jail is a deterrent. There's lots of crimes that a lot more people would do if they thought they could, if they thought they could get away with it. Obviously, unless either of these three are going to challenge that. Okay,
that's absurd.
For shoplifting,
just kill them at that point. That's your entire life gone.
It's
seriously.
it's actually insane.
Yeah,
like,
Well, he
I don't
kept backing off of that point because he kept saying, you know, with these repeat offenders, you have to get them off the streets at some point. I had already asked him, like, what do you think is a like recommended sentencing guideline for somebody who is in totality? Because again, you can be apprehended for theft regardless of the amount. It doesn't even have to exceed up to like a felony amount for them to decide to pull you in. So I was like, if you've gotten caught shoplifting like 3 bags of chips or a couple of stuff that amounts to no more than like $100, you're a repeat offender, and
Yeah.
this apparently should.
When the context of repeat offenders was in New York, where these were people who made up, like 300 people made up a third of the arrests for shoplifting in New York. That's not taking 3 packets of chips. That's not the same. Like, I don't know.
Carry the penalty of something that is like approximating like a decade, 15 years. But then he backed off of it and he said, how many times do I have to tell you that I'm talking about organized crime, which, like you were saying earlier, that shouldn't even be in the
How? I'm sorry. Okay. I don't know. I feel like I was in too good of a mood today, and maybe I just decided to try and neutralize myself to feel a bit more normal. I don't know. Let's see. Let's. That's it. Let's. What was that?
He said, how many like I'll like decide to recommended sentence. Repeat offenders.
15-year prison. That's absurd.
Like,
Well, he
I don't
kept backing off of that point because he kept saying, you know, with these repeat offenders, you have to get them off the streets at some point. I had already asked him, like, what do you think is a like recommended sentencing guideline for somebody who is in totality? Because again, you can be apprehended for theft regardless of the amount. It doesn't even have to exceed up to like a felony amount for them to decide to pull you in. So I was like, if you've gotten caught shoplifting like 3 bags of chips or a couple of stuff that amounts to no more than like $100, you're a repeat offender. And this apparently should carry the penalty of something that is like approximating like a decade, 15 years.
So the threshold for that thing that has a maximum sentence of 15 years, I don't know how often people get the maximum sentence. I can find you the article. Hang on. I feel like I was quite clear with this. It was for organized retail theft. And the threshold had become $5,000 worth of goods in a year. Right here. Currently, people can be charged with federal theft crimes only if the stolen goods are worth $5,000 or more in a single instance. The change would allow federal prosecutors to bring in cases if the aggregate value of the goods reaches $5,000 or more. I feel like when I'm talking about organized retail theft and constantly bringing up stories of people going in and taking a trolley load of either like baby formula or batteries or fucking razors or whatever the fuck else, like, I feel like I'm being quite... I feel like I try so hard to be clear about what I'm saying. And apparently, I was suggesting that people get 10 years for taking 3 packets of crisps.
But then he backed off of it and he said, how many times do I have to tell you that I'm talking about organized crime, which like you were saying earlier, that shouldn't even be in the conversation about...
It's not. Organized shoplifting. Okay, organized. Sorry, the term that was repeatedly used. Yeah, I mentioned this. I don't know if you were listening just before.
I heard it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. The organized retail theft thing is a complete. That is a total. It is a actual like a misleading and bad faith term because it includes so many types of crime that are not shoplifting, and I find it funny.
Too good for debate panels, Demon Mama. Organized retail theft. You can just look it up. You can just look up the definition of it. Professional shoplifting. I said, do these people just make things up? Like that's just what they do, isn't it? You just make things up. Yeah, boosters and fences. Yeah, the guy who came in afterwards spoke about this. It's in the fucking name. You fucking retarded loser. Oh my god. Okay, wait. Sorry, I'm okay. We're in a good mood.
These types of things is because again, because like the bar is so low for any sort of serious engagement. You know, because the bar is just set so fucking
It takes like
low.
3 seconds to Google the term. Like, let's just say I'm Demon Mom. I don't really know what organized retail theft is. Definition. Let's say USA. Just Google it. Professional shoplifting, cargo theft, retail crime rings, and other organized crime occurring in retail environments. Okay. Seems to be pretty focused on the shoplifting side. I feel like it overlaps well enough that you can bring up in a shoplifting conversation. Oh, it's such a bad faith term. It's so broad. If you organize a heist, if I organize a plan of the shop floor, and I'm like, I will take a packet of crisps, a Snickers, and a box of condoms, and I plan it with a sense of organization. Is that not organized theft? Would you put me in jail for stealing a packet of crisps, a Snickers, and a box of condoms for 10 years, Loner Buck? Oh, he would. He fucking. Because it's the internet. We can just say whatever the fuck we want. We're only, supposed to be political streamers educating the public. That's all our job is. You know, why not? You know.
There's this tendency for people who consider themselves like liberal or progressive to accidentally advocate for things that even despots would consider insane. Like a 15-year crime.
I don't think how many times did I say that 15 years seemed too excessive? Like if I think of someone getting 15 years for shoplifting, I'm thinking of a fucking like gang leader who's got like trucks going around shops all over the country lifting like 6 figures worth of goods to cut with, probably like baby formula to cut with drugs. Like I'm thinking of that kind of shit. If you're getting 15 years, but I don't know. Thanks for just like explaining why progressives are so fucking unpopular when it comes to. Thanks for explaining why every conservative who wants to get like an easy win just has to go to Law and Order because the progressive candidates are so fucking shit scared of like dumbass voters like this who are just going to be like, oh, well, it's always just some like really like prison abolitionists and fucking like abolish the police wankers and shit. Oh god.
A 15-year sentence for like shoplifting is like one step below getting your hand cut off because you stole an apple. Like
it's because I'm Arab.
Insane.
It's because I'm Arab.
15 years.
No, go on, Aaron. Both of you heard me. Both of you asked me about this. Both of you heard me say that 15 years was quite extreme. That it would take quite an extreme measure to get that sentence. Come on, warriors of the truth.
Life in jail because you grabbed a fucking DVD player out of a store? Are you crazy? Like that's
Aaron,
I know the starting point with this was Emma Vigeland,
you're gonna
Vigeland, I've never known how to say her last name, sorry Emma. On Tim Pool versus Sean Fitzgerald, where he brought up this argument about shoplifting. Then Sean was able to get a debate, Actual Justice Warrior, right? Mr. Actual Justice Warrior. Then he's able to get an audience with Sam Cedar and debate him on shoplifting. At one point he said, I don't care about the root causes of shoplifting or crime. And then from there, Wick was repeating. I keep hearing people repeat the stat from New York State, where apparently the vast majority of in New York City, or at least just New York, a lot of shoplifters are repeat offenders there. We're talking about like 300 people. Yeah. And I guess you saying that anything short of like 15 years is you being like soft on crime. Yeah. Even though I was like, why is it that like, what are we talking about here? Like, how is it that 15 years is more pragmatic in a fucking jail or a prison, than just giving these people fucking food to get them to stop, which is probably what would lead to it.
Listen, I am a proud liberal, and
God, they're such fucking liars, man. They're just so dishonest. It's like Sunday's not really saying anything, but my God. I love it how the only kind of shoplifter these guys can imagine as well is like it has to be someone who's like Aladdin who's going to starve if he doesn't get his loaf of bread. Like it has to be that. There's no other kind of shop, no matter how many like articles you can pull up of like the fact that it's seen as a federal issue of like tens of billions of dollars of goods getting taken in bulk by people who are either black marketeering or stealing for fucking like drug trade. Like none of that. That's just not allowed. Or even like rich kleptos, which again, I think for like petty theft, the problem is that if you're doing petty theft from a shop, it's the problem with that kind of crime is that like it's so unenforceable, right? Like you're not going to pull police resources to get someone who steals like a fucking steak every now and then because they just didn't feel like paying for it, or like a crate of beer or whatever. Like maybe if you have security, you catch them and you put it back on the shelf, but generally speaking, like you're not prosecuting these people, you're not doing anything. But that's not generally the issue that people talk about. The people seem to say that, I think there was a stat that was like, I think 40% of shoplifting is from like some kind of organized theft or people who do it en masse. So like it's a small minority of people doing a disproportionate amount of the stealing. Like that, and that seems to be the issue that people would usually jump on. And right now, again, that seems to be the issue, that it's very easy to get away with that. It's quite easy to go into a supermarket and lift up like even over $1,000 worth of stuff and just get away with it. But I don't know why it's just so people are so impervious to that part of the conversation. It's so weird. And it just makes right wingers like look, it's so easy because like every average person knows that the average thief is in the United States is not stealing because they're like desperate for a fucking bite. Did you catch the Norwegian leader of the leftist party busted for stealing a pair of sunglasses a few months ago? That's pretty funny.
You know, and I follow the school of, you know, the Iron King himself. I believe that your knucklebone should be removed for stealing onions from the royal coffers. Yeah, I don't know. It's just fucking crazy to me. This shit is so unserious and clownish.
Well, I found it frustrating.
If it's gonna be so clownish, if it's gonna be so clownish, why not just talk about something else? Why talk about something so fucking boring to most people?
Well, I think Wix.
Because the amount of excuses these guys make for shoplifting is just like, it's not boring. It's really funny. Organized retail crime, this is from US Chamber of Commerce, cost stores an average of 700,000 per 1 billion in sales in 2020, up more than 50% in the last 5 years. 54% of small business owners experienced an increase in shoplifting in 2021. And again, it's not like world-breaking numbers, but it is enough for a shop to close. And it is enough that you have these ridiculous situations where everything is behind like some like fucking sci-fi dystopian security gadget and shit like that. So yeah, again, especially for groceries, like those retailers don't make that much profit. They make like 1 or 2% profit on average. So yeah. Why do people pretend shoplifting only affects Walmart? Because they're retarded. I don't know what else to say. I think maybe the problem with being a progressive is like there are a number of reasons crime happens. Okay, one is definitely people feel like the system is unfair on them. They feel like they're robbed in a million ways by corporations or by fucking electric and gas companies or landlords and shit like that, and they feel like they are owed something, like, or even their boss, like they feel like they're not valued appropriately, so they might steal. Or it might be because, but I don't think that's most people. I think some people do it for a thrill, which is why rich people seem to be more likely to steal than poor people. I think some people do it because one, like maybe hardship would be one other reason. That seems to be like, at least wouldn't account for none of it. And another reason people commit crimes in general is if they think they can get away with it. People are more likely to commit a crime if they think they'll get away with it, obviously. Like, just because the death penalty isn't a great deterrent doesn't mean there's no such thing as a good deterrent. Why do you think everyone steals BBC? Why do you think no one pays their license fee? It's because no one gets in trouble for it ever. Why do you think so many people pirate stuff? It's because no one gets in trouble for it ever. Like, I even remember, fuck. Remember that when talking about drugs when MCAT was a thing, methadone, plant food, whatever. Even people who didn't take drugs, like there's a really intense legal high from like 2008 or some shit. Like a really, really, really intense upper legal high, like very addictive, very gross. You knew right away that you were taking something fucking like quite intense when you're on it. Even people who didn't take drugs took MCAT because it was a legal high. It was legal. Even people who were afraid of smoking joints would take this stuff. It was a fucking powder that you sniffed. Like, I don't know. But I don't know. I just like at the very least, if people like fucking Aaron or Demon Mama want to like lie about me, like it's fine. Whatever makes you happy. Like it wouldn't be fine if they had any influence. That's the thing. It's like it's actually so fucking gross that like they have people listening to them and just believing this shit. That apparently in that debate I was suggesting people should get 15 years in jail for stealing a DVD case. Like what the fuck? What the actual how? What's wrong? What is your brain? I don't know, like the fact that they were so oblivious to the fact that baby formula can be used in cutting drugs, and apparently like the highly knowledgeable drug person, Demon Mama, would know that that's definitely never a thing, that definitely never happens. That's definitely not a thing that's like been considered like a federal issue for like over a decade. I wonder if it's just because I don't know, I hope she doesn't apply that drug knowledge that she was giving earlier to like her day-to-day life. I don't know. Maybe she just fucking like eats asbestos, like confusing it for magic mushrooms. I don't know. Lorna, you should get hyped up, hop on Destiny stream and just berate Aaron for an hour. You double your audience. No, I've DM'd her. Like, I feel like I can actually have a conversation with Aaron. Like, it would be possible. I'm not going to talk to Demon Mama because if I have one conversation with Demon Mama, she'll just spend the rest of the fucking week or whatever trying to like launch a concerted fucking character assassination. I mean, I just can't be fucked with that. She absolutely does not deserve my attention. Like, fuck off. Not even now. What am I doing? God. Hey, Smaragdo. What political label best describes you? Socialist, I think. Or reformist, or social, or democratic socialist. I don't know. Oh well. I don't know, someone said I should watch it because there was apparently some memes in it. I guess there were some memes. 15 years for a DVD case. These are words that I have said, or even implied. Yeah, that's exactly the logical conclusion of things that I say. Holy shit! Wahhabist Maronite. That's true as well. Jihadist, Zionist. Apparently I'm a conservative fascist when it comes to crime now. God damn it. I guess if there's anyone still fucking I've been watching President Sunday, so I've got his words in my head. Like the for the perplexed. If anyone wants to know like a very quick TLDR of my take on shoplifting, for most petty crime, like you're not going to prosecute it. It's just like there's no practical, humane way to do it for people who are just lifting like 5 pounds worth of stuff every now and then because they feel like it or because they're bored or hungry or whatever. Like it's just like going after that is just like a fucking. It's just how would you even begin to address that problem. That's just like whatever, like leakage. If it is the case, and it seems to be the case, that people are getting away with going in and lifting thousands of dollars worth of stuff from shops and not getting in trouble, or only getting arrested and like slap on the wrist, or like to the point that they just go and do it again, which seems to be the case in New York. And a lot of these people just, they get caught, they're arrested, they go back and they just do it again and again and again and again. Well, then I think it's probably reasonable to change the laws a little bit so that those people can be brought to justice, right? Like maybe some jail time, maybe like probably start with fines and community service. If that doesn't work, some jail time so that they're not like, so that they're not stealing, and so that other people know that they can't get away with it. Yeah, fuck. And then maybe I don't have to go through a fucking like James Bond lock system every time I'm buying like batteries. I don't know. And that seems to be what they've done. I don't know what's so controversial about the legislation. It used to be the case that it was a federal crime to take $5,000 worth of stuff in one go. Now it's a federal crime to steal $5,000 worth of stuff over a year. It's just that they've lowered the threshold. That seems like a pretty good start. Why not? And the point of maximum sentences is they're for the most extreme cases. Most people are not, like 90% of plus people are not going to get 15 years in jail because they stole like the meat aisle one day, you know? I would oppose that, actually. That woman who stole from the meat aisle, I think she should probably be fined. If she does it again and again and the fining doesn't work, she should probably get a few months in jail. Or maybe like, yeah. Cop Stormer is going to be on the job, baby. You know, some crimes are bad, guys. There's just no reason to do it. Despo box. Fucking Despo box. Demon Mama's mad because you questioned transgenocide. No. No. Demon Mama's mad because she's been mixing fucking asbestos with her bathtub fucking paracetamol for the last 5 years and it's just rotted her brain. That's why she's mad. That's honestly like just as rational as the actual reason she's the way she is. I have no idea. I have no idea. It's okay. She called me transphobic. Did she? I felt like when that whole thing was happening, I remember thinking, at least she didn't call me transphobic. She said I downplayed the Holocaust, but transphobic? When? Do you see the difference there? Do you see how I can't produce a clip of that being said, nor do I recall that being said. So even if someone in chat tells me it was said, and it's probably possible that it was said, I'm not going to believe that, nor am I going to go with that just because I don't know. Why can't people do that? Is that just like not as good content? Is that just a part of the brain that some people on the internet miss? And for some reason they're like, I honestly can't tell things that are real from things that are not real. I can't do it. I'm a fucking moron. You know what I'm going to do, right? And I get shown up for being like that every single time I talk to someone. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go on the internet. I'm going to start a stream. I'm going to tell people what's what. I'm going to educate the masses. That's my calling as someone who knows fucking nothing about anything. And okay. Oh well. You know what? It works. It's actually the audience. The audience is that's what I really want to know about. Let's see. I'm sorry. I don't leak DMs because there's no justification for it at this point. Oh my god. I just okay, it's fine. Jesus Christ. All right. Well, I'm not gonna get hung up on that. Okay. Let's whoa. $258 viewers. 200. It was at 270. 267. Oh wow. That is crazy, chat. That's absolutely insane that happens. Okay. Fuck it. Oh, I noticed that I was getting some mentions in the H3 subreddit and some others because apparently Hasan had a conversation with Ethan yesterday and they covered Ukraine and people are recommending my videos because he's saying things that I have supposedly debunked. So, yeah. You know what? Fuck it. Like, I really enjoy these conversations. Ethan with his everyday wisdom asking Hasan just like the most basic questions and Hasan stumbling over them, flopping like a damp sock because he doesn't know whether he wants to. I think he has said, hasn't he? He said that he likes to keep good relations with liberals and social democrats because he wants to ease them over to his perspective. And then when he's talking to fucking tankies, he's just like full blown like pro China, whatever the fuck they are. So yeah. Let's see how they get on with Ukraine. Let's see.
Western forces.
Let's talk about Ukraine, and then
Let's.
that's my final one.
Okay.
So we were talking about Ukraine, and your position was that the support for Ukraine is 100% manufactured.
No.
That's what you said last time.
No. I think that all matter of American foreign policy is greatly influenced by manufactured consent because of our interest in, doing whatever the fuck we want to do there, whether it be like bringing Ukraine into the Western sphere of influence or it's not genuine because they want like genuine emancipation for Ukrainians.
Is it not genuine because I think Ethan said this as well. Ukraine is a pretty big trading partner for Europe and America. There's a lot of overlap going on there that we maybe don't have for other countries where there are other atrocities happening as well. But also, like, you can say it's an injustice. You can say that conflict and all that is more normalized in other parts of the world, but that will influence whether or not you find something shocking or interesting. A European country getting invaded is going to obviously be more shocking than like a coup happening in like Central Africa. Again, doesn't mean that the world should be like that, but it's like, yeah. But yeah, like America had dealings with Ukraine, was involved in Ukrainian politics, well, not just from 91 after the fall of the Soviet Union, but also even all the way up to the 2010s, right? With like with anti-corruption stuff or politicians going back and forth, or like with Shokin, with the Ukrainian prosecutor. So it's not exactly like it's just this random thing we decided to have a huge involvement. But my other theory as well is the reason people talk about Ukraine a lot more, I think people talk about Taiwan a lot more. It's not just because of geopolitical interests and overlapping interests. I think it's also because these are situations that people are willing to be contentious on. not many people have very strong, contentious opinions on either side about the coup in Sudan, right? Most people, when it comes to Sudan, will seem to say that both sides are shit. Or Congo. It's not like anyone is picking a side of one of the fucking warlords in Congo. Or even in Yemen. Leftists like to talk about Yemen because it's America helps Saudi supports the Yemen government, and then they commit fucking atrocities in Yemen. But again, the reason we probably don't hear that much about Yemen is because there's no one on the other side saying we should like absolutely support the Houthi rebels. You're not going to get that either because they're not great. They're not too good themselves. So when it comes to Palestine, whether you're left or right, like you've got people are going to have strong opinions on either of those sides. And that's why people talk about it, because it's contentious. Ukraine's very contentious because some people think America is helping a country that's being invaded and their geopolitical interests have overlapped with the right thing to do, which is not impossible. And other people are thinking that the Americans actually did this themselves, that they antagonized Russia, that they did it on purpose, that they supported a far-right coup in Ukraine, and that Boris Johnson fucked up on the peace deal. So, yeah. I feel like it's quite reasonable to see why people would care a lot about Ukraine. And because we see a lot of horror shows around the world, right? You know, genocides, ethnic cleansings, human rights abuses. We don't actually see that many ground invasions anymore. Not really. Like, one country invading another country and trying to turn parts of that country into your country. That doesn't happen very often anymore. So yeah, it's newsworthy for so many reasons. The manufactured consent thing is just like, it's a way of saying that what's happening in Ukraine isn't that important in the grand scheme of things. Which isn't even to mention the effect that because of how resource rich those two countries are, the effect that it has on everywhere in the world, basically, even the developing world. Jam Smith, thanks for the $4.99. Biden crime family, why Ukraine is important. Right wing Hasan. Ooh.
So last time you guys compared it, you said, well, nobody gives a fuck about Georgia when that got invaded. Therefore, you know, the fact that anyone cares about Ukraine feels like manufactured.
It's not even just Georgia.
But you guys know but you guys realize there's like a massive. I didn't know anything about the Georgian War. I learned about it. There's a huge difference. You guys understand?
Yeah, well, I mean, the scale is.
It was a 5-day war.
Yeah, it was 5 days.
Yeah, it was short. Again, if Russia achieved all their goals in 3 days and it wasn't a full on, yeah. But also, Georgia was like it was an annexation, wasn't it? Technically, or was it like would it still count as an invasion? It's kind of like again, this happened in the build up to World War II as well. Anschluss and Sudetenland were not seen as world shaking as the invasion of Poland, but
Ukraine to drop in 5 days, and if it did, we probably wouldn't be talking about it. Because
that's true. That's true.
So, like, what happened was Ukraine mounted this miraculous defense, and they've got Russia, a fascist country, on the back foot. And we all like when fascism.
Very strong stress on fascist country, Ethan Klein. Wow.
I don't think Russia is on the back foot. I think it's just like extending the harm.
Well,
and only furthering conflict.
We inflicted so much, and I stand with the Ukrainian people because I think Ukraine is a force for good in the world. They're on.
Can I just stop you for a second? Because you said 100% manufacturer consent. Like
that's what you said.
Nothing is genuine. I said 100% manufacturing consent is a leading role in this.
If you want to amend
and the reason why
no.
The reason why I take issue with this is because it's like stating like I don't give a fuck about Ukraine. Of course I give a fuck about people in Ukraine. I
think a good question to ask Hasan there would be, what would foreign policy news look like? What would world news look like in the United States if everything was given the amount of attention you think it properly deserves? Like, that'd be interesting. Yeah.
I want the war and the bloodshed, the unnecessary bloodshed, to end. Okay. My assessment on the situation might deviate from, NATO, like bloodthirsty NATO defenders or whatever the fuck.
You feel like we shouldn't even be doing anything in Ukraine?
No, I don't.
Nothing.
No, I don't. I think
you
that,
don't think so? You
no,
think
I think that of course there's a necessary intervention that must happen. I'm not
okay.
saying that at all. I mean,
Okay, I'm not going to pause this much, but goddamn it. The question Ethan needs to ask now would be lethal aid, non-lethal aid. Does the intervention mean you force Zelensky to have a peace settlement and to give up territory? That's, yeah.
I fucking raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for Ukrainian refugees. Like, I'm sorry, this is such a silly fucking thing that, like, not from you, but I hear so much from dipshits online who just want to fucking cut propaganda.
So you can say
Suck
exactly
my
what you mean.
dick, you know?
So you do believe that America's actions in Ukraine are the right ones?
I think that America's actions to a certain degree in Ukraine is understandable. It's reasonable, certainly what the Ukrainian people want. But I think America's interest in Ukraine is not genuine. It's not genuine emancipation. It's more so a continuation of the bloodshed, which is demonstrated not by me, but by American politicians like Chris Murphy, who have openly said on the record that for 5% of our military budget, we've been able to cripple a foreign adversary's military budget without a single American service member dying in the process. I would say that that is profoundly successful. What are we doing in Ukraine? We're sending our refurbished old weapons and weapon systems to Ukraine. We have to replenish those weapon systems. It's a never-ending cycle.
Okay, because the reason I ask is because there seems to be a somewhat of a sentiment in the left circles or social. I don't know how to even describe it now. I don't know, but that the proxy war people say in Ukraine is unjustified.
It is a proxy war.
No, I know, but they're saying we shouldn't be supporting Ukraine and the whole thing.
Yeah,
Russia should just take Ukraine. And
no, I can't speak for other. I can't speak for other leftists. I don't know what the fuck they say, but plenty of those people also despise me and say that I'm like not pushing Z or whatever. So it doesn't fucking matter.
I thought I heard Richard Wolff have some kind of thing like that.
I can't speak on Richard Wolff either. There's disagreements that I have with Richard Wolff. He had
so you're down with what's happening. You're down with what's happening.
I'm not down with
like the proxy war thing kind of goes out the window when one country gets invaded. I don't think that's exactly how you would say what you would call a proxy war. But okay.
What's happening in Ukraine because I want the bloodshed to end, and the only way to do that is by bringing China to the table, bringing America to the table. The real actors here.
You think Ukraine should make some secessions?
Like I think I think. Hang on. I think a proxy war is when it's instigated by a major power, which doesn't become itself involved. Does he think that? Yeah, I guess he thinks America is like instigating, or It would make sense if someone was using Russia as a proxy. Yeah, that would make it a proxy war. Yeah.
To Russia?
I think the original 6-point plan that was a continuation of the Minsk Accords that were tried twice and failed twice would be a far preferable situation than like endless bloodshed over, inches of territory where, people are being fucking slaughtered endlessly.
I don't think the Ukrainians would describe it as inches of territory.
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, you're saying they're fighting over inches of territory. I don't.
He's just saying in the context of how stagnated the war has become, like
I've been thinking about this over the last year and a bit. Is every person who has like the Hasan adjacent position to this when they bring up the Minsk Accords, does any? I feel like I've never heard any of them actually elaborate on what the Minsk Accords were. Do people know what the Minsk Accords were and why they failed? Maybe he'll ask. Let's give him a chance.
Back and forth is.
If I was in Ethan's position, that's what I would want, and I would want to be what the drunken master is like. I think Hasan has talking points. Like it's that what do we call it? Post-it note politics, where you've got an issue. You have like 3 or 4 bullet points that you can fit onto a post-it note, and that's all your knowledge of the issue. So if anyone asks you to elaborate, like, it's a real shame that they didn't uphold the Minsk agreements. They're like, yeah, what were they? I don't know. I don't think he would know exactly what they were or why they failed. It's like, yeah.
Ground to a halt at this point, and it's
this is what I mean. It's like a very cynical interpretation of what I'm trying to say. It is inches of territory physically when we speak about it.
But I guess
like, does he know that the Minsk Accords were kind of pushed on Ukraine? That they originally didn't want them because they didn't think they would work? Does that ever come up? Or
I think Ukrainian people get angry when they hear you talk about it because they
that's understandable. I mean,
they
I get
feel
it.
like
they want full-throated support. They want and expect full-throated support, right?
They understandably want that, and they want more than that. They also wanted Article 5. They wanted full NATO protections and NATO nations.
They don't like that you say that they should secede territory to a fascist invader.
It's not even secession of territory. It's like prior agreements that neither party has held on to. The real Ukrainian criticism in this situation comes from people who say, well, Hasan, how can you say that when Russia has not held on to their obligations? And that is true. Russia has not held on to their side of the bargain on the Minsk Accords, but neither has Ukraine. And my point is, ensuring that with an international cooperation.
I don't know anything about that accord. What is that?
The Minsk Accords were, so this, again, goes deep into fucking history. And you can't always say, like, oh, I don't know the history, so I don't know.
Zelensky was voted as a pro-peace candidate. Zelensky was elected in 2019, no? Minsk was 2014-15.
And then repeat, like, mainstream media propaganda, you know?
Well, I don't.
Okay.
I don't know anything about it.
Ukraine as a nation state has even predated, or some form of, like, Ukraine has predated even the Russian nation state, or the Russian Empire, I guess. And its nation-state development project has always hinged on excising Russian influence. However, under the USSR, Ukraine, which was called the Ukraine originally, which just means like the border, okay, was seen as, had plenty of Russian sympathetic people that lived in the eastern regions. And that sympathy only grew the further east you went, the closer you got to current existing Russian territory. Now that is...
Is he going to say why? Is he going to say why there are lots of ethnic Russians in eastern Ukraine? Is there not a particular event that might have had something to do with a lot of people not being, like, with that population decreasing and being replaced by ethnic Russians and Belarusians? Not a particular event that had a lot to do with that population change? Anyway. Also, being pro-Russian, like, as people in the East definitely were, they're probably not that much anymore, that didn't mean they wanted to be part of Russia. You can even look at the polling from even pre-2014. Even the Eurasian Customs Agreement wasn't popular in eastern Ukraine. NATO was very unpopular in eastern Ukraine, but the Eurasian Customs Agreement wasn't. Let alone, there's still not even any evidence, I don't think, that Luhansk and Donetsk had anything approximating a majority that wanted to join Russia or to support the separatists. That was never like a plurality or majority opinion in that region. Crimea seems to have been. Again, I say seems to because it's difficult to pull people in a territory that's annexed, and when the people who oppose the annexation leave, but
is no longer the case. Make no mistake, I'm not saying that at all. And that is no longer the case almost entirely due to Russia's actions in that area. Like, blowing the shit out of Kharkiv is going to make sure, is the fastest way to make sure that there is no sympathies for your government whatsoever, ever again for the rest of your life. So that's all gone away. But originally the contention was LPR and DPR, through Russian influence, and this is the Ukrainian assessment of the situation, these two areas wanted autonomy and were getting backed by the Russian government, and Western involvement that wanted to keep Ukraine in the sphere of the West did not want to give the actual protective assurances to Ukraine, but wanted to play the delicate balance of, like, saying, you know what, yeah, maybe we'll get you in the NATO, with no real interest in getting them into NATO, maybe we'll get.
So what happened in Donetsk and Luhansk is not just the Ukrainian interpretation or the Ukrainian assessment. I don't know why he's saying that as if to, like, I think Russia might be the only country that disagrees with what happened there. What happened there was that after Yanukovych was overthrown, not the population of those regions, but a group of Russian-backed separatists, like armed people, started occupying government buildings and television broadcasters and declared themselves independent like that. They tried to do like an actual coup, not like a popular revolution or anything like that. Like not anything that had any moral or like practical mandate, just that they were Russian-backed with arms and they tried to take over. That's what started what happened in 2014 in the Donbass. That's why that's why the fighting started, was because armed Russian-backed mercenaries were taking over government buildings and saying that we want to be part of Russia. But I guess if we can, hang on, I don't think we're going to get any elaboration on Minsk. So let's do it ourselves, okay? Let's do a little rundown on why Minsk failed. The first fairly obvious problem with the Minsk Accords hang on. Too many tabs. Oh, shit. All right, let's do this. Here, there's a list of bullet points on it. This particular one here, withdrawal of foreign armed formations, military equipment, and mercenaries. This was never getting upheld by Russia. The Ukrainians knew it was never getting upheld by Russia because at the time of the Minsk Accords, Russia denied that they had any foreign mercenaries in the region. They admitted it later, but when the Minsk Accords were happening, Russia said that this didn't even exist. This point wasn't even like real. And then the Ukrainians, who did know that there were Russian mercenaries there, who had seen people with like the insignias and all that shit, were like, okay, well, we're not going to uphold our honor either. So then Ukraine thinks like, if we do like agree to a ceasefire, then Russia's just going to use the opportunity to push us further back. So then, yeah, like that's why the big reason that Minsk was never going to happen. But that's just within the Minsk Accord itself. There is also the other issue is we're going a little bit too far. This is down the line. So let's just say, let's do a little bit of a thinner bar. Okay, I think I know I'm going to do this. So let's say Minsk is here. Minsk 1 and 2. And this is in by 2015. So this is one agreement that fails. If we go all the way back to the fall of the Soviet Union, we'll go a little bit after. We'll say, was it 94? Budapest Memorandum, where Ukraine gives up their nuclear weapons in exchange for having their territorial sovereignty respected by Russia and by the United States, including Crimea. This has since been broken by Russia. Okay, that's one. I think as far as Crimea goes, in 2004, no, wait, when was Tuzla? 3. Tuzla Island is a very small sandbar island that's part of Crimea, between Crimea and Russia. And in 2003, Russia started trying to build, I think they tried to build a dam there, or they tried to build an installation there, and they moved their own personnel in without consent from the Ukrainian government, in violation of an agreement where Russia wasn't going to do that. Russia wasn't going to just unilaterally make decisions with Crimea with their own officials without consent. So again, this was a deal that was broken by Russia. in 2008, Putin claims Crimea is part of Russia, part of Ukraine at this point. This is after the Georgia War. During the Georgia War, Putin reassures Ukrainians that Crimea is part of Ukraine. Broken by Russia. So I feel like after a few of these things, it's quite reasonable to assume that this, at this point, means absolutely nothing. Not even to mention, we can go for 2013-14, when the dispute between the Eurasian customs deal and the European trade agreement is completely leaning in favor of Europe. Like 300 plus people in the Ukrainian parliament want to support the deal with Europe and not the one with Russia. I get, what would you even say here? Like, but the Budapest Memorandum also included economic sovereignty for Ukraine, and Russia starts using economic coercion to try and push Ukraine, Yanukovych, to go with the Russian deal. So Russia uses economic coercion to push Ukraine into Eurasian customs. And I guess 2014, fucking Yanukovych orders the Berkut to fire on protesters. After Putin told him to go harder on the Maidan movement. So I feel like it's probably reasonable to say that if Russia has violated so many different agreements and different parts of every part of the Budapest Memorandum has been violated by the time Minsk 1 and 2 comes in. So I feel like you have to consider a little bit more of the history if you're just going to say, why did Ukraine not seem very interested in upholding Minsk? And also the problem with Minsk itself is that there were terms of the Minsk Accords that Russia couldn't agree to because they denied that they were even doing it. And now it turns out that they were doing it. So fuck it. Does that help? That a good explanation? Okay, thank you. Philip Litzner with the $20. I really appreciate that. I hope that explanation was worth that much to you. Wow.
Get you into the EU.
So how did
with no interest in
Ukraine
getting them
violate
into
their
the EU? What?
How did Ukraine violate their agreement?
There was mass shelling on both sides, like back and forth shelling.
War?
No, back and forth shelling that has been happening since.
Again, when you say there was back and forth shelling, it's so important to talk about which one fired first, right? Are you sure? Like when you say both, like I could say there are killings on both sides between Russians and Ukrainians in Ukraine. Like, okay. Like in World War II, there were countries crossing each other's borders on both sides. Between Germany and the Soviet Union, there were invasions on both sides. It's like, what? No, it's kind of important which one was first. The fighting in the Donbass started because Russian-backed separatists were fucking butthurt about what happened to Yanukovych, who completely deserved what happened to him. And then Russia got butthurt, and then they decided to support mercenaries to try and take over. They occupied government buildings and they occupied television broadcasters and tried to declare themselves separate, even though they weren't even, a lot of them were from Russia. They were from the Russian government. Ugh. So yeah, I guess that means that constitutes fighting on both sides. Yeah. It's like saying with the Maidan, you know, there was killing on both sides, really. Who was it that did the killing first? The cops or the protesters? Who constituted most of the deaths? The cops or the protesters? Who was the one who passed laws that basically made it okay to kill protesters if they broke your anti-protest laws? One of which was you can't assemble as more than 3 people in a public space. I think what happened first It's kind of important, Hasan. Their comfort with the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that.
2004.
Okay. So it's a non-aggressive
with 13
agreement?
or 14,000 people dying.
Okay, so I don't
in
about
totality.
That
so that is so at the time there was a agreement called the Minsk Agreements. There were two versions of this, which neither side agreed upon, which meant that LPR and DPR would still remain under Ukraine, but would have autonomy. Okay. And Ukraine understandably did not want this because that would mean that Russia would have an outsized control on Ukrainian affairs in Ukraine.
To start a dialogue on interim self-government. So it wasn't that there was going to be one. There was going to be a dialogue on one. But yeah, again, why would Ukraine agree on this when that interim self-government, when that was achieved by separatists, basically like people trying secession? It's like if a group of fucking Republicans got really angry about another Biden presidency, inshallah, and they just decided to occupy the fucking the state senate of like Florida, or what's a more realistic like Alabama, and then and then the American government starts fighting back, and then some third party comes in and says, you know, why don't we just have a kind of like an interim autonomous government in Alabama? And they're like, no, they're trying to secede, you asshole.
In politics, which it already
and it's
did.
also those secessionists are not even American. They're actually funded by fucking, I even know, Canada, based
through Russian loyalist leadership that they had. That was obviously squashed because there's always been this back and forth between Western influence in Ukraine, wanting to move them into the Western sphere of influence, and Eastern influence, Russian influence in Ukraine, which wanted to maintain Ukraine's status and wanted to change Ukrainian affairs.
Okay, so they were both attacking each other, and you think the attacks were equally provocative? And again, I don't know anything about it.
I think that
Ethan, oh god, Ethan.
This was another instance of proxy war, 100%.
Okay,
like there are people who wanted to be a part of Russia, and at the end of the day,
equally provocative. Again, we've already seen how many violations Russia has done that on their end. I feel like the timeline is so important. Like the economic trade deal in Europe was supported by the majority by most Ukrainians, even in the East, even in Eastern regions. Yanukovych agreed to it. The Ukrainian parliament agreed to it. And then after some economic coercion from Putin, which was, again, a violation, after all that, Yanukovych switches, and that triggers the protests. So who's being more provocative at this point? I'd probably say Russia, the one who's already violated economic sovereignty. That's probably that they've used economic coercion, that their puppet leader has gone against the will of the Ukrainian parliament and the Ukrainian people. That's kind of provocative. So they start protesting. And in response to them protesting, the president bans protests, almost all of them, and makes it okay for cops and civilians to commit crimes against those protesters. Where's the provocation there? Then non-violent protesters get killed by the cops, and then the protesters start to get violent. Is that equal provocation on both ends? Yanukovych, after all this fighting, loses all his credibility, fucks off to Russia, and then Putin annexes Crimea and ignites a civil war in the Donbass. Equal levels of provocation. Because on the other side, there's a phone call where a woman said that she would prefer this candidate to be the next prime minister, even though he was already the leader of the opposition and the favorite to become the next prime minister with 300 votes in the parliament. Is that
though, like the reaction from the Ukrainian government to that was understandable. They wanted to protect their own interests. They wanted to protect their own borders. They wanted to protect their hegemony. And and national security interests. But there's a difference between like what they did in Crimea, for example, and what they did with LPR and DPR. What did they do in Crimea? There was a referendum. People say it was bullshit referendum. It was under gunpoint, which is understandable to say that because that is what happened in Crimea. But Russian territorial claims to Crimea Russian territorial claims that Crimea had more historical prescience and the highest level of support for Russian expansionist policies in Crimea specifically because of its military base that the Russian military operated out of. Okay, and what did Ukraine do in that situation? They cut the water supply. They immediately fucking broke a dam, a USSR era dam that was offering supply like water for the Crimean citizens that they said they, cared
You're talking about that recently? That happened?
No.
It wasn't. You can debate the ethics of that if you want. Like, I don't think it's something I would have supported. They didn't blow up a dam or whatever. They cut. It was a canal that they cut. It was water for like irrigation and shit. It wasn't. I don't think it was drinking water. Yeah, it was for irrigation, and the problem is, there's two problems. One is that Crimea is annexed. It becomes Russia's responsibility. So that's a legal thing. But the other problem was that Russia was using Crimea to conscript tens of thousands of people and to amass military installations near the border. They militarized the fuck out of Crimea after annexing because it turns out that Crimea was through 2014 to 2022, was being built up as a launch pad for the invasion. That's why you see all those tanks and supplies going over the Kerch Bridge. So, it's just so weird that he would say, like, it's not like they did it just to be cruel. They did it because they wanted to slow down what they saw as a military buildup on their border in an annexed territory. It's not like Crimean citizens, a lot of whom are Ukrainian or Tatar, were just sitting there, like, and their taps aren't, or they're having to take like 3-minute showers or some shit. Like, that's not exactly how it worked. But, you can challenge it if you want. Like, it's a very contentious decision, but it's a bit more nuanced than these fucking dipshits are making it out to be. But yeah,
that dam has been destroyed when Russia invaded Ukraine.
But essentially, I wanted to clarify.
Like they cut Crimea off, and not in the same way that they wanted to deal with LPR and DPR.
I wanted to clarify your position.
Yes.
Because it seems like there's a lot of confusion, so it's good to clarify. You do support...
This will not clarify my position. In the eyes of people who want to say that I'm like anti-Ukraine, people are still going to fucking yell at me.
But you said that you believe...
It's big. Again, I don't know. I don't think I've ever tried to say that Hasan is like... Hasan just like hates Ukrainians or he's pro-Russia. I don't think I've ever done that. But it's like, the reason people talk about your takes is because they're fucking stupid. That's why people talk about your... Again, it's just... I don't know. I don't even know why I'm saying it. He's not going to listen to me. Whatever.
What America's doing in Ukraine is right.
I believe that Ukraine has a right to emancipation. What America should do in Ukraine is offer security commitments and assurances, and you can only get that by arriving at a table where you don't fucking destroy the bargaining chips, and instead allow the original security commitments to continue. I
don't know what you mean by that. You mean at the table
Ukrainian
with Russia?
envoys and Russian envoys got together in Antalya and put a 15-point security plan together.
Oh my God.
As they were negotiating the terms of a ceasefire agreement.
And Russia, we need to get them, and I mean that.
Is he going to say why that peace negotiation never happened? Oh no. Bear in mind, there are so many points that go against what he's saying. Is how many peace negotiations and ceasefires have Russia already broken? The fact that they were only sending delegates who had no power to the meetings. The fact that whilst that 15-point plan was being drafted, or I think it was even around the same time it came out, the Russian ambassador went to the UN and said that Ukraine had a bioweapons program. Like... I feel like if you're going to do that with the kind of dog shit evidence that he had, I feel like you're just going to, you might as well just have like a tattoo on your forehead that says "I can't be negotiated with" because I'm fucking mental. And also, the week before those negotiations started to fall apart, Russia already said that Ukraine's end of the demands were completely unreasonable. Lavrov said that, and they also uncovered the worst war crimes in European history since the Yugoslav War with Bucha. And after that, after the fact that Bucha happened, after Ukraine had spent months trying to negotiate for humanitarian corridors and ceasefires, and then that's what they get when they liberate one of their towns. And then Irpin, and yeah, okay. So, it's kind of like the fucking Battle of Budapest is happening in like 1944 or whatever the fuck it was. And there are people there probably were people going around being like, or like the Americans have just landed in Italy, and people are just like, can we negotiate? Like we should now's a good time to stop fighting and have some kind of settlement, you know? Germany keeps like a wee bit of Poland, a wee bit of all of Austria, because it's basically German.
It's not that easy, I would assume.
Well, there was moves that were being made to arrive at that.
Seems like Putin, as
like a year ago,
he's kind of like a fascist leader.
Yes, Putin's interests are
to take the whole thing.
Putin's interests certainly are nationalistic. There's obviously material benefits to Ukraine because Ukraine would be a competitor to Russia as far as like oil and gas.
You think the Ukrainians should go to the table and make concessions to the Russians?
I think the Ukrainians went to the table and made concessions to the Russians originally. Yeah. And it was actually a very clever move by Zelensky to, like, for example, push the Crimean referendum 15 years down the line in order to not deliberate on that aspect right now, because Ukrainians want Crimea back as well. They want LPR and DPR to be Ukrainian. Mm-hmm. And Zelensky knew that was going to be an impossible thing to deal with, because he's right now, on the one hand, you have Ukrainians with interest in emancipation, ridding.
I don't even think I couldn't actually find a consistent answer on this. I don't actually know if it was Zelensky who called off that talk, that 15-point thing, the 15-point agreement. Because this is an article from the Financial Times when the 15-point deal is announced. So it's in the open now. And they're saying Putin showed no signs of compromise, vowing Moscow would achieve all of its war aims. All of Putin's war aims, by the way, which included demilitarizing Ukraine, denazifying, that was still on the table then, and what was it, like sovereignty for Donbass and Crimea. Like they were demanding they were demanding a surrender at this point. Was that after Bucha? No. Well, Bucha was before the 15-point thing fell apart. So but most people seem to agree that Bucha was the reason that Ukraine decided that they were never going to be able to negotiate with Russia, that they were going to have to fight and push them back and force them to accept concessions rather than to negotiate in the middle of an invasion. Yeah.
The Russian scourge from their borders and taking back all of their territory from Russia, which includes Crimea as well. So he has a delicate balance where he has to make sure that those guys are not pissed off and overthrow him, and then or that America.
What's he saying here?
Ridding the Russian scourge from their borders to the Russians originally. Yeah. And it was actually a very clever move by Zelensky to, like, for example, push the Crimean referendum 15 years down the line in order to not deliberate on that aspect right now, because Ukrainians want Crimea back as well. They want LPR and DPR to be Ukrainian. Mm-hmm. And Zelensky knew that was going to be an impossible thing to deal with, because he's right now, on the one hand, you have Ukrainians with interest in emancipation, ridding the Russian scourge from their borders, and taking back all of their territory from Russia, which includes Crimea as well. So he has a delicate balance where he has to make sure that those guys are not pissed off and overthrow him, and then
You just know. Actually, no, I don't know. Let's be charitable, but it feels like he's if this was a tanky audience, like, or without Ethan there, it sounds like he's saying that Zelensky has got the fucking Ukrainian neo-Nazi gun to his head, saying, "Don't give up, don't negotiate, don't cede anything. We want war, we want American help, and we want to fucking drive the orcs out and all that shit." Seems like that's what he's saying,
or that America somehow gets involved and overthrows them, while simultaneously ending the war.
I'm assuming
America. Did I hear that properly? No way.
Delicate balance where he has to make sure that those guys are not pissed off and overthrow him, and then or that America somehow gets involved and overthrows them.
Bro, I don't think that is in Zelensky's calculations. I don't think he's sitting there thinking, "Oh, this is actually a really good deal the Russians are offering. It's a shame I can't because America will overthrow me." I just don't think that's ever going to be a thing. Yeah, this is fan fiction. How does he get away with it? Like, sure, like, I know, again, Ethan always says Ethan feels like he's not informed and all that, but, oh, God. Like, that is just such a fucking, that's an unbelievably stupid thing to say. Oh, God.
Simultaneously ending the war.
I'm assuming where people get mad at you is just the suggestion that Ukraine should make concessions to an aggressive fascist invader. Because, as we know, European fascist invaders, people often wonder,
they don't stop.
If we didn't make concessions to Hitler, would the war have happened? People wonder that.
Yeah, there's a difference of there's a difference of talking pre-World War II and post-World War II, because we do have mutually assured nuclear destruction.
I was about to say unfortunately the nukes change all the calculus with that.
So this guy's really fucking. This guy's so dopey. It's what was I thinking? The nuclear thing. Again, it's not quite the game changer that they're saying. It's not like nuclear weapons influenced whether the Soviets and China got involved in Vietnam, even though America was on the other end. That's a lot of nuclear powers getting involved there, right? And America got kind of ass blasted and pretty humiliated in that whole thing. Again, nuclear weapons protect you from being invaded. There's no version of Ukrainian victory that involves invading Russia right now, right? I don't think people think it's going to be like World War II where they storm Moscow and fucking Putin tops himself in a bunker. Like, I don't think anyone is expecting that scenario. They're just trying to get Russia out of Ukraine. And nothing about getting Russia out of Ukraine involves nuclear doctrine. Like, nuclear doctrine doesn't cover that. Like, because these guys, this Dan guy, I'm sure, is just thinking that, oh no, if Ukraine tries to reclaim their territory, they're going to be a...
Loner box, Buku and Irpin massacres were uncovered on April 1st, after the peace talks in Turkey. And yes, that's why we won't do it anymore. Hasan's Boris Johnson meme is just insulting.
Thanks for the 1600 things. I really appreciate that. Where the was I? I feel like this guy is one of those people who thinks that every time Putin says, oh no, if you push back this region, we're definitely going to use nukes. And they're like, oh no, we best concede some territory because otherwise Putin's going to launch a nuke. But the problem is, the world's going to be a pretty gross place if a dictator gets what he wants because he threatened to use nukes.
Irpin massacres were uncovered on April.
If a fucking leader, a dictator can say, make this military concession to me because I've got nuclear weapons, every country in the world, basically, defensive or offensive, is going to want nuclear weapons. Can you imagine, like, the precedent that gets set there? Like, Pakistan, fucking India, and China in Kashmir being like, this bit here, nuclear weapons. This bit here, nuclear weapons. This bit here, nuclear... Like, oh my God. You'd have a fucking nuclear triangle of doom if you were able to threaten nuclear weapons over territory that isn't internationally recognized as yours, over contested territory. That's fucking insane. You would never allow that to slide. Because again, if you give up occupied territory because someone's got a nuke, like, you're letting every country that's got nuclear weapons just go absolutely fucking mental with it. And also, countries that don't have nuclear weapons, like maybe Saudi might want to get some nuclear weapons because, my God, Saudi's got nukes. What's Yemen going to look like if Saudi just says, well, you say that's part of Yemen, but, nuclear weapon, Habibi? Yeah, fucking, would these guys ever say that the fucking Israeli settlements should be annexed because Israel has nukes? Oh, God. Oh, God, I would love to see that from fucking Hasan or this Dan guy to bite that bullet. Oh, shit.
That's the difference there, and that's a very significant one because Article 5 dictates that, like, any kind of NATO...
Because the correct answer to that is no, by the way. You can't just give people shit because they wave their nukes around. You can't do it.
Nation that Russia tries to attack, okay, because NATO was developed against Russia, USSR, communism. It was an anti-communist institution in of itself. Immediately means that all other nations, according to Article 5, are drawn into war with a nuclear superpower like Russia.
Right.
So there's a difference. Plus, one other aspect of this is that, like, Russia kind of showed its ass and its capabilities and where those capabilities end as far as ground war goes, which is the reason why you see Finland and Sweden, which previously had long-held neutrality, not like direct agreements, but long-held neutrality. I wouldn't say treaties because it's not an official treaty, but just like didn't join NATO.
An understanding.
Immediately joined NATO. Why? Because they realized they don't have any fucking power. What are they going to do? Go to Finland? Get the fuck out of here. They can't take over Ukraine. They said it was going to be a day. They suck. They don't have the power.
They do
so
suck.
Also, I don't know the exact name of it, but I know Ukraine surrendered their nuclear weapons, which is one of the best things you can hope.
Worst things you could do. Never give up the nukes.
But like in terms of like a humanistic...
can't tell if he's joking, but okay.
A political move, it's bad. But like as a humanistic thing, that's...
Yeah, I mean, obviously we should get rid of nukes. Yeah.
Some say Ukraine had no way of utilizing those nukes because like the control mechanism was in the USSR, so in Moscow, but
Moscow.
But you still shouldn't have given your nuclear stockpile.
It's not just that. Like, even in hindsight, the problem with hindsight is that it's hindsight. With the knowledge that we had at the time, the risks of Ukraine keeping their nukes are so much higher than if they got rid of them, because it would have been insanely expensive to keep that nuclear program going, because I think Ukraine would have been the third largest nuclear power in the world, right next door to the biggest, like Russia. So like a newly formed country, you have no idea what their political system is going to look like. You have no idea what they're going to be like when it comes to nationalism and like militarism and all that shit. You also don't know what kind of message it sends to the other part, to your bordering nations like Russia, if you are spending all this money, like basically militarizing like fucking Germany in pre-1939, like just going full scale rearmament batshit. That's a horrible message. And it's also just one more country with a nuclear weapon, which means another thing with nuclear weapons as well is just like the chance of error. It's one more country that can fuck up. That's a big problem as well with like proliferation of nukes. So like nuclear weapons they're kind of scary, chat. It's insane. Like, don't nuclear weapons go missing sometimes? I swear there have been stories about, the United States is missing 6 nuclear bombs, and people don't know where they are. Didn't they lose one in a bush in fucking France? Didn't they lose a nuke in a bush? Wait. Was it 1966? A B-52 crash. I don't know. No, this one was recovered. You can lose these things. I don't know, how do you lose a nuke, right? They're so big. They're not so big that you can't. Yeah. So I don't really know if this new country, Ukraine, this newly independent nation, with all the corruption and the leftovers and all the bad blood between them and their neighbor, spending like an obscene proportion of their GDP and getting foreign aid just to keep up the third largest nuclear supply. That's it's pretty risky. But the trade-off is that by taking their nukes away, is that America basically has to defend Ukraine's sovereignty. Because otherwise, nuclear non-proliferation deals mean nothing. You give up nukes in exchange for assurances that you won't be invaded. Because a nuke is just an assurance that you won't be invaded.
Your point is that they should never have done that.
No. I think we'd be looking at a very different world for Ukrainians, at least. If
with the benefit of hindsight, how could you say that? I mean, I don't think they would get invaded right now if they had nukes, right? I mean,
well,
if you have nukes, you don't get invaded. That's just kind of how it works.
Anyway, we made a guarantee to them that you give up your nukes and we'll got your back. And so I do feel like that's a pretty important agreement to uphold. I mean,
what? You're talking about American promises to Ukraine in exchange for
surrendering their nukes.
Yeah, America never actually followed through on any of their promises. America's still not following technically their promises of defending Ukraine. They're just giving Ukrainians weapons. Ukraine is currently sitting.
That was what was the promise? Did the Budapest Memorandum was the American promise that we're going to put fucking Yankee boots in the ground? I don't think that was the promise. Oh my god, this fucking loser in chat. Can someone... Jesus Christ, hang on. Fuck off. No, the Budapest Memorandum, it's deliberately vague because circumstances are going to be different. It was that the United States would respect Ukrainian sovereignty. And the interpretation of that is that since they don't have nuclear weapons, then they need some kind of assurance against invasion, which means that America will help them. I don't know where he gets this idea from that, like, America is falling short of sending troops to Ukraine? And actually, like, fucking scrapping with Russians? I don't even think Zelensky wants that. He's never asked for that. There's like a whole fact check thing here because apparently, Zelensky didn't say U.S. troops are needed to fight in Ukraine. This is recent, 2023, yeah. There's like a fucking badly translated clip saying that Americans will have to send their sons and daughters to Ukraine. No, there's no... America... It's the fucking both sides thing. I don't know. If you can just accept that some countries are worse than others, that some policies are worse than others, that some leaders are worse than others, then you don't need to both sides it. Russia, we've got a very long list of agreements that they violated. I don't know exactly what the United States has violated with respect to Ukraine. Seems to be that they're doing what they said they would do, which was help Ukraine if they get invaded. It doesn't mean there's no... Fuck off. What? Okay. Unless someone can show me. I don't think there's ever been any United States promise saying that if Ukraine gets invaded, then we'll send in the SEALs. We'll send in Arnold Schwarzenegger and fucking Jack Bauer or whoever else. Mark Wahlberg.
In a very unique position that I see happen in the same cycle of violence in the Middle East all the fucking time. America goes to a militant group and says, hey, we're going to give you weapons, you want autonomy, specifically Kurds, right?
You think every country should have a nuclear bomb?
I think every
citizen should have
this
one.
Current...
Every citizen of America.
Yeah,
that's Tim Pool's.
I think
that's
in the
Tim
current
Pool's position.
If you have a nation state, you have to have a fucking nuke. Otherwise, America will come and fuck you up.
So you think every nation should?
Otherwise, America will come. Bro, how can you? Okay, whatever.
should have a nuclear.
I think
program.
either every nation has a nuke or none of them have it. And I would obviously want none of the nations to have it.
But less
which
is
is why I
better.
was in support of the Iranian denuclearization agreement. I thought that was good.
Well, yeah, that's why we have non-proliferation. Oh god, these guys are so dumb. Like this isn't even just misinformation or ideological bias, or this is just actually being fucking retarded. Like, it's just not understanding just like the very basic logical conclusions of like if more countries have nukes, there's more chances for things to go wrong. It's simple. That's why we support non-proliferation.
Which, you know, Donald Trump fucked up. Oops.
I believe an individual citizen in this country has a right to own.
Do you believe
a
every
nuclear
person should have a nuclear bomb? That's
Yes.
the socialist vision of
Yes, I think everyone should have a nuclear bomb.
I mean, that's the only equality that we can really. Everyone should have a nuclear silo in their garage. So, okay, in short, you support Ukraine. What the Allied powers are doing to support them is right.
No, because America's interest in Ukraine is not one that is genuine. America's interest in Ukraine is just
That's
fucking...
a different question. It's not whether or not it's coming from a good place. It's whether it's the right decision. You can make the right decision for the wrong reasons.
Care about
Withering
interest. I don't
No, but that's
care about American
important
interest. I'm
because-
asking what you think.
Because, no, America's interest in Ukraine is
It's got
incredibly
nothing-
important.
What do you think is the right thing to do in Ukraine?
I told you what I think the right thing to do
then I asked to clarify, and you said
fucking up
no.
the deal, instead of fucking up the deal that Ukraine had with Russia by Boris Johnson fucking showing up in the middle of that, going to Kyiv directly.
Dude, do you
and-
think what's happening?
No, Boris Johnson, the puppet master of Ukraine. God. There's a reason Ukrainians actually kind of like Boris Johnson. I don't think they would like him very much if he fucked a peace deal. He can't do that. He's Boris Johnson. Boris Johnson. Oh, God. Again, yeah, like. By the time the 15-point thing was even announced, there was so much indication that Russia was not negotiating in good faith. With the bioweapons warning, with the demands of Putin that were tantamount to a surrender, with Lavrov saying that anything Ukraine asked for was completely unreasonable, with Putin constantly saying that he was going to achieve all of his goals of the special military operation, with the fucking, eventually the massacres in Bucha where they found out that Russia had committed some of the worst war crimes in fucking history since Yugoslavia. Despite Ukraine making every effort to organize humanitarian corridors that Russia kept on kicking the can down the road or rejecting. I mean, fuck. Oh, God. I can see why my video got posted in the H3 subreddit now. You see, there's a difference between if you have, like, misinformation or like you've got like an ideological bias that maybe leads you to ignore certain facts or to mischaracterize certain facts. Like I feel like a lot of people do that, but like, people have biases, right? But if your bias is to the point that you think there was a peace deal that had promise on both sides, but Boris Johnson went to Ukraine and gave a speech that is probably the most boring fucking speech I've ever seen in my life, and basically just says, like, yeah, we don't like it. And then Ukraine's like, oh, okay. Oh, shit. Was kind of looking forward to peace there, Mr. Johnson, but, gotta do as we're told. Fuck.
There's right. If not, why?
Do I think what's
The
happening?
Allied
You ask me a
power.
question, I answer it, and then you move on to something
No,
different.
because I asked you.
I'm telling you what I
do
want.
the Allied powers is what they're doing. They're right. You said no, but I just got done having this whole conversation where you said yeah.
I think what the Allied powers are doing, as far as giving weapons to Ukraine with no end in sight, because they see it as a great way to fucking great way to continue the harm done to a weak Russia that they can simultaneously claim is like really fucking powerful, is only going to continue this war rather than try to fucking implement security commitments and get to a unilateral agreement or a bilateral agreement where and not just fucking Russia and Ukraine, but like bring China.
Unilateral agreement. Okay, he's just saying words now. Unilateral agreement. What the fuck does that look like? Like a surrender? Okay, an unconditional surrender. Okay. He keeps saying America should give Ukraine security guarantees, or well, the Budapest memorandum kind of was. It just didn't work, obviously, because Russia broke it. But what would the other security guarantee be? Because it seems to be now that being aligned. He changed to bilateral. I know it was just funny that he said unilateral first. Okay, it was funny. I'm not gonna go too hard on that one, but damn, chat's fighting over it. So yeah, is the security guarantee going to be NATO? It can't be NATO because you need to push Russia out of the entire country before Ukraine can join NATO. Oh.
Kind of the table and put an end, like do a ceasefire and put an end to this war is infinitely better for Ukraine, in Ukrainian development, Ukrainian economy, Ukrainian citizens not fucking dying senselessly under a artillery shelling campaign that's literally happening. You know what's really fucking insane about this? Russia is getting artillery shells from North Korea, and America's telling South Korea to give artillery shells to Ukraine. It's fucking nuts. Both sides are just fucking shelling each other.
Shells.
But it's so stupid.
Who's gonna
Ukraine
make
is
the
now
shells?
also using depleted uranium as well on its own fucking soil.
Okay, so
that is
your,
going to have
your
damaging
position
implications.
Is that
That's
the
going to have
Allies
damaging.
helping Ukraine is good, but that Ukraine needs to be more willing to make concessions to
Not just
Russia.
Ukraine. Allies need to be more willing to some in certain instances even push Ukraine to make understandable concessions because
Like
the
giving
idea
up land.
What?
Like giving up land.
Not giving
That-
up
that could-
land. No, it's not giving up land. But
What concession then, Hasan? In the very beginning of the invasion, Zelensky already said that he was willing to leave NATO off the table. He would give a guarantee that Ukraine would not join NATO. That seemed to be, I feel like a year and a half ago, that was the big reason everyone gave. That was the same reason that fucking Mearsheimer dipshit gave. Has everyone just walked away from that now? Has everyone just walked away from the Has everyone just walked away from the fact that this was all to do with NATO because now that Zelensky offered to not join NATO and offered to give a guarantee against joining NATO, and that didn't change anything? If they're not going to give up land, do you think Russia's going to stop invading if Ukraine wants all the land back? Because part of that land is Crimea. What are the consequences of depleted uranium? You guys are asking in chat. I actually don't know. Do they pose a health risk? Depleted uranium munitions are not considered nuclear weapons. Their emission of low levels of radiation has led the nuclear watchdog to urge caution when handling and warn of the possible dangers of exposure. Handling of such ammunition should be kept to a minimum and protective apparel gloves should be worn. Public information campaign. Risk assessment. So they're advising you on how to use it because it's not a violation of international law. I know that. You are allowed to use it. It's just it's mainly a toxic chemical as opposed to a radiation hazard. Aerosols, kidney damage. Oh. They were used by US tanks in the Gulf War. Oh no. And in Iraq, Serbia, and Kosovo. In some instances, levels of contamination could rise after some years. Okay. The Russian embassy called it inhuman. Oh, I fucking hate these people, man. They're so horrible. The Russian embassy and the Russian ambassador are just... How do they do it? It's so strange. After making Ukraine the most mined country in the world, it's going to take like 100 years just to get rid of all the fucking Russian landmines in the country. Like, oh God. Oh, apparently timeouts don't work on this absolute fucking retard who can't even spell the word nuke. Go away. Fuck off. Go find a bridge.
Pushing a
That's the thing,
referendum
man.
15 years into the future for Crimea is a really solid, middle of the ground approach that Zelensky's own team actually put forward, which I thought was great.
Do you think Zelensky's a provocateur?
No.
The 15-year thing with Crimea, I'd imagine if you're Ukrainian, you're going to be very, very cautious of that point, because if it's a 15-year wait and you already know that the last time Russia had a hold of Crimea without any interruptions, they used it to conscript people and militarize the region and use it as a launch pad for an invasion. They get another 15 years to do that, and even more people who are pro-Ukraine leave the peninsula, and even more Tatars fucking get washed up in rivers or thrown into detention centers or prisoner or fucking political prisoner. Fuck me, political prison facilities. Like, I don't know. I feel like that would, even getting the 15-year thing would be very contentious for Crimea. But again, my guess is Ukraine and the Ukrainian people are not really going to be up for conceding anything until they get the 2022 borders back. That seems to be the most frequent opinion.
What?
Oh shit! I have a doctor's appointment.
What the fuck? Wait.
Oh, I'm just asking because that's the position. I'm not saying that you ever said that. What?
You said it like I've said it.
No. I was just getting your opinion on it. Just because I've heard people say that, and I was just doing it. I was just checking your opinion on it.
No,
What time is it at, Lena?
It's at 2.
That's my last part, though. Basically.
No, I don't think Zelensky is a.
I know. I'm just using NV. Oh well, it's a good thing we have humans to moderate this channel. Sorry, in case anyone didn't know, don't don't advocate for the nuking of any country on this channel. It's actually not something that we do. It's we discuss the nuances of second strike capabilities and all that, but my God, we don't actually know. We tend to not say to nuke places. It tends to be bad. And when I say tends to be, it basically always is. Always. Yeah.
Provocateur. What?
Like a bad.
It's just not my vibe.
No, I think Zelensky is certainly a
lost
self-interested politician who definitely wants emancipation.
Self-interest, literally. Yeah, meaning his. Anyway.
Yeah, no, he wants Russia to no longer have control over Ukrainian territories, which is perfectly
I'm
reasonable.
not even as a fucking joke, you absolute dipshit. What? Why? Why are you doing this? Stop.
He also has to strike a delicate balance because, as I correctly pointed out when the invasion first happened, whenever an irredentist or imperialist power makes a move on another nation, you embolden some of the most reactionary forces, and they are seen as liberators because in that moment, they are the liberators, the ones who have the violent means to
Okay, John T. Carrot, you're the last one, okay? I'm timing you out. I'm timing Warthongs out. Any next person who says to nuke fucking anything or anywhere gets banned, okay? I don't care. I don't care how long you've been in this channel. It's just annoying. Fuck. Loner Box, you should talk to Destiny. I think you and him would agree on a lot of things. Oh, okay. I feel like a few people have said that. I can't imagine which streamer isn't streaming today when they usually would be. Wow.
push back are going to be seen as protectors. That only grows nationalistic, hyper-nationalistic sentiment, and that is never productive. That is never good. That's not good for workers' rights. That's not good for future prospects of Ukraine. And I think that blowback, who knows what's going to happen, but is terrifying.
I have to leave, bro.
All right.
But it's 1:30. I thank you for going so long. How long have we been going?
No,
Wait, what
you
the
know
fuck
who
happened
needs
there?
to leave?
3 hours.
Vladimir Putin
I agree.
needs to leave.
That's
to leave
brave.
those people alone. Hey, Putin,
I'm going to
leave
say
those people
and
alone.
I know that's controversial, but he's got to leave.
This is probably our longest episode, and we did it. Not even mentioning
that Dan guy. He just gives me all the wrong vibes. Didn't he try to say that Europe had a bunch of socialist governments, like communist governments? And then and then pivoted away from it like a fucking ballerina.
A single current event.
We did mention that Rupert Murdoch died. That turned out to be misinformation that we were spreading. But
no, I said, is he dead? And
oh,
you said
okay.
no.
He's not dead.
Not yet.
Yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
He's getting up there, 90 something.
I think this was a good conversation.
Yeah, it was good.
Was that good? Do you feel like I'm a fucking anti-America charlatan who's bad faith?
No,
who just
not,
doesn't...
no. I think your foreign policies, after talking them out, they're all like completely defensible and good positions. On the point of socialism, I can say like, well, I have a deeper.
What do we think, chat? Do we still think Hasan is a what do you say? Anti-American, bad faith, charlatan? Would he even deny being anti-American? I don't know. What do we think, chat? This poor victim of bad faith criticism from people who disagree with him. Has this changed your mind on Hasan? Does it? Do you see him fucking dancing so carefully around both sides so he doesn't like alienate himself from the Social Democrats in Ethan's audience or from the Liberals in Ethan's audience? Whoa. Maybe we should get some ones in chat, eh? If we think Hasan is actually a bad faith, dumb fuck, whatever. Oh no. What do we think? I can't see any. He's off the hook. No ones in chat. Oh no. Oh no, here they come. Oh no. Second strike.
Understanding of it now, I do still believe that it seems more mystical and
No, you want Mark?
I do think it is actually like unambiguously bad faith if you're going on to other channels saying, or on Ethan's channel, didn't he say that he didn't want to talk about China and Taiwan? He was skirting around the issue because he didn't want to see subreddit posts talking about how pro-China he is. I feel like that's an admission of bad faith, isn't it? If you're not going to state your position with your chest like a man, if you're not going to do that, then you kind of are bad faith, actually. Yeah, because of the audience you're talking to, you're going to change your position. You're going to like couch your positions. You're not going to be frank about what you believe because you're trying to radicalize Ethan's fucking liberal audience.
You want Marxist, Leninist, Kleinist thought, which is socialism with capitalist characteristics.
Yes, and ultimately, that is what I want. And ultimately, we agree almost entirely. And if you're mad about that, you're dumb.
I'm mad.
Yeah.
You're
All right.
a dumb idiot.
I have to pee really bad.
If you're watching this and you're angry, you're a stupid.
Freaking got him, man.
Dumbass.
Whoa.
No, I thought that was good.
I think so too.
Unless you're Ukrainian, then you have they have a right at least.
Yeah, no, for sure. I understand.
Or Taiwanese. Or Tibetan.
I understand.
They have a right to be angry. I'm just saying.
I get it.
You're an armchair warrior.
My tongue.
We're gonna get.
But not if you're Russian or Chinese. Definitely not. That's funny.
And graduated.
I don't think he even realized he doesn't realize he's doing it, does he? You're okay with that conversation unless you're the countries that are getting fucked with by bigger countries.
I can't wait for so many people from Virginia, Langley, writing about how they've been living in Taiwan for 25 years.
Right, like those. No, I thought that was a good faith conversation. I thought it was fantastic. I thought it was good and it was good for me to kind of explore I think.
It's the classic like Donald Trump, my people yearn for freedom. Please glass Iran take that you hear from people living on American soil.
Thank
like
you.
The only way
this is like when every country like Taiwan or whatever, the people fucking tankies in my Discord used to do this meme. When people in Taiwan or wherever else are like saying that when you have polling data that say like Taiwan, they kind of like they like de facto independence. They probably would rather have de jure independence, but they won't go for it because it'll antagonize China and they'll get fucking invaded or whatever. But it's like you would post these polls about Taiwanese opinions on independence or even on America, and then the response would be, "Oh, America, my country yearns for freedom," because there was some Twitter thing that was fake once, and it's like, oh. Oh, I guess it's all like that then, right? Yeah. Like, oh god, they're so dumb. Anyway, hang on. Wait, what was it? What is international opinion on America? Because I think I've seen this one, but it only gives you countries that I would actually expect to have favorable opinions of America. Like Canada, Poland, obviously Poland, Israel, obviously South Korea, obviously Japan, Australia, Singapore, Malaysia, not so much. Don't know why that is. Greece is pretty split. Where's Serbia? I want to see Serbia. Someone in chat thinks I'm a tanky. Oh no. Vietnam. Oh yeah, like you'd show them a poll saying that Vietnam supports not only America but also like Doi Moi and fucking free markets and all that shit, and then it's like, oh, Vietnamese person, my country yearns for freedom. Like they just don't believe it. They think it's fake. Yeah. Opinion on USA. And I think Vietnamese people have a favorable view of Americans because of South China Sea, you know? So they can do their business there. Uh-oh. Wait, is this Vietnamese adults have favorable views of, oh, okay, so not of China. Okay. Uh-oh.
To save Iran is by glassing it.
Thank you.
All right. I have to pee so bad.
That's what Ian said.
Oh.
Thanks, bro. See you next week. Bye.
This
everybody.
riff just sounds like the most American dipshit rendition of Black Dog, doesn't it? Yeah.
I got a pizza.
Not that bad. Okay. American burger riff. Yeah. Oh, well. That was a good show. I enjoyed the content, you know? It gave us a lot to talk about. Gave me a lot to think about, actually. I mean, it didn't really at all, but no, it was good. I hope they do more of it. I actually hope they do more of it because I don't know, something about Hasan trying to navigate those conversations with someone who, let's face it, no disrespect to Ethan, like he would say this himself, is like, if you want to out debate him, like, or convince him, I feel like he's probably an easy target, no? But apparently not. Apparently he seems to give Hasan some trouble, which is really funny. Someone said that there was that there's this stream of Hasan with Boy Boy, where he is a lot more mask off with his opinions on Taiwan and China. Is that true? Because I haven't seen that one. I've heard about it, but I haven't seen it. I think it was on South China Sea. The stream was about, or where is it? Does anyone know? Does anyone have the link? Do I want to put it in my stream chat? I don't think they spoke about Taiwan in the deprogram. No, it was the Boy Boy guy. Because we covered Boy Boy's video on Ukraine, and it was fucking terrible. We just went through all of it, and it was horseshit. Yeah. It was just the same old Mearsheimer, Victoria Newland phone call. I feel like we need a thing. Yeah, socialists dismiss every criticism as iPhone Vuvuzela 100 million dead. Need a Ukraine equivalent for like Victoria Newland phone call, fall of the USSR was actually really bad, like all this shit. Yeah. 14 billion dead in the Donbass, all killed by Ukrainians. Yeah. But if anyone wants to go in my stream chat, a thread about Minsk. Interesting. Stop arming Ukraine. Reasonable person. What exactly do you suggest instead? Pressure Ukraine to implement the Minsk Accords. So, what are the Minsk Accords, and why is the tanky line on Minsk ridiculous? A thread. Tanky propaganda on Minsk is an attempt to shift blame from Russia where it properly belongs to Ukraine where it doesn't. If only Ukraine implemented Minsk, we wouldn't be in this situation. It's straight gaslighting. To simplify things, I'll call it gas minsking. Okay, this guy is so corny. Oh my god. Anyway, PhD. I'm going to keep this as short as possible, since explaining the intricacies of the Minsk process is only slightly more alluring than the thought of blowing my brains out. But it's important because tankies, when pressed for details on a peace deal, use Minsk as their trump card. Let's see if they have anything more that I haven't come up with. You won't hear most tankies talk about Minsk, but a few do. Take Caitlin Johnson, for instance. If he began honoring the Minsk agreements, I mean, this was also Roger Waters. This was obviously Hasan. This was, I think, Boy. This was that every fucking tanky we've spoken about will bring up Minsk. Yeah. Most of them, I'll ask them what Minsk was, but they just don't know. So, yeah. Gas minsking boils down to a few claims, two of which we'll examine here. First, Minsk has always offered the best path to peace, and still does. Second, Minsk's failure to bring peace was the result of Ukraine's refusal to abide by the terms. So my guess is they did refuse to abide to the terms, but that's because Russia denied that one of their ends of the terms even existed. They denied that they had mercenaries and Russian personnel in the country, even though one of the terms was to get foreign personnel out of the country. But yeah. What's going on here? Aaron Mate. I'm not justifying the invasion. The question is whether Russia had issued reasonable proposals that could have avoided it. Given that Russia tried to enforce Minsk and submitted detailed proposals, that's just not true. That's just not true. They denied that their end of the deal even existed, you fucking moron. All right. You don't have to endorse Russia's invasion to recognize how it could have been avoided. Oh yeah, the US pledged to halt NATO expansion, which didn't exist. Okay. It was referring to military installations in East Germany, 1 inch eastward. That's never been a deal to... There was never any deal ensuring that they wouldn't expand NATO into other countries. There's never been a deal about that. Even Gorbachev admits that. Ukraine upholding Minsk II agreements signed in 2015. Okay. In late February 2014, mere days after Yanukovych fled, Russian troops occupied Crimea. Soon after, the Kremlin launched a major initiative to stir up separatist anti-government protests in other parts of eastern and southern Ukraine. That spring, the Kremlin financed and organized demonstrations of paid protesters across eastern and southern Ukraine. The idea was to create the appearance of an organic local uprising. Leaked tapes from Putin and advisor Sergei Glaziev reveal the scope of these efforts. I knew this. I knew that they were doing this. Hey, cool. One of the key ideas Glaziev pushes during his conversations is that all uprisings must appear to be from the local population. I wonder why. This has been the plan in Crimea on 26 February that the Crimean Tatars and other Ukrainians who gathered in support of Ukraine's unity thwarted. They denied it in Crimea as well, didn't they? Didn't they say that Crimea had authentically declared independence before Russian troops went into the region? Again, that was false too, yeah. Key policy decisions, appetite, so-called Novorossiya. Integration of Ukraine's eastern oblasts within the Russian Federation. Interesting. Okay. Source for the leaks, including transcripts. That Russia had to wholly manufacture this uprising shows just how anemic separatist sentiment was among residents of eastern and southern Ukraine. A fact confirmed by opinion polls at the time. Oh my God. I remember people, I showed this poll to, I think, Fabian Liberty, and he just said it was fake. Like, or he didn't. Yeah, no, this is true. Yeah. Like, there's never been any indication that Donetsk or Lugansk wanted to. Those who want Ukraine to join Russia. Even Crimea, I see this as well, like before the annexation, the polls on Crimea, people keep saying that it was like 60% of them wanted to join Russia before the annexation. The polls did not indicate that. Polls were fluctuating on Crimea. I don't think there's actually ever been any confirmation. There's definitely no consensus that the majority of Crimeans actually wanted to join Russia before the annexation. Polling afterwards shows a lot of approval for the annexation, but the problem is polling agencies struggle in a territory that is annexed and where people who speak out against what's happening are getting thrown into fucking jails or having their bodies washed up in rivers. A lot of people who opposed the annexation fled, and the people who stayed, who oppose it, are keeping their heads down. If you want to do reliable polling, you have to like go and talk to the people as well. Like, yeah. This was a common complaint from, I think, 538. They were complaining about how difficult it was to poll people in Crimea. Yeah, they supported economic integration. I don't think they supported, uniting into a single state. Yeah. Not that this is surprising. Crimea is Ukraine's only majority ethnic Russian province. But note how much lower support for joining Russia was than the percent of ethnic Russians in each region. Even ethnic Russians weren't all enthusiastic about joining Russia. True. Sevastopol, 71%. Zaporizhia, 24%. Really not that much. Same poll again. Okay. This was true with the Eurasian customs as well. Russian majority areas of Ukraine didn't want to join the Eurasian customs. That's why the parliament was able to get 300 plus votes in favor of the EU deal. The Tatars boycotted the election. Yeah. Yeah, of course they did, yeah. So it's no wonder that the Kremlin had to forge a fake rebellion out of whole cloth. Still, local residents weren't buying it, and it never got off the ground. So Putin responded by sending irregular Russian forces into the Donbass to pose as native rebels. This is the thing. One of the terms of Minsk was for these people to leave, and Putin denied that they were there at the time. There's a mountain of evidence confirming the presence of irregular Russian forces in the Donbass operating under the Kremlin's direction. Report. I haven't read this, have I? I feel like I've read a shortened version of this. This is really familiar to me for some reason. Okay. But I think this will tell you, I'd imagine this will tell you all about how the separatists who came from Russia went into government buildings and occupied them, and also took over the TV broadcasting, and they replaced a lot of the TV broadcasts with Russian media. So, yeah. The Russian irregulars seized considerable territory and set up Russian proxy administrations in Donetsk and Luhansk. Hey, I knew that. Okay. Only then did Kyiv, bankrupt and with no military worthy of the name thanks to Yanukovych's outrageous plundering, launch its first military operation. Incredibly, Kyiv's improvised forces, cobbled together from state and private actors and financed in part from small donations, started absolutely kicking ass, recovering most of the lost territory and confining the Russian irregulars to a small slice of land. Faced once again with humiliating defeat, Putin brought out the big guns. In August 2014, he sent thousands of regular Russian troops into the Donbass. The arrival of actual Russian army units turned the tide, reconquering most of the land Ukrainian forces had recently recovered. Russian defense expert Igor Sutyagin estimated that several thousand Russian regulars were present in the Donbass at this time, a number that would peak at 10,000 by mid-December 2014. Okay. I actually didn't know the number of Russian personnel who were there. Likewise, as of September 2014, the Russian Committee of Soldiers' Mothers, an independent NGO in Russia, estimated that 10 to 15,000 regular Russian troops had already been sent into Ukraine. Isn't it crazy that for LNR and DNR, so one of the most common talking points was that when Yanukovych was overthrown, people in eastern Ukraine rose up because they were angry about the Azov battalion, the right sector, and language laws. Isn't that crazy that that was a narrative we heard so much? That was what Gravel said. Gravel Institute said that. And just to see how unbelievably wrong they were about why those uprisings started. Because if it were the case that a sizable number of people in Donetsk and Luhansk genuinely wanted to join Russia, and they were afraid of persecution by right-wing Ukrainians, and if they were having their language suppressed, that actually makes the uprising seem kind of justified. but it wasn't that at all. It was a country that was butt mad about losing its fucking puppet leader and then trying to grab whatever they could and foment whatever unrest they could as a cope. The OSCE, whose representatives had been observing events on the ground since 2014, until Russia knocked them out in 2021, had documented the presence in the Donbass of thousands of Russian soldiers. In 2016, the International Criminal Court found evidence of direct military engagement between the respective armed forces of the Russian Federation and Ukraine, from July 14th, 2015 at the latest. Of course, there is also the testimony of the Russian nationals dispatched by the Kremlin to take command of the irregular forces. They freely acknowledge the war effort would have failed were it not for the arrival of the Russian army units. The Russian military success against Ukraine's dilapidated forces compelled Kyiv to sue for peace. The result was the Minsk Accords. They consisted of 2 agreements, first signed in September 2014, and the second, dubbed Minsk II, following in February 2015. To crudely summarize, Minsk's key provisions called for an immediate ceasefire, the withdrawal of forces, the decentralization of power to Donetsk and Luhansk, and the holding of local elections in the 2 regions. Crucially, the elections were to be carried out under Ukrainian law with Ukraine's involvement and under the supervision of the OSCE. But Russia's Donbass proxies just went ahead and held sham elections on their own, outside the Minsk framework and with no monitoring. I did not know that. I did not know they did that. What the fuck? Wow. I mean, the Kremlin was well aware that most of the local population was not behind its occupation, so conducting free and fair elections under international monitoring wasn't exactly an option, was it? I did know that. How do you know I knew that, Pedro? What? Is that what this article says? OSCE? Sham elections? So-called elections not in line with Minsk Protocol. Oh my god. That's insane, chat. That's absolutely crazy. That's crazy, chat. It's absolutely insane that this happened, that Russia would do this. Give me money. Here again are opinion polls by region on support for joining Russia. Local enthusiasm at the prospect of becoming the 47th and 48th oblasts of Russia wasn't exactly overwhelming. They're still polling in 2014 when the fighting happens. Oh, are you just posting the same screenshots again, motherfucker? Fuck off. All right. Russian election rigging wasn't the only problem. Both sides repeatedly violated the ceasefire too. But only Russia's forces went so far as to conquer more territory, taking advantage of Ukraine's weak military position. What's worse, Russia wouldn't even admit it was party to the agreements. This prompted a logical question. Why then the hell did you sign them? Russia's stance was, if you want Minsk to be implemented, talk to the Donbass rebels, whom we have nothing to do with. Oh. Didn't know that either. Diplomat reminds the US, Ukraine, that Russia is not party to Minsk agreements. I guess because they're denying their involvement. Yeah, you wouldn't negotiate with Putin because Putin doesn't, at this point, is saying that he's not involved, that it's local Russians. That's really interesting. Holy shit. I didn't even know that, chat. It's crazy. It's insane. For Ukraine, this was a non-starter, as the Donbass rebels operated under Moscow's control and relied on the presence of Russian forces. As a result, Ukraine insisted that Russia take responsibility for fulfilling its end of the Minsk bargain. Okay. I feel like that point at the end is the more crucial one. I think what happens when I read this stuff is, because I'm a dickhead, I kind of filter out the debate winning talking points, and the extra details, like, I forget a lot more quickly. Like, I don't, those election points, that is a good point though. Why did I forget that? I don't think I knew that. Matsugen, holy shit. Thanks for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. I think they're tier 1, but thank you so much. Hey. That's so kind of you. That's so based. Boost. Okay. Still going. As if all that weren't enough, the Minsk Accords turned out to be a jumbled mess of mutually contradictory provisions which were accordingly interpreted by the two sides in polar opposite terms. Mercifully, Duncan Allen of Chatham House explains it all so I don't have to. Oh my god. Stalemate, contradictory. Articles 1 and 2, lasting ceasefire and pullback of heavy weaponry. Before a dialogue in elections. Loner despot getting the Murdoch money now. I know, right? I need the no, it's not even Tucker Carlson or it's like the guards of Agrabah who cut people's hands off for stealing. That's what I'm representing, you know, because I'm like Middle Eastern and shit. Article 4 is ambiguous, whether the dialogue begins the day after the pullback. Russia has yet to withdraw its troops, but yeah, they denied them. I don't know how important this is. This is like intense analysis. Oh, God. Minsk 2. Evacuate troops, return the border to Ukraine. Okay. Elections, OSCE. Decentralization. Mutually exclusive views of sovereignty. This is like the China thing. The China thing says that it wants to respect sovereignty of both sides, but both sides have different interpretations of what's sovereign. Russians think Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia is Russia's sovereign territory. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. That's why that Chinese plan was fucking bullshit. All right. Consequently, Minsk was stillborn from the start and would largely remain so all the way up to Russia's second invasion, 2022. But it's silly to argue, as tankies like Kato's and Aaron Mate do, that Ukraine is the only side standing in the way of Minsk implementation. Look at this breakdown of the Minsk provisions as of 2020 and note how many labeled not implemented depends exclusively on Russia. Yep. They never did this. They denied that they ever needed to do this. And I guess we're just learning they didn't do that. Restoring Ukraine's control over its border, removing all foreign armed troops from Ukraine, holding free and fair elections in the Donbass. Russia ain't about to let any of that happen, ever. True, okay. Giga Chad. Many of the partially implemented provisions, too, remain that way, largely, if not entirely, because of Russia's intransigent... Oh, yeah. Let's be disciplined.
Intransigence.
Oh, I'm sorry. Because of Russia's intransigence. Another key to understanding Minsk's failure was that Ukraine signed the agreements under duress, having just been beaten back by the arrival of Russian army units. Thanks largely to Yanukovych's looting, you'll recall, Ukraine no longer possessed a proper military of its own. I knew that. I said that Ukraine was pressured into the Minsk Accords. People in chat said that was not true. Fuck you. Fuck you. So, Minsk reflected Ukraine's weak position and Russia's comparable strength at the time of citing. The terms, if implemented, would have been devastating to Ukraine's sovereignty, resulting in an effectively independent Donbass under Russia's de facto control. Lots of civil wars end with the successful adoption of a federal state structure that grants autonomy to a secessionist region. But this wasn't a civil war. It was a state-to-state war being treated as a civil war. Donbass autonomy would thus amount to Ukraine's partition. In addition, over the ensuing years, Ukraine built its military into the formidable fighting force the world has come to recognize this past year. So, as time wore on, Kyiv had less incentive to abide by Minsk, having agreed to the terms when it was a far weaker position. Not that Ukraine has any moral obligation to comply. The only reason the Minsk Accords exist in the first place is because Russia, by invading Crimea and Donbass, broke its own past pledges to abide by Ukraine's territorial sovereignty. That's the Budapest Memorandum, we know that. We've already spoken about that, chat. It's crazy. Nor was the Budapest Memorandum include the only instance in which Russia promised to respect Ukraine's sovereignty, including Crimea. Moscow made the same pledge in '97. I didn't know about that. I didn't know about the Russian-Ukrainian Friendship Treaty. Or I read it and forgot it. Who knows? It could be anything. So, anyone who wants to come at me with some sanctimonious lecture about how Ukraine violating its sacred treaty obligations can get the fuck out of here with that shit. Whoa. Anyway, Russia's extensive history of its shirking its treaty commitments from the Budapest Memorandum up through the Minsk Accords sheds light on another tanky talking point. This supposed sabotage by the UK of an interim peace agreement. Oh my god. Okay, I've already done this. And we shat on Aaron Mate. Should we just read it all the way? Maybe he's already got details that I don't have, so I guess we'll do more. In early April, Ukraine and Russia were reportedly close to an interim settlement. Then UK PM Boris Johnson showed up in Kyiv and told Zelensky that the West wasn't ready for Kyiv to sign anything, after which negotiations stalled. When the news broke, Tanky World entered a full-blown meltdown. See, NATO is forcing an unwilling Ukraine to slaughter its own people for the sake of its evil proxy war on Russia. Hello, Aaron Mate. God, Aaron Mate is he's so bad. Oh my god. Fuck. Anyway. But put yourself in Zelensky's shoes in April 2022. The horrific Bucha revelations just broke. Russia's in retreat. Ukraine is winning and has a chance to press the advantage. Yet, Germany's over here withholding crucial weaponry and insisting on peace negotiations. If you're Zelensky, your top priority is to keep the Western world united behind you. And if that means demonstrating to Germany your willingness to negotiate in good faith, then so be it. At the same time, Zelensky knows from experience how worthless Russia's word is. And it's perfectly obvious that an embattled Russia merely regarded the interim peace deal as a chance to regroup before resuming its campaign to conquer and dismember his country. I guess we've already kind of done this, yeah. So either a deeply credulous Zelensky really did intend to sign this agreement, thus aiding Russia at Ukraine's expense, or two, he desperately wanted out of it while not alienating Germany in the process, and Boris Johnson's intervention saved his ass. Either or, pick one. I didn't consider the Germany thing, that Zelensky was pretending to be interested in peace accords to appease Germany, or to, you know. But either way, I don't know if he's going to show the quotes of all the Russian officials saying that Ukraine's terms were completely unreasonable. But Maria Popova, the Jean Monnet Chair in Europe and the Rule of Law at McGill, expert on Russian and Ukrainian politics, spells it out better than I ever could. Okay. Zelensky situation at the time. He was begging for weapons, no-fly zone. Signals from the West were mixed. Some were fear of escalation in this context. This isn't really the full thread, is it? Appease Germany. Listen, there's always some... Germany always wants a bit of appeasement, you know? They love it. So, there you have it. When tankies talk about Minsk, they're gaslighting people into believing Ukraine is at least as guilty as Russia for the current war. And the arguments they invoke to do so are about as silly as their other propagandistic musings. /end. Well done. I like this guy. He's interesting. He's funny. Okay. Well done, chat. We got through a segment. We nailed it. We smashed. Stop recording. Okay. I am going to get a couple of slices of toast. That okay, chat? Chat. And then we're probably... You guys wanted to watch the... Wait. Hang on.
again, continuing in the line of aesthetization and all of this. I remember watching the shit show, which was the U.S. elections a few years ago through your stream, and I remember it peaking at like over 200,000 like consecutive viewers at some point, and those are not rookie numbers, baby. Those are like CNN, Fox News numbers, and you're just a guy and the skeleton crew of editors and managers. So like, is the traditional media, as cliche as it is, dying? Why is the
Listen, you can't don't forget to credit where it's appropriate. Jeff Bezos, Amazon, Twitch. I don't know why you'd leave those guys out. Brass tacks with a $4.99. Why does the Russian fear of NATO cause the invasion remind me of the U.S. fear of WMDs in Iraq? Because they're both bullshit. Probably why. Yeah. I think I made a similar. I made that argument about bioweapons. All the unpaid mods. We love unpaid mods though, and unpaid mods, they love it. They love the power. Anyway,
obvious answer? Yes. And what do you think? The future of political / news coverage will look like, because a guy in a suit staring at a camera and reading off of a teleprompter is probably not it.
I don't know where the future of media will go. In many respects, what I do is actually not all that different than what like right-wing AM radio broadcasters would do and have been doing and will continue to do for many, many years, probably. I mean, I am probably closer to a Rush Limbaugh, rest in piss, than like a Jon Stewart, I would say. I'm not speaking ideal.
I mean, Rush Limbaugh used to read out the names of gay people who died of AIDS and like laugh about it, right? And I guess Hasan does the same thing for like the Queen or people who died in that fucking submarine. So, yeah. Not entirely false. Oh God. But it's okay because they're really rich.
Logically, I just mean, content-wise, or maybe even rhetoric-wise, honestly. I mean, he is a dishonest pervert, pill junkie who fucking died of brain cancer, but, ultimately he was doing off-the-cuff analysis from a reactionary perspective and was cutting a shitload of propaganda very successfully. And that off-the-cuff, like, non-stop content style has been around for a while. And I think I am doing something similar to that. With my channel. The only component that is different than what has come prior to this is what this medium allows me to do is
Second Thought reviews luxury sports cars in his second channel. It's supercars, right? I know. I said it last time. I said the reason that these guys had this whole segment about why they're not, why they feel like they're just kind of sort of, what would you call it? What do they do? What do they say that they're doing? Just kind of placating people's revolutionary fucking zeal. Just kind of making people feel a bit better when they watch the content and then not really translating into political action or revolution. Definitely not revolutionary action. That they are just there to entertain people. I think the reason they believe that is because they're all capitalist realists. Like they are. They don't actually. They know that if their audience is mostly the English-speaking world, these are the last parts of the fucking planet you're ever going to see a socialist, Marxist-Leninist revolution. And if you did, it would be shit. Hasan and Second Thought would both get fucking executed for the amount of retarded fucking shit that they say, and for bourgeois decadence or whatever else people got killed for back then. Yeah, I don't know. Hakeem probably get killed because someone clip chimped him, and the fucking show trial. This guy, I don't know. He'd probably do most of the killing by the looks of him, by the looks of his fucking persona. He'd probably be fine.
Is speak to people directly.
Hakeem would get killed for that fucking Twitter thread where he said, "Fuck American soldiers, you're all fucking stupid for, horrible people for joining the army and being getting involved in Iraq and Afghanistan." But then he left a caveat and said, "I can have some sympathy or understanding for the black and indigenous American soldiers who joined the army because of like economic hardship." And he had a bunch of tankies in his replies, calling him like white and shit for basically and doing the meme like, oh, it's okay to commit genocide because you're black or indigenous. So Hakeem would have that thread pulled up to him by Bad Empanada at the fucking retard show trial, and he'd get executed as well. So that this is kind of probably the reason that these guys don't really advocate for translating any of their opinions into reality. That's why that happens. But
and immediately with real-time feedback. And there has never been in the history of like commentary, content, whatever you want to call it, there has never been a medium that allows you to get real-time feedback from an entire audience, a stadium full of people.
Yeah.
I go live every day to, 30,000, 40,000 people. If it's something that's like relevant happening in the news, like Donald Trump getting arraigned, 60,000 people. And every single person has the opportunity to basically write something and have me in front of 60,000 people read it out and respond to it. And I think that's what makes my content very unique. I think that is what is really truly interesting about this, is that like that's why the de-radicalization stuff works well, in my opinion. Well, not de-radicalization, or radicalization stuff works well, in my opinion, on the medium that I'm in, like picking people and moving them away from right-wing politics, reactionary politics, the alt-right pipeline, if you want to call it that. The way I'm able to do that is because I know the most effective talking points, I know the most effective counters.
Is that true? Is that the experience we've been getting on the? I don't. I just know. I know the best talking points. I know the best counters. Hasan, what's your opinion on China and Taiwan? What do you think about Taiwan? Taiwan is a country. Oh god, they're gonna be a million fucking subreddits now. They're gonna call me a China. Oh god damn it! Like, yeah, I know all the best talking points. I know all the best points. I know all the good words. I know all the best words to say. Yeah. Okay, dude.
I can do that by directly talking to people, and others with similar perspectives can get and develop a different opinion on these subjects in real time.
Basically, what Hasan is saying is that he should pay his chat, because thanks to chat, the show is actually good. But, it's pretty incredible that people like us, have found a model in which we get to like put food on our table while we spread our ideas and, trick the market into quite literally allowing us to grow bigger and faster by the month, so that we can proliferate more and more anti-capitalist rhetoric. The capitalist will sell us the very rope we will hang them with, blah, blah, blah.
Is that what's going to happen? Listen, good luck, sport. Trick them. Is that what you're doing? But don't they also say that they're just entertainment? That what they do isn't revolutionary action? Didn't they say that at a different point in this? I love that you get to have both at once. You get to do the LARP. We're tricking the market, but also listen. This is just entertainment. If you want the revolution, it's obviously not going to come from us. Obviously, Imagine talking about politics, but also doing politics. Anyway, is this channel? I feel like these were selectively clipped. This is like some of the most boring content I've ever seen in my entire life. Yeah. Is this all they talk about? Just like, do they?
Some have been, and I proudly
the
say
picture,
deservingly super
cool,
successful at this model, such as yourself, such as JT as well, such as one day this podcast, or to an extent even now, or like fucking insanely big shit like Chapo Trap House and others. Again, continuing in the line of aesthetization and
they just
and all of
us on
this.
for an hour.
I remember watching the shit show, which was the U.S. elections a few years ago through your stream, and I remember it peaking at like over 200,000 like consecutive viewers at some point.
Oh, okay, we're about to start. Okay. Wow, that was huge. I'm so happy someone sent me that video. It was incredible. Where's the boy video? I want to watch that. I feel like we're just catching up on so much. Hasan meme. Is Lernerbox a socialist or a communist? I don't know. Listen, for the millionth time, I've got my own opinion on what I am. Okay, it's fine. I'm just gonna stop telling people. I'm just gonna be like, just listen to what I'm saying and just decide for yourself, and come to the logical conclusion that I am, in fact, a conservative and a fascist, and probably a jihadist. I definitely need toast. Okay, hang on. Should I put something on in the background? Is that cheeky? I don't think I want to do that. Yeah. Independent thinker. I'm okay with calling myself that because I think it's true. But the problem with people who call themselves independent thinkers is they're usually like incredibly stupid and incredibly right wing, which I don't think I am. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like being independent thinker is, it's the problem with it is that it's not inherently a good thing, which is probably okay. It's just descriptive. That's all it is. Like Russell Brand is an independent thinker. He doesn't really fall neatly into any category. Even when he's doing the conspiracy theory stuff, he doesn't do it like the other ones. So yeah, I don't know. Like the guy screaming bullshit into your ear at the fucking pub is an independent thinker. Lots of people are. Like lots of people have like a very bizarre mix of like left and right wing opinions. So yeah, it's not necessarily a good thing. Play some non-copyrighted sound from the YouTube sound library. Oh yeah. I never think to do that. What does that look like? What is the YouTube sound library? I've never actually Can you just have a playlist? But does it? I don't want bullshit though. I want like I want good tunes. I don't want like whatever the fuck this is. Funky music, bright music, happy music, inspirational music. I don't want this. Can they not have genres? This is closer to genre. Okay. I don't know. What do we think? What's the ambient like? I just don't like it. Royalty-free classical guitar. I've got my own. Yeah, I just don't like this. I don't like it at all. Boring. Alternative and punk. This is alternative or punk. Okay. Okay. This is so punk. Yeah, fuck it. It's ridiculous. I think we should just go with Sigma affirmations. That's a really good suggestion. Psychodynamic. It's the smartest thing you've ever said. Because that was horrible.
Not sure why you're special.
There you go, chat.
This is Alex from Mindful Wave Studio.
This guy. This fucking
Many
guy.
Sigma males don't know why they're special.
That's true.
We have a unique set of skills and qualities that set us apart within
I'll see
the
you in a
social
minute, guys.
hierarchy. In many ways, we are the most interesting and attractive type of man. Mysterious, introverted, intelligent, independent, charismatic in unpredictable ways. Listen to these affirmations to discover your strengths, understand your mysterious self, and dominate life. Let's begin. I am a lone wolf. I decide the rules of my inner and outer kingdom. I am a loner, and this gives me strength, courage, and authenticity. I am a lone, dangerous lion. I can walk across a savanna full of packs of hyenas without a moment of doubt or hesitation. I am in competition with my previous self and no one else. I have total freedom. I have no master, and I take orders from no one. I come and go into any social circle and situation as I please. I live without consequences. I am skilled at listening to my own deepest heart's voice for the answers. I am a wolf among sheep. When I enter a room of strangers, people stop and think, who is that strange man? Me going against the grain is the best thing for society's evolution. When women say they are attracted to intelligence, I am what they imagine. My silence is a vacuum that does crazy things to people in social situations. I choose to opt out of this silly little race everyone seems to be unhappily participating in. I know I can step outside of the rat race at any moment.
The way it works best is if you repeat what he's saying after he says it in the chat. That's the way it works best, guys. That's what makes you more Sigma. It instills the affirmations, embeds it into your brain.
I am courageous enough to know what is good in my heart, not because any authority figure tells me to. I live to stand alone and create something better than what we have right now.
Okay. Where the fuck is this fucking Hasan boy? Is it this? Is this it? Why has no one found it? I thought it was like the big one that too lazy to toast his bread. Yep, fuck you. Where is the thing though? I swear people were sharing it around when they said, I think it was Wicked Supreme, because he said that like he watched my videos on Hasan, but he also watched this boy one. Hang on, I think I know where to look. I know where to look. There are like 10 of the, yeah, I know. That's why I don't know which one it is. Apparently there was also there was also just a bit more what am I even saying? There was a bit more, I've completely forgotten anyway. Oh, there's more content in that on that Leftovers podcast as well. What if I just go Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna find it though. I don't think I'm gonna find it. Let's see, boy. Hasan, boy, Taiwan. It's raspberry jam, you assholes. All right. Chomsky, Ukraine. I don't know. How do I get through Reddit, guys? Fuck. I don't know. I'm not gonna find it. Let's just go with leftovers. Because apparently there was more interesting stuff on it. Yeah, Led Zeppelin. Whoa. It sounds so much like it, doesn't it?
Hello. We are all domestic terrorists.
That's right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are all domestic terrorists.
And I got myself a tasty coffee with that flavored cream in it.
Yeah.
Goes good.
All different flavors.
Dude, I feel like the skinnier you get, the better you get at debates. And you've owned me too hard. Let's just get it out of the. Let's just start off by saying, this is the last episode of Leftovers.
Yeah, after our last episode,
Yeah.
in the heated debate that we had, I realized that I was a class traitor, and that
I don't know why people said that, because that's a good thing in your situation to be a class.
I don't think they meant it like that.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
I like what you're saying though.
You'd be like Engels, you know what I mean? Like the guy who co-authored it and was facilitating it, but also had a factory. You know what I mean?
He would be just like Engels. And Hasan would be just like Karl Marx. That's true.
That's not a bad thing. Engels was a class traitor.
That's right. That's me. I'm Engels.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But there was crazy fallout from our last episode, which is kind of nuts because ignoring all that though, it seemed like a lot of people did like the conversation. I myself am pretty ignorant on the methods of governing and histories and all that. So I do think this conversation of, I'm not even going to say capitalism because that seems to trigger people. I'm just going to say social democracy. Because when people hear me say capitalism, they shit their fucking britches.
Yeah, because there's a lot of, well, first of all,
even though they're basically the same, they're the same thing, social democracy is capitalism. And even though I feel like of all people, the only other person I've heard say this is Chud Logic. But I agree with it. At the end of the day, 99% of us, you guys in chat, we're all just functionally liberals, right? Unless you're actually doing something that is, or advocating for a certain policy or action that isn't compatible with liberal democracy. Even if you're just advocating for it, if you're not doing it yourself or taking any action to let it happen, you're kind of just if you're completely compatible with liberal democracy, then you're just a liberal, functionally. Even all these fucking anarchists who talk as much as they do about mutual aid and shit like that, most of them aren't doing it. So they're liberals. Even if you go and stream and just talk about mutual aid all day, but then you go back and just you go to the shops, you go to do you vote sometimes, maybe you don't even vote, but yeah, you're just functionally a liberal. Or if you're a socialist or even a market socialist and you want workplace democracy or social wealth funds, well, those are all compatible with liberalism. Unless do you want to make it illegal for people to own a business? Do you want to expropriate businesses that already exist? Well, okay, even if you say you want that, that's not happening. Not in this old world. Not in English speaking fucking America or the UK. So what? That also, you can say that, but you're still functionally a liberal. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it's a good observation. I want to flesh it out more, maybe, but it seems very. It seems basically true from my understanding of the way people are online who call themselves like anarchists or socialists. But I don't know.
We're online. So no matter what you say, people are going to be very passionate about it. One of the things that I do quite frequently is yell at people to be normal, because people just have no fucking way of being normal online. So there's that problem. And then the other side of it is like, there's a lot of, baby socialists out there who are like on their own journey. Okay. And they get like really passionate. And the goal always is like, oh my God, we have to convert every single person to socialism immediately.
Or anyone to the right of me is part of the problem.
There's that too, but of course,
Are conservatives functionally liberals too? If you're talking just conservatives, I'd say kind of, but like if you're a Trumper, no. Trumpists are not functionally liberals because they don't believe in like democracy. So functionally they're not, but I think just like your average conservative who's not like a crazy fucking Trumper is probably mostly compatible with liberalism as well. Yeah. I would say so, yeah.
It takes a while. It takes a while to engage in any kind of movement building, and it's something I stress quite a bit.
It's hard to tell how much of it
movement building.
Anyway, regardless, I was actually invigorated by the conversation, in that
I feel like you're just saying the status quo is liberal. No, I'm not. I'm not saying the status quo is liberal. It is, but what I'm saying is that people who call themselves revolutionaries or whatever the fuck, or anarchists or whatever the fuck Hasan thinks he is, if there's nothing about your behavior and your activism that is incompatible with liberal values, then you are functionally just a liberal. I don't think you have to call yourself a liberal. Like, you can identify as a socialist because you find the rhetoric more appealing, or you find that the priorities that a socialist might have might lead you in a direction that best pursues your values. Like, there's a reason that a lot of like pro-union rhetoric comes more from socialists than from liberals, because that whole tension of labor and capital is like very much centerpiece in socialist thought and the collectivism, and that's why you would see a lot of like unionists have like that very socialist aesthetic and socialist rhetoric, like Mick Lynch. Even though again, Mick Lynch is not a socialist, not like he's like a reformist maybe, but you can say that. But again, like unions, there's nothing inherently socialist about a union. So
I don't know what I'm talking about. And so I've been thinking about our conversation a lot, and I've been educating myself a lot, and I want to continue the conversation today, but I don't.
Because one more thing, people who call themselves like real leftists, like they work very hard to distinguish themselves from liberals. When you dig further into them, like into the more Marxist Leninists or the theory heads or all these people on like YouTube and shit, they're not wrong. They distinguish themselves. Nick said he was a socialist talking to James O'Brien, but he sees himself as a reformist. He doesn't advocate for anything that you couldn't do in a capitalist liberal democracy, unless there's something he said that I don't know about. But like the Labour Party calls itself socialist. That's still a thing. Yeah. But when you take these people who work very hard to distinguish themselves from liberals, I feel like what you often get is eventually there comes a point where like liberal values become a problem, like property rights, right? Like a leftist who distinguished themselves from a liberal would say that private property rights are not a right at all, that property should either be held by the collective or by the state. And that would mean that if you don't respect private property rights, that means like expropriation is probably okay. It's probably okay to expropriate landlords, business owners, small business owners, like all that shit, right? So that's very incompatible with liberal values. Or even there, I don't know if you know this, but like with the Professor Flowers and the decolonization like leftists, they call human rights like liberal bullshit, right? They think human rights is like a liberal like nonsense claim. And they think that some people don't have human rights to like property or even like a level of safety, right? Because they think it's okay to evict and deport people if they're descended from colonizers, like white South Africans. Private property and personal are different. That's why it's important to understand that. That's why I said expropriate businesses, landlords, and small businesses. That's all private property. None of that is personal property. That's why I said that. Yeah, obviously. Yeah.
I want to have a debate. I want to have like I want to go
Discourse.
on a fact-finding journey for myself about how socialism is addressing certain issues versus social democracy.
Okay.
And to understand from you, a socialist, what really that is and how would it be, enacted. Dan, are you a socialist, would you say?
Yeah.
I'd broadly I'd say so, sure.
Dude, we're about to get executed after this. Ethan's called.
Dude, everybody was riding for you guys.
This is Ethan's McCarthy trials.
Whoa.
It's like, would you say you're a card-carrying communist? Okay, very good.
No, being a socialist is cool, apparently, online.
No, dude. It's like
sick.
there
No, he's
are.
right.
Don't even try to contradict that, Hasan. You fucking idiot. Of course it is. Yeah. Maybe 10 years ago, it was a little bit uncool to be a socialist, but not even 10 years ago, like 15. Oh, God. Like, obviously, come on. Like, it's not as if the, you didn't become the biggest political streamer doing shit like this on something that's not cool, right? Fuck.
What?
As
super cool.
It is
for as
dope.
many
It's
for
cool.
as many
It's
like
dope. It
very
is cool.
well, of course there's a
'Cause
lot of
you're
there's
for
a
the
lot of people here.
bro.
There's a lot of people here that would be like there are very few places online where you can just be like out and about and openly defend any kind of economic organization, society beyond capitalism without a tremendous amount of scrutiny.
Well, I got
we do exist
roasted
under a
in our
capitalist
community.
dogma. Well, of course, the other side was defending you. That's why you didn't notice it. You know
See,
what I
that's
mean?
not good though. I don't want Tim Pool defending me or whoever. I didn't watch all. I didn't watch all the.
No, I don't think Tim Pool did anything.
Absolutely.
But one of his commanders, the guy who's like always the really weird like failed musician guy.
That I think
was, like-
describes all of them.
Yeah, that's true.
But I want to better represent my position because I don't really know a lot, and I feel like I've done a lot of research in the week following.
Let the conversation
So,
What did you do? What did you read? What kind of research did you
I
do?
had a very in-depth conversation with
question.
ChatGPT.
Respect. Okay, that's good.
I asked it really kind of.
Well, Ben Shapiro thinks it's socialist, like ChatGPT socialist. So
Right.
like ChatGPT probably
ChatGPT
Lenin.
is
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
ChatGPT keeps
Bro, Keffels is. Remember Keffels? Keffels is on an anti-tanky crusade. This is so funny. What the fuck? Remember this person, this moron who said that puberty blockers were just there to appease fucking conservative mums, that they're not actually like necessary for trans medicine for youths. I'm like, okay. She's also a massive tanky, and I think you think Ethan watched Destiny? Maybe. I don't know.
The funny thing is, though,
Charlie Kirk paid me $3,000 to be at that debate and laugh in his face. And I don't think Keffels is getting paid $3,000 to watch it. I mean, maybe she is. So good on you if I guess that's what you're getting. But, like, at least I have an excuse, you know?
Okay, I don't care.
It's so real. You don't even
Yeah,
know.
ChatGPT Lenin pilled you.
So,
yeah.
Is Lenin a socialist or a social democrat?
No, that's Lenin is the revolutionary figure that is probably more important than Marx even.
What's his deal? He's just he's just a socialist?
Yes, he's the first. Like, I mean, we're the father of the USSR.
That was a nice legacy to have.
Could have been.
I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
Could have
been. No.
Were it not for those damned whites, am I right, Hasan? It would have been fine. Were it not for the whites.
No, there's nothing. I don't think it's that controversial to say.
And the Ukrainians, and the pesky Kazakhs, and the pesky Baltics, and the pesky Romanians.
Say that, like.
Yeah, I mean USSR, or well,
and the pesky Russians who didn't believe in the same thing they did.
Joseph Stalin was basically whatever. That's not what I want to get into right now.
Stalin definitely had a lot of issues, I will admit.
First, I want to say that
why is he so? His vocabulary just becomes so soft and neutral when he's talking about fucking Stalin and China and shit. Why? What happens to all the colorful fucking adjectives and the fury when it's the United States? I love it when the United States does a thing. He will just list every possible, like, crime against humanity, war crime, fucking genocide and all that. Like, he'll just list all these fucking mad things that usually don't really apply to the particular thing he's talking about anyway. But, yeah, Stalin, yeah, he did some bad things. Not gonna... By the way, like, I tell you about these fucking disgusting food bank system in the United Kingdom. Yeah, okay.
I promote my shit all the time on the show, so
issues.
now I want to give Hasan a shout out.
There's no reason to promote it. It's already all sold out.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Good for you.
New ideology drop, immediately sold out. Kind of annoying that it sold out so quick, but I'm sorry, except for the hoodie that I'm wearing currently. That's it.
Which one is that?
This one? Haas anger management one. Yeah.
Get the president on the phone, quick.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to hear it.
Buy, sell.
Yeah.
Sell.
No, literally, yeah, that's the vibes.
Buy
That's
it
the vibes.
now.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Nice. Good for you. Scum. Capitalist scum.
I fucking love it, dude.
It's just, I can't, every time now, I need to bring it up. This letter is authentic, okay? People disagree about what he means by one particular word, but he did the... it is obvious that a white guard insurrection is being prepared in Nizhny. You must strain every effort. Appoint 3 men with dictatorial powers. Yourself, Markin, and one other. Organize immediately mass terror. Shoot and deport the hundreds of prostitutes who are making hundreds of the soldiers, former officers and the like, drunkards of the soldiers. Yeah, he said some mad shit. What else do we have? I feel like this essay always takes ages to load. Fucking red pill Lenin. That's why the logo's red.
I'm just kidding. I know you work with unionized people for that. Of course, teddyfresh.com is that sale going on. Support my exploited workers today.
Still?
It's ongoing. Most of it is gone, but it's worth a browse. All right, so I don't want to do all this news shit. I want to get straight into it. Oh, I have a separate doc. Okay, that's why I didn't see it. Hold on.
This man has his own doc, dude.
Oh,
well, no,
shit.
because I put
you got some notes. That's fair.
What email is this? I say let the conversation begin. All right, let me just share.
While you're looking for that, though,
can I just said chat CCP?
Chat CCP. That's good.
That's really good.
That's funny. I love that.
I'll just announce some breaking news I saw right before we went live. But Rupert, our boy Rupert, did not die.
Yeah, he died.
He didn't die.
Can only hope.
But he has stepped down. The Rupert Murdoch era is officially over.
I've seen enough secession to know that he's going to come back.
That's actually not a bad assessment.
He's not going to lose.
Yeah, Lackland is the fail son. He's not going to be able to fucking pull through.
Yeah.
It's bullshit.
Where's my document?
Dude, first he got cucked by Tucker Carlson and then like had to divorce his fiance that he was going to get married to, and now he's like leaving his empire behind. What's happening to Rupert, man?
Ruby, you've lost your touch, brother.
The guy I had sex with who smoked crack with me.
That's what he wants to do in his retirement.
Yeah.
He wants to go out with style. Okay, here it is. I found it.
That would be so much better than whatever the fuck he did up until this very moment.
Smoke crack and die.
Whoa. Just like go out in style. You don't even need to die. Just like have gay sex, do crack, you know.
I would do in my retirement. I wouldn't mind doing heroin.
Really?
Just to ease out.
I feel like
Just
everyone talks about this.
Just fucking, because like, who cares
Many
if
people
you get
are
all
saying
strung
this.
out? And it's like, who gives a fuck?
You're like you're making an argument.
You're making
for,
the best of your time.
You're making an argument for palliative care, which I feel like.
What is that?
It's like end of life, like death care, basically.
Is that hospice care? They do that.
No, I feel like there's this assessment from economists that there's going to be a major, and it's already started, a major boom in the geriatric care and palliative care.
All the boomers are done.
Because like the last, like what you would consider middle class of America is all in the boomer side. I mean boomer like in a boomer zoomer terminology. I mean like anyone over the age of fucking 50.
Like actual baby boomers.
They're not actually, some of them are baby boomers. But they are all the people that are like desperately holding on to like whatever assets they have remaining.
Yeah.
So now they have money and they're the only people that have money. So you have to figure out how to like
get it.
Wasn't this one of the biggest seas in the world? The Aral Sea? God, they fucked it so hard, didn't they? Like, this was a man-made occurrence. As the rivers that fed it were diverted and blocked and irrigation and shit. They just didn't think about. Look at it. Fourth largest. God, they smashed it, didn't they?
meet their needs.
How do we get it from them?
By insanely expensive.
We should make a
care and
hospice
shit
care.
like that.
We should get their money, bro.
Oh, we should jack up the price of
Let's
hospice
get
care
their
to kinda
fucking money.
extract
dude.
all that money.
Yo, that's my money. Give it to me, bro.
Yeah.
Here, take this fentanyl and shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I feel like that would be pretty fire though, like what you're saying.
No, but seriously, what's the drawback to just going full heroin? Because listen, there's a reason people get addicted to it because it is good. It's fun.
Well, wouldn't you argue that morphine might be better?
But like,
Heroin?
there's massive consequences.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the same drug.
Right, in a way.
It's just
that
a matter
already
of
happens
intensity
with morphine
but
trips.
there's no drawback because obviously you don't want to be an addict during the middle of your life. You have there's so much you need to do, and being a heroin addict is just not compatible with living a normal life. But if you're in a retirement home, then
I feel like it's also more ethical than the
Let's
way that
get
they
it.
currently operate those places because it's like full of fucking theft and like
our
assault.
boy David P&P is making a cleaning, dude, suing all these elderly homes. Anyway, let's move on. Let's
There's
get
a lot of
on.
awful
We have a
shit
lot to
happening there.
discuss.
We have a lot to discuss.
But we should get into that.
But like run an elderly care facility.
And then all the fans can send their parents.
Yeah.
And we'll kick it back to them. We'll give
and
them
we'll
half.
just fucking give him heroin. And then the goal is we take
Kill them
half of
fat.
the inheritance. We take half of the inheritance, and then the other half goes to the.
Did you get to the part where Ethan asked basic questions about how market socialism and co-op and enforcing worker co-ops would work, and Hasan can't answer anything? Well, that's because there's only one correct answer, and Hasan can't say it to Ethan's audience, which is that the government would have to allocate funds. And that would only be for transitional. The other half of it about corporations and businesses that already exist that are private and private ownership like landlords, you would either have to just tolerate it and just hope for a smooth transition until it dies out and stop future ones from coming up, or you would just have to expropriate them, the ones that already exist, which is a bit of violence, a bit violent.
The children.
It goes back to them because they weren't going to get that money.
And that way, it doesn't even get hit by the estate tax because we already fucking taxed them.
Found it.
Boom.
Genius shit. All right. First, I want to make this
People say
clear.
capitalism is not innovative, but we just innovated under capitalism.
I agree.
So fucking true. That's the entrepreneurial spirit.
I
right
agree.
Yeah, this is some dude. By the way, Gary Vee is gonna do this.
You might already.
Yo, I've got a great idea. Let's make NFT critters out of your dead grandparents, you guys.
Bro, you know, I saw like a statistic. I don't know how fucking true it is, but like, I mean, it feels very real. 95% of the NFT marketplace is now $0.
Yeah.
Like, it's collapsed entirely.
Of course it is.
Oh, I saw
So
that.
crazy how none of those people, none of those fucking charlatans that were advocating for this shit and trying to get you to hold the goddamn bag have been punished for it, including Gary Vaynerchuk, as a matter of fact.
Including
so many.
Including Destiny.
On the V Friends front.
Perspectives.
Dude, it's like it should be studied how fast the
Would you be okay with a bit of violence if it would end up in true socialism? No. What do you mean a bit of violence? Like, what the fuck does that mean? What's true socialism mean? What a weird question. I don't know. Like, I feel like people who would make that concession, one, you have to assume that you're right, that it's going to lead to a better world. It might not. We don't know. We've not really been there before. And two, a bit of violence is never, to achieve a just end, is never really a bit of violence, because if the just end isn't reached, then you just have to keep doing more violence. I don't agree. It's the MLK thing. I don't agree with using immoral means to achieve moral ends, because the immoral means tend to produce immoral ends, and then you have to do more immoral. Yeah, it's just not the kind of behavior you want to normalize, because you have to assume that you're very, very correct on a lot of things. Yeah.
media jumped on that train and was like, or at least alternative media outlets
Have you considered this, though?
jumped on it and were like pushing for it.
Have you considered this?
Fortune favors the brave. Don't show that to me. I'm gonna buy crypto right now, dude.
Have you considered that Matt Damon thinks fortune favors the brave, aka the dumb?
Matt Damon, son
AKA the
of
bro.
a like activist teacher, actually legitimately like a pretty, like back in the day at least, like old die-in-the-wool lefty, fucking shilling cryptocurrency. You can't, you know.
Fortune favors the brave, my friend. All right, so one thing I want to make clear before we engulf on this conversation is that me and you pretty much have like 95% crossover in terms of like our goal for the welfare of the people of our utopian society.
Yeah.
I mean, my guiding hope in social democracy is that you can take the both of best worlds of socialism and capitalism and create a world where the poorest are cared for, where people can get free education, where people can get free housing, or not free, but guaranteed housing, where they get a guaranteed education, higher education, and all this stuff. Okay.
Mhm.
So let's talk about this. Now, my first question is this. Given that, you know, in a social democracy, we can regulate things like taxes, housing, higher education, sharing jobs, and all this kind of stuff, what are the problems in social democracy that we need socialism to address? What is it socialism does that social democracy doesn't do?
So, social democracy is still capitalist, with you know, serious, severe market regulations, right?
Severe.
Some forms of viable social democracies you can point to right now is places like Norway, an example I use regularly. The issue is twofold. One, social democracies don't address some of the domestic problems because when there's still capital accumulation.
But which domestic problems?
Domestic problems such as labor issues, homelessness, like there's no way to fully eradicate that because the inherent class contradiction between the owner class and the labor class still
I feel like
exists.
that's an assumption. I don't know that that's true. That there's just going to be, there's not going to be homelessness in socialism, but there will in social democracy.
Well, the idea is,
I'm pretty sure there is still homelessness in Scandinavian countries, but didn't Finland basically resolve it to a point that where if you're homeless, it's kind of just by choice because there are so many avenues available to not be homeless? The people who can't who are homeless are doing it because of some like not because there's any lack of support, but because of like extraneous things, like there's mental health issues or something like that, or just because they don't want to be, yeah. What's the has homelessness ever been curbed better than that though? People say the Soviet Union had no homelessness, but I just don't believe it. I just think people lie. I don't know. I've never actually looked into it, so maybe we'll go with an open mind, but I'm pretty sure if you didn't work in the Soviet Union, you would get jailed, and they had plenty of forced labor to that social democracies like fucking Finland don't actually have. But let me see. Maybe this discourse will come up a bit more, so who knows? We might want to be prepared. Housing in the Soviet Union. When's this from? All right. This is in the 80s. Housing regarded as a social good, while in the United States, it's treated as a commodity. To understand the important difference, it's necessary to briefly examine the American. Okay, I don't care about that. The Soviet Union has also improved its housing conditions since World War II. Indeed, the 1977 Constitution guarantees Soviet citizens the right to housing. Article 44 affirms this right is ensured by the development and upkeep. Wait, what? By the development and upkeep of the state. Okay. And socially owned housing, and by assistance for cooperative and individual house building, by fair distribution under public control of the housing that becomes available through fulfillment of the program of building well-appointed dwellings, and by low rents and low charges for utility services. But despite real progress over the last 30 years, the Soviet Union still has a long way to go to reach the level of housing comfort that exists in the United States. Nevertheless, Soviet leaders who view housing as a social good proudly point to the following achievements. 2 million units built in 20 years. It is hard to imagine how long people would have to wait for good new housing if a powerful building industry had not been created. Housing is built mainly at the expense of the government and is allocated free to people on the waiting list without any key money or down payment. Lowest rent tariff in the world was fixed in the USSR. It has not been raised since. Okay, that's all right. The average sum that a family pays for its dwelling plus communal services does not exceed 3% of its monthly budget. The rent itself only covers a third of state expenditure. 11 million Soviet citizens move into new dwellings or improve their housing standards yearly. Housing can, of course, be built for profit, but in the USSR, it is built to meet the people's needs. Homes are therefore not an object of commerce. Housing is not treated as a commodity. $25 million were homeless. I know that comes from this article. I know. I'm just going through it. Just be patient. God damn it. In assessing Soviet housing accomplishments, however, much depends on whether the USSR is viewed as an industrialized or a developing nation. Okay, whatever. Underdeveloped economy. We know all this. Housing conditions worsened under Soviet rule. During the 1918 to 21 Civil War, urban housing fell into ruinous neglect. With no fuel deliveries from the countryside, workers, many of whom lived in partitioned apartments formerly belonging to the nobility and members of the bourgeoisie, ripped up and burned wooden floors and door frames to stay alive during the winter. When the war ended in 1921, most municipalities lacked the means to administer the housing stock and make repairs. This forced the new regime to return part of the housing that was nationalized in 1917 and 1918 to its former owners. I'm guessing if people talk about the Soviet Union being good for housing, they'd be referring to like 60s onwards, wouldn't they? Much of the housing in the Soviet Union consists of privately owned single-family homes. The Stalinist policy of rapid industrialization combined with forced collectivization of the countryside, which began in 1929, drove millions of peasants from their farmlands to the new industrial sites and converted small towns into large cities. The urban population increased from 26.3 million December 2026, 1926, Jesus, to 56.1 million. Whoa, almost double. Housing conditions in cities deteriorated precipitously. Many of the newcomers lived in barracks or shacks, or, if they were fortunate, in communal apartments with one or more families to a room. Whoa. By 1981, the urban population had increased to 186.9 million. In 1926, the Soviet Union had only 2 cities with populations over 1 million. In 1981, it had 23. The waves of people flooding into towns and cities to work in new industries during the first 3 5-year plans, 29 to 41, greatly overburdened the existing inadequate housing facilities. The first 5-year plan, 29 to 32, is that 5 years? Okay. Had projected a 33% increase in urban housing space, but only 16% was built. Damn. Housing production was sacrificed in favor of large investments in heavy industry. The intentional underinvestment in housing and other urban services was a cornerstone of Stalin's industrial policy, as living space declined from 61.3 square feet per person in 1926 to 49 square feet in 1940. Damn. Thus, early Soviet housing policy followed the pattern of Western capitalist countries, where similar squalid housing conditions existed during the early stages of industrialization. So far we're kind of mirroring the Industrial Revolution, okay? Capital investment in housing for the 1930s was governed by 2 factors. First, the total investment capacity of the USSR, a capital-poor nation, was severely limited and stretched the breaking point by the unrealistically high goals set by Stalin. Second, within the confines of the capital investment structure, Stalin gave a low priority to housing construction, as he did to other consumer industries. Gregory Grossman, a Berkeley economist, estimated that the Soviet government purchased 2 years of industrial investment by permitting a reduction of some 40% in the housing standards of urban workers. So they downgraded housing standards and living space for industrial investment. Okay. The German invasion of the Soviet Union in June 1941 made an already intolerable housing situation even worse. The war caused widespread property destruction in the European part of the USSR. According to Soviet figures, 1,700 cities, towns, and urban settlements were fully or partially destroyed, as were many thousands of villages. More than 25 million people were left homeless. So this is after the war that 25 million comes from. That's why you don't just look at Google quickly, because if I looked at homelessness in the Soviet Union, I think the first thing that just comes up is this like, oh, I don't even know what I looked up anyway. Despite the war's devastation of the housing stock, Stalin's primary goal was to rebuild and expand heavy industry as rapidly as possible. Housing and other consumer efforts had to wait. It wasn't until Stalin's death, okay, so up until 1950, we kind of just have a kind of shit show, but Khrushchev wrote that the leadership really faced up to the problem of how serious our housing shortage was, and it was critical. In 1950, the per capita living space in urban areas was 52.7 square feet. That year, the state built only 38.4% of all housing, consisting chiefly of low-rise apartment units built by conventional construction methods such as bricklaying and casting in place at the building site. Does that mean that the other percentage of housing was like pre-existing private housing? Khrushchev's solution for eliminating the housing shortage, which the Communist Party program of 61 unrealistically predicted would be overcome by 1980, was for the state to build as many urban units as quickly and cheaply as possible. Quality was to be sacrificed for quantity. Khrushchev asked, do you build 1,000 adequate apartments or 700 good ones? And would a citizen rather settle for an adequate apartment or wait 10 to 15 years for a very good one? The leadership must proceed from the principle of using available material resources to satisfy the needs of the people as soon as possible. By more than doubling the capital investment in housing for the 6 5-year plan, 1956 to 1960, The number of housing units built increased from 1.5 million in 1956 to 2.7 million in 1959, the highest yearly total ever achieved in the USSR. So this is their golden age of building houses, I guess. Khrushchev built cheaply, mainly 4- and 5-story walk-ups. He lowered the ceiling to 8.2 feet. Oh my god. I love my high ceilings. No fucking way am I going to 8.2 feet ceiling. Ugh. Made the rooms small and the corridors narrow, and upset the public by combining the bathroom and toilet in one chamber. Do they mean bathroom as in the bath? Okay. Although these buildings became known as Khrushchev's slums, they served an important purpose at the time by easing the housing crunch. Since 57, the country has built an average of more than 2 million housing units a year, an enviable achievement in consistency. This eased the housing shortage over the years, but did not eliminate it. Khrushchev also brought radical changes to the construction industry. Standardized prefabricated housing parts and wall-sized load-bearing panels made from pre-stressed concrete replaced the conventional building materials of brick, steel, and lumber. This change permitted production to continue during the long and severe Russian winter. It also greatly reduced the need for skilled labor, which was in short supply. 12-foot preferable. My ceiling is insanely high. I don't even know if it's 12 feet. Maybe, yeah. Probably it wouldn't be 15 anyway, yeah. What does that mean by bathroom and shower, bathroom and toilet in the same, like the bath? They would be it's normal to have them in the same room, isn't it? Yeah. Partial pressure. Thanks for the $4.99. Recording Loner Box read academic articles on the USSR for ASMR tonight. Is it better if I speak slowly? Is it more pleasant if I just feel like I'm rushing? I feel like I could talk better than I currently do, so I'm thinking more about that. Where are we? The use of standardized prefabricated housing parts increased from 1.3% in 1959 to 54% in 1980. In cities with more than 1 million population, it accounted for at least 75% of all construction. Technological advances in the 70s made it possible to erect 9-story apartment buildings in large cities. These buildings helped to limit the urban sprawl created by the low-rise Khrushchev model. In the 1980s, new apartment buildings in major cities will be primarily 12 and 16 stories high, with a smaller number as high as 25 stories in large and middle-sized cities. The construction of 9-story buildings will predominate. Oh. Post-Stalinist leadership's commitment to eliminating the intolerably crowded conditions, dramatic results. Multiple new housing. Okay, so there's a lot of new houses getting built, but it doesn't solve the housing problem. So what does that mean? Does that mean there are actually homeless people, or does that mean that there are just long waiting lists to go between houses? Or a closer look at the new housing reveals construction defects, cracks in the panels, unfinished facades, neglected landscaping, and poor drainage causing water to collect on walks and grounds. Holy shit. Soviet architects, government officials, and citizens are the harshest critics of Soviet construction. Oh no. They complain about the dreariness of building design. The city was built up in a monotonous, architecturally inexpressive way, concluded the USSR's civil construction. Administrator's review of Bratsk, a Siberian city of 200,000. Critics also complain about the poor quality of workmanship in large panel housing construction, cold houses, the wind, water, and dampness that penetrate the walls, and sagging ceilings and floors. One Soviet official explained the situation. There are many reasons for inferior work, but the most typical is the desire to just get done with the project. The main thing is to hand over the building on or ahead of schedule. That is why quality is sacrificed right and left in the scurry to meet the deadline. To meet the deadline on which bonuses depend, buildings are routinely accepted for occupancy before they are fully completed, and the new tenant is annoyed when he has to repair defects, and install missing fixtures. Inferior housing construction is a universal problem, but the Soviet Union must contend with three factors not found in the West. First, the Soviet construction industry has been operating in a seller's market for decades. There are no boom and bust cycles. The demand for residential apartments is so great that the prospective tenant will accept anything that is offered. The only ones left unsatisfied in the seller's market are the customers. In this case, the government pays for housing and the consumer uses it. Second, the Soviet Union has imposed heavy restrictions on the construction industry. Workers must build large quantities of housing as quickly and cheaply as possible, using prefabricated concrete walls in the process. The use of industrially produced parts, primarily the large panel wall bearing system, limited the industry to relatively few types of housing, and thus brought monotony to new housing districts. The use of concrete as the main building component was also a problem. Concrete does not lend itself to sharp lines. As a result, misalignment, unevenness, and ragged edges are common. Whoa. Yet, even within the imposed constrictions, the USSR could build much more attractively designed housing of higher quality. And in some sections of the country, they did, as in Vilnius, Lithuania. Third, and most important, Soviet housing is only one part of a system in which the common denominator of various products is poor styling and quality. Since the government has a monopoly on housing production, as on almost everything else in the Soviet Union, competitive bids for design are rare. Quality and design, therefore, are unimportant to builders who are rewarded for producing according to plan. Since housing remains in short supply and the government is the sole producer, the consumer has little choice but to accept the product when it is offered. Are we enjoying this, chat? I'm enjoying it, but I don't know if you guys are. I don't know how content brained I need to be for my second channel, you know? Because this is really just vibing. Hang on. But I will say, you should probably like the stream. It doesn't cost you anything, you know? Let's quantify the approval. 383 wankers watching this. Wow, that's crazy. That's insane, chat. That's so many of you watching me talk about Soviet housing. Housing in the USSR consists of three categories: housing owned by the state, housing cooperatives, multiple dwelling apartment houses built by the state agencies, and housing that is privately owned. So they had private owned houses. I guess there would be pre-existing housing before the revolution, but The state owns the land and more than 75% of the housing stock in urban areas. It is also in charge of construction and distribution. Privately owned homes are restricted to 645.6 square feet of living space. Since 1964, private homes may be built only in towns with less than 100,000 inhabitants. People living in larger cities are limited to apartments. Consequently, a home with a garden is not a viable alternative for Soviet citizens, so no. The financing of public housing construction and other urban services in many cities and towns comes primarily from central government ministries, not from city governments. Many communities are company towns. Their destiny is chiefly in the hands of directors or of factories belonging to large national industries. Industries, right? In many instances, these factories, not the city, are in physical control of urban services, particularly in new towns. Since the factory's director's job security depends on productivity, housing construction is a low priority for them. Exceptions are found in cities like Moscow, Leningrad, and the Republic capitals, where officials have greater control over revenue sources. But even there, a significant proportion of the financing originates from ministries. As a result of such ministerial control of housing and other cities' functions, there is serious constraint on a city's government ability to plan and improve urban areas. Housing in the USSR is primarily measured by the number of square meters of living space per person, and not by the number of persons per room, a common yardstick in the West. It includes bedrooms and the living room, but not the kitchen, bathroom, corridors, and storage space. Oh, wait, what, really? Their living space didn't include, when they were allocating it, it didn't include the kitchen, bathroom, corridors, and storage space. Living and non-living areas make up the aggregate useful housing space of a dwelling, which accounts for about 2/3 of the total. Each of the 15 republics has determined by law the minimum housing standard for its citizens. In the 1920s, when the per capita living space was 61.3 square feet per person, the legal minimum for the Russian Republic was 96.8 square feet. Per capita, okay. A small area by Western standards. In 1983, the norm was raised to 129.1 square feet, presumably because the minimum was finally but not uniformly achieved nationwide. Of 29 major cities or republic capitals in 1982, 15 averaged more than 96.8 square feet of living space. Moscow and Tallinn, the capital of Estonia, led all cities with 121.6 square feet. Tashkent, the capital of Uzbekistan, and Dushanbe, the capital of Tajikistan, came in last with 75.3 square feet. Okay. Now, we're about to see what housing issues are like in the Soviet Union. The housing shortage. Soviet citizens suffer from the poorest housing of any industrialized nation, principally because so many households still live communally. A household is defined as a married couple, a parental pair with children, a single parent with children, or an individual. Furthermore, housing is no longer the government's primary consumer priority. Oh no. Because I always thought if there's one thing Soviets do well, it was housing, right? That's what always the one thing I thought, or was you hear from people, right? If nothing else, they could get you a house, even if it was shit. Let's see. Ugh. According to Pravda, 2nd of December 1980, about 80% of the urban population in 1980 lived in separate apartments. This meant that at least 20% lived communally. But the report left unsaid that about 5% more, mostly singles, live in workers' dormitories or barracks. Whoa, 5%. The fact that conditions were worse in 1960, when 40% of all families lived communally, is of little comfort to large numbers still living in inadequate conditions. A numerical comparison of units to households is crucial in measuring Soviet housing needs, but this information is not published. The statistical gap is not an oversight. The UN Statistical Yearbook provides such figures for every European country except the USSR. Damn, why wouldn't you disclose your number? Since the numerical relationship between households and dwellings is not available, the next best indicator is a comparison between yearly marriages and the number of housing units built. If more housing units are built annually than marriages registered, and the country possesses an equal or superior number of dwellings over households, then the basis for a good housing situation is present. It does not mean that the nation's housing problems are solved. It does signify, however, that a basic goal has been achieved and that other pressing concerns can receive a higher priority, such as the ability to pay for comfortable housing. In the USSR, this applies to cooperatives, private homes, summer homes, anti-use of bribes, and acquired accommodation state housing. The size of a dwelling, the facilities with which it is equipped, the desirability of the neighborhood or a house, the time it takes to get to and from work, and so on. Between 1973 and 1982, however, 6 million something more marriages were formed in the Soviet Union than housing units were built. Only in Kiev and Minsk in 1982 registered more new dwellings than marriages. Okay, this is maybe less interesting. Hang on. Hmm. This is a long article. Holy shit. Corruption. I'm skipping ahead a little bit. Hang on. Illegality. Interesting. Did it say? Oh yeah, we got conclusions soon. Okay. Just as the housing market has led to a score of illegal practices in the USSR, so have the propiska, the housing allocation process, and the constrictions placed on private home ownership. Since government officials monopolize the supply of housing, it is understandable that housing bureaucrats will be offered bribes. Persons on the waiting list are tempted to jump the queue because doing so can reduce their waiting time from 10 years to 0. Whoa. 10-year waiting time. Okay. For such an act to succeed, blat, influence, or a bribe, or both are needed. It is one of the most frequently cited violations in the housing system. Damn. Another common form of corruption occurs when local party and government officials, plant managers, and other well-placed bureaucrats with connections build and equip oversized homes on illegally assigned plots using stolen building materials, state-owned construction machinery, and labor on the public payroll. Sometimes they own several private homes, though only one is legally permitted to each household, while maintaining a state-owned apartment in the city. Whoa. Housing is an integral part of the reward system of the Soviet society. State agencies holding monopoly in the distribution of housing ration out new units on the basis of occupational work and influence, only secondarily on need. Thus, housing is increasingly becoming stratified between the haves and have-nots, and is also becoming segregated in the cities as different professional groups cluster together in housing complexes financed by their ministries and organization. The poorest housing class in the USSR, the least favored, are the millions clustered beyond the limits of large cities who seek to be let in. In the city, the housing poor are the less favored, living communally or in dormitories. Possessing a legal right to live in the city, they hope that they will receive an apartment of their own. In the meantime, they can profit from the advantages that the city offers in the form of shopping, medical care, and educational and cultural opportunities. Households living in self-contained apartments in newly erected housing districts are much better off. They are the more favored even though they are located far from the center. Commuting to work may take an hour by crowded bus or subway, and shopping where they live is difficult. Most favored are the families living in their own apartments in or near the center of town. Generally, they are the Soviet political, military, security, economic, scientific, cultural, educational, and worker elites. They are the most heavily subsidized because they are paying the same low rent rate as those living communally. Thus, the most advantaged become the beneficiaries of redistributed wealth that they can pass on to their children. Damn! Make the rich pay, dudes. Fuck. Poor housing conditions in the USSR have contributed to the acute labor shortage and high labor mobility. Factories and offices cannot import labor if there is no place for workers to live. Moscow's most serious problem, according to its mayor, is not lack of funds, but a severe shortage of workers and employees whose skills are in great demand but for whom accommodations cannot be found. Soviet society is aging, particularly in the European part of the USSR. The capital and other major cities have a large number of retired people. In Moscow, they constitute more than 1/6 of the population. Pensioners do not consider leaving the urban centers for overcrowded resort towns in the south, like Sochi, and moving to a small town or a rural area is not an attractive alternative because life there would be much more primitive. Now, people who lived in communal homes paid the same rent, apparently, as people who were more well off living on their own. That's wild. Pensioners do not consider leaving large urban centers for overcrowded resort towns in the south, like Sochi. Oh, yeah. The labor turnover rate is high. About 15 million workers in the industry and construction leave their jobs yearly, and millions of workdays are lost. Labor mobility is the highest among singles under 25. Singles who do not live with their parents find accommodations in subleases and crowded dormitories of factories. Few singles receive an apartment, and they have no hope of getting on the waiting list unless they marry. One reason for their frequent change of jobs is poor housing accommodations. Whoa. So people who leave home are not likely to get on the waiting list unless they get married. And they live in dormitories. Okay. Cramped housing conditions also contribute to a decline in the birth rate. Soviet leaders, because of a labor shortage and for military reasons, view their aging population with concern. It has been demonstrated that couples will have their first child even if they live in co-tenancy, but they are less likely to have a second or third if it means greater crowding and a lowering of their living standards. After years of neglect in the mid-1950s, the Soviet regime launched an ambitious residential construction program with the stated purpose of eliminating the severe housing shortage that had forced the majority of urban households to live communally, with numerous families sharing an apartment. The thing is, if you're homeless in the US or like a Western country, it doesn't necessarily mean you have nowhere to stay, right? You can be registered homeless just if you have nowhere like reliably that you're paying rent to or like are leasing out or like that you live in legally, right? So a lot of people who are homeless just sleep in other people's houses, or they have like rooms that they're staying in, or like things like that, or they've even got like in the UK, it's like you get a B&B that's given to you by that you stay in, allocated by the council. Anyway. Now, almost 30 years later, the majority of urban families live in modern apartments of their own, a significant improvement. 30 years later. However, more than 20% of urban households still live communally or in dormitories. Therefore, the promise that every family would have an apartment by 1980 has been postponed until 1990, because the number of dwellings still lags behind the number of households. The rate of construction, which peaked with 2.7 million units in 59, has leveled off to 2 million in the 80s. Since 1969, it has fallen significantly below the yearly number of marriages, compelling most newlyweds to live with their parents, often indefinitely. Whoa. So from the 60s, if you were newly married, you would often just live with your parents indefinitely. Whoa. Is this still conclusion? How long's the conclusion? Okay, there. Where were we? Housing conditions would seriously deteriorate if large urban centers were not legally closed to would-be immigrants, many of whom work in the cities. If ever-present housing shortage is the government's responsibility, the ever-present, okay. It invests heavily in industry, attracting workers and managerial personnel, yet underinvests in housing construction and other consumer services. It restricts consumer choice to high-density apartment-style living in cities and prohibits consumer initiative for private home building in urban centers with a population of over 100,000. In the United States, where most dwellings are privately owned, housing is rationed by price. The home or apartment that one decides to rent or purchase depends on the price that the buyer can afford. The choice quickly narrows to the type of housing and location that is both desirable and affordable. This is democracy by the buck. Those who live in relative comfort in a location that is their second or third choice believe that they, not the market, made the decision. Those who perform poorly in a market economy might prefer living in tax-financed housing, but in New York City, for example, the waiting list for public housing numbered 165,000 families in March 1984. Whoa. In the USSR, the rationing of urban housing is primarily by allocation. More than 70% of all urban units are owned by the state. Bureaucrats decide when, where, and how well one will be housed. A Soviet family living in a modern apartment with a reasonable number of rooms near work and good shopping areas is undoubtedly well satisfied with its housing situation. The apartment, though government owned, is for all practical purposes theirs. It can even be passed down to the children if they remain registered in it, even though they are married and living elsewhere. The fact that housing is distributed free and rent is minimal is very attractive to Soviet urbanites, who do not realize that they are still paying higher prices for clothing and other consumer goods to support the state's huge housing subsidy. Oh, really? Were clothes and consumer goods more expensive in the Soviet Union to make up for their housing subsidies? That's because if it's centrally planned, if they give you a discount on one thing, they can just increase the price of something else. Yeah. They can't really give you a discount on anything because they'd just be cheating themselves. I don't know. The many dissatisfied families with little hope of having an apartment assigned to them have few choices. They can try to buy into a housing construction cooperative, still a few in number and expensive, use influence, attempt a bribe, or enter the housing market in which it is difficult to trade up unless one has good housing to exchange. This group might prefer to purchase private homes in large urban areas. Such opportunities exist in Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary, but will not be offered in the Soviet Union in the near future. The United States and Soviet Union have addressed the housing problem from different ideological viewpoints, but whether housing is viewed as a social good or as a commodity, the people at the lower end of the economic and social scale in both countries are poorly served. Wow. Banging. That was a good little article. I do have a feeling this was like propaganda, though, right? Yeah, what did they do with homeless people then? What's this one about? How is it propaganda? Because I don't think it was true. I think they had a system that pushed the like. I think if you it wasn't if you couldn't work and but if you were of working age, did they not? Wasn't that like often enough to send you into a gulag? Or I don't know. Let's find out. I don't think I trust where I heard that, so I'm not going to go with it. The answer is there were, of course, homeless people in Russia. However, the government persisted in making their existence out to be a myth. But how did you hide dozens or hundreds of people roaming the streets in search of food and shelter? Well, you didn't. You simply gave it a different name. In the early days after the revolution, because if we're talking about how the housing is inadequate, like there's not enough of it being built at a high enough rate, and the waiting lists are really long, like you can assume that there are probably going to be some homeless people. But yeah. In the early days after the revolution, the prevailing view was that and 25 million after the Second World War, unless they all went away by the 80s. In the early days after the revolution, the prevailing view was that the homeless and poor would in time disappear as a sad remnant of the old regime, as soon as the Soviets were done building a welfare state. The Bolsheviks even kept statistics of the issue. The 1926 census counted about some 133,000 individuals begging in the streets. The beggars turned out to almost always be homeless. Okay. The fact is noteworthy because we can see the problem was being given attention. It was studied. Brilliant pieces of research then came out about poverty, the motives, the causes, and the content of this social category, says Elena Zubkova, senior researcher at the Russian Academy of Sciences Institute of Russian History. The new rule then took steps to combat that poverty. It began with small pension schemes for select categories of people, so insignificant they didn't even touch the survival minimum and employment assistance. Meanwhile, the entire strata of Russian society, such as the formerly privileged, were simply refused help. Whoa. However, it soon became obvious that the fight against poverty isn't going as swiftly or effectively as was hoped. Years passed as the state's ideology machine continued to hammer in the belief that the country was on the very precipice of happiness for all. So, how did it deal with the problem again? It simply started referring to it as a defect. In the 1930s, all research was abruptly stopped, with the issue then categorized as a personal one, stemming out of some very perverse choices, on par with alcoholism and prostitution. This is what I thought. I thought that if you were homeless, you were like incorrigible, basically. So they would put you in a gulag or jail or section you, yeah. The USSR Constitution then appeared, containing the claim that the country was successful in establishing the foundation for a socialist society. Then, at the 8th All-Union Congress, Joseph Stalin declared that the root causes behind poverty and unemployment had been eliminated. So how can this be as well if Stalin dies and the first thing Khrushchev says is that we need to get the housing problem sorted out? The fight against homelessness was then transformed into all-out repressions. The poor and the vagabonds were hunted and cast out of the big cities, a practice that had existed since Tsarist days, which contained a ban on particular categories of citizens in St. Petersburg and Moscow. But it was the Bolsheviks that really took the idea of expulsion from the flowering capital to the next level. It was referred to as eviction beyond the 101st kilometer. The measure would often be practiced in the run-up to major national events and celebrations, such as Moscow's 800th birthday in 1947 or the Olympic Games in 1980. The rest of the year, a different procedure was used. The police would pick the beggar off the street and begin to investigate whether they had any relatives, whether Moscow was their place of residence, and so on. In the absence of any relatives, but in the presence of the ability to do physical labor, authorities transferred the individual to the body in charge of employment. The unemployable, meanwhile, were housed in homes for the disabled, or so it went on paper. The scheme absolutely did not work in reality. According to Zubkova, there were major issues with employment, coupled with a catastrophic shortage in disabled homes. They were instead sent to homes for the mentally disturbed. It wasn't difficult to come up with a diagnosis. It was, however, nearly impossible to get out. Then there was the matter of needing somewhere to hold all these people you were questioning. In 1946, the reception and distribution cells appeared, terribly unsanitary and with ungodly conditions. That program did not last long. In 1951, the law on measures in the fight against antisocial parasitic elements came out, stipulating that the homeless were to be sent to specially allocated areas of the Soviet Union for a period of 5 years. Exile, in other words. But it got worse in the 10 years that followed. The Soviets had started to criminally prosecute unemployment, what they called parasitism. And the measure didn't just touch the homeless. Ordinary people whose financial income was unofficial also fit the bill. And if you had no roof over your head, you were sent to prison for up to 2 years. Bro. It's amazing that people just get away with this chat, with all these lies, these damned lies. Almost done. This is a short article. The chaos of the late Soviet years. With such radical changes in place, homelessness had become virtually invisible to the public eye. You couldn't see it in the metro or in the street. Starting from the 60s, they had to hide in basements and attics, in abandoned bomb shelters, and inside the nodes of heating mains without hope of any assistance. To give credit where it's due, social policy governing the issue of homelessness had indeed progressed from the 1930s. Poverty, as a taboo topic, had received its own euphemism in the media, subpar material welfare, and that's where the government got to work. For example, in the 1977 rewrite of the Constitution, the right of every Soviet citizen to a home was instilled. However, according to the same document, the rule was predicated on the development of the state and social housing fund. But that proved insufficient for providing 250 million Soviet people with roofs over their heads. Things had gotten visibly worse toward the late 1980s, when a sharp food and basic necessity deficit in the country led to the creation of a card system. Stamps would be distributed to accommodation services, and in order to gain access to one, you had to have a registered address. Those without could not make use of the stamp program. If one could make an illegal living and earn enough to buy food, the stamp system put an end to that and led to the homeless simply dying. Whoa. Left without a roof over his head at 22, spent several years in Ukraine. Upon return to St. Petersburg, discovered that his relatives wrote him out of the apartment's tenant list. Whoa. Even toward the end of the Soviet Union, authorities were unwilling to reveal the official scope of homelessness. Anatoly Sobchak, who became mayor of St. Petersburg in 1991, declared that there was no homelessness in the city. Moscow Mayor Yuri Lushkov frequently claimed the same thing. Meanwhile, the law against vagrancy disappeared from the criminal code the same year, with the collapse of the USSR. It was so hard to believe that this fucking shithole just managed to eliminate all the homelessness, and like the only people who would ever let you know about it were on Reddit or fucking YouTube. Okay. That's good though. It's good that we know. We now know. Yeah, they pushed it outside the cities. They arrested people, they forced them to work, or they sectioned them. Yeah, it's not quite a way to deal with. And just the amount of people living communally meant that they didn't need to build as many houses as you would need in Western democracy. Yeah. That was fun. Let's go. Hasan, go.
Is that completely abolished?
Like, really, like over 350 people stayed for that entire reading 2 articles. Like, I'm looking at the viewership thing. It's really stable. What the fuck? Guys, you guys are mental. I always wonder, like, how do I get more viewers? You know, what keeps the viewers watching? And it's like reading about homelessness in the USSR. You guys are cool. Thanks. Nice one.
The
Appreciate
profit
you.
motive in certain commodities like housing, for example, will address that problem, because then you're making housing specifically.
Oh, is DGG watching? What does that mean? Does that mean I'm on the big screen or what? I don't know.
For need.
No, they don't do that. They don't host. So okay.
Rather than so you can make money off of existing units.
Right, but there'd be government housing, like for example, like I think that exists in Sweden.
Yeah.
Where if you're homeless,
places.
What?
Yeah, it exists.
Embedded in big. Am I? How do I know this? I don't fucking. Oh. Wait, what? How do you? I don't know how this works. Big screen. Look at these little bastards. Look at them go.
Just everywhere.
So that's what I'm saying. There's not a profit motive. There's a
Uh.
humanitarian effort to house the people that need homes. And
sorry, he was eating a napkin.
you know, so I don't know what you mean that there's homelessness won't exist
this is
in
me
socialism,
here.
but
This is me.
homelessness
Gotcha.
won't
This
exist
is
in
me here.
socialism.
He's eating all your tissues. Sorry.
That's gross.
Disgusting, girl.
Yeah.
Shame on you.
Yeah, she being a nasty girl today.
Better used to do that.
She being a real freak. Sorry, what
Like,
were you
what's
saying?
the homelessness in Sweden? That just as a, I mean.
Oh,
it's gotta
before
be
we look
really
at those
low.
numbers, something to consider, something to remember always is that homelessness is tracked very differently in different countries.
Okay.
So, like,
how is it tracked in the USSR, Hasan? Now that we know,
those numbers will always be. Those numbers can be very different. Like, you could think like, oh, it's so much worse. Like rape statistics in Sweden. If you look at that, I think Love can attest to this too. You'd be like, whoa, what the fuck? It's crazy out there. People are raping like crazy, and it's because they have a different methodology for tracking rape. Like, each individual act of sexual assault is tracked as like is written up as like one individual.
So then
act.
the actual number then isn't that important. But we acknowledge that in a social democracy that's run ideally, the homeless and whoever else needs a home for whatever reason would be provided one. So I don't understand what socialism does better in that case.
At the end of the day, these countries, the social democracies that we were talking about, still have a lot of wealthy individuals, a lot of people who are making money off of finance capital and capitalism in general. And their interests are always going to be to further erode the welfare state as best as they possibly can in an effort to claw back all of those areas that they could still technically
You're
privatize.
putting that on them, but that's not. If you have a strong social democracy, that wouldn't be possible.
Well,
my question to you would be: if everybody's provided for in the society adequately and fairly, then what? Why do you care how much money somebody has?
Because, well, first of all, I don't, but the real reason
I thought socialism wasn't a poverty cult, Hasan.
is not necessarily money, but more so how people make their money. And how people make their money being through capital accumulation is always going to work to erode this nation, the social democratic state that you're mentioning. And the example I will use is Europe. Because, like,
if you say that, though, like, yeah, there are problems with social democracy in Europe, not just because capitalists are fighting it with their wealth. It's because we're an aging population. That's a big part of it. Post-war was a bit easier to provide like levels of, but also, I think if you actually look at welfare provisions, I don't. People say that like the entire 20th century is being rolled back by neoliberals and conservatives. I don't think that's actually the case. I think it's really, really exaggerated. But like people seem to imagine that the welfare state was this fucking godsend. Maybe like the NHS, like waiting lists get longer and all that stuff. But generally, I think I don't even know what you'd look up, like as a percentage of welfare, as a percentage of social spending, or percentage of GDP. UK over time. I know Econoboy has spoken about this before to me. That's where I remember it from. Welfare as a percent of GDP. Is this right? Is this what I'm looking for? The fuck is this? Is this right? Spending as a percentage of GDP. So apparently we spend a lot on defense. Well, we don't anymore. Okay. But this is health, 3%. Pandemic quite high. That's going kind of up. Pensions seem to be going up. What's this fucking purple one? Welfare, 6%. It's not like an enormous change, is it? As a percentage of GDP, I don't think that would matter with inflation, would it? Would it? Wait, are you smart or are you incredibly dumb? Wait. No, I don't think inflation would. Percentage of GDP is what matters. Yeah. I'm so I don't know why I had to think about that. I feel like it's quite obvious. Okay. But in any case, when you say this, like, oh, we shouldn't bank on social democracy because the dirty capitalists will try and get rid of it later. It's like, capitalists have been around and we've made a lot of improvements. We've got union rights, we've got minimum wages, we've got healthcare rights, we've got housing rights to a degree. We've got lots of rights and lots of provisions that we didn't have 100 years ago. So just because some things are getting rolled back or some waiting lists are getting longer at the NHS, or like, it doesn't mean that there's like this general. I don't know why you're saying it, like it's just obviously by Hasan's logic, we would be expected at some point to go back to the Industrial Revolution, where you've got no one taking care of you. If you're homeless and you can't fucking like work or whatever else, you just have to go into a workshop and become a slave for 16 hours just to have a roof over your head. Like that, I don't think we're going back to that. I don't know. Or you have to stand outside the factory and just bargain yourself down to the price of a loaf of bread and work for the day for that. Like, I don't know.
If you look at European social democratic reforms throughout history, things that a lot of people take for granted, even the NHS in the UK, for example, is not immediately privatized, obviously, but it is crippled under conservative administrations deliberately, specifically so that they can inevitably privatize certain aspects of it. It's kind of like how the same neoliberal reforms under the Reagan era wanted to openly starve the beast, the American government, which is why Americans no longer have any sort of confidence in the government to do any kind of social amenities, any kind of offerings, right? Like, you understand, you and I, we both are in the highest tax bracket. We live in Los Angeles, California. We pay a fuck ton of taxes. We pay like European taxes, right?
Yeah.
And the reality is we both recognize...
The UK Conservatives want to privatize the NHS. Whoa, shit. It's not as much of a fucking concerted conspiracy that these people make it out to be, but I think there are MPs who would like it to happen, or they want to privatize parts of it. I think, are there not some hospitals that are on like the stock market, or like some particular health services that are on the stock market that used to not be? I don't know. But let's see, is it Our World in Data? GDP, Our World in Data. I need to remember these fucking websites. I need to actually learn econ. That's what I gotta do. That'll be based. What we got here? Social spending as a share of GDP from 1880 to, I don't think we need 1880, because 1930, okay? I know this because I think it was like Second Thought who did some video about how some French neoliberal prime minister just gutted the entire social spending system, but it's like, not really. Aging population is a big problem. Sweden has had problems, so we can go and isolate. When I talk about neoliberalization fucking a country's otherwise quite good welfare state, you could point to this, no problem, right? Wasn't this when they nationalized their banks? But it's not like all hell's broken loose. 30% to 27. United Kingdom? Do they have a definition of social spending? What that involves? Includes health, old age, incapacity-related benefits, family, active labor market programs, unemployment, and housing. Yeah, so... Can you show the Netherlands? They went mental in the 70s, 24 to... Still 20. These are really incremental numbers, though, compared to at least 1930s, not a tiny number. But there's 2000 goes way down and back up. Does everyone want to know how unfeasible their social democracies are? Is that the plan? Australia, damn. Look at Chile. Okay. That's weird. This is post-Pinochet, I guess. Wow. There you go. You don't got much data there for Chile, but... North Korea. I don't think North Korea is going to be on this list, bub. Israel. Gone. Oh, let's look at the Scandinavian ones. Scandinavia and Israel. Let's do it. Okay. Norway. Finland is Denmark. Yeah, okay. So I feel like that phenomenon of otherwise was once very social democratic and is now rolling back a wee bit seems to have been, I don't know what happened here between the mid 90s and 2000 to the Scandinavian countries, but they all just kind of had a bit of a dip, then recovered again somewhat. Finland is better than it's ever been, which makes sense because Because they're the ones who always boast the best fucking stats when it comes to healthcare and education and homelessness and all that shit. Israel, oh no, low performance there. Fucking losers. Hey yo, so many streams lately. I'm trying something new, Maruzzi, just seeing how it goes. See if it's sustainable.
Recognize that those taxes don't necessarily go to the places that we would love for them to be spent on.
Definitely.
Roads, schools, libraries.
But what's that have to do with social democracy? That like my utopian social democracy?
Well,
because all that money in this situation,
Yeah, social spending doesn't cover IDF missiles.
does go to those places.
Because America is still a capitalist nation, just like all of these other countries are.
Yeah.
And in a capitalist nation, you are always going to have the influence of capital.
Well, let me ask you this then.
Don't burn yourself out. Bro, my next video essay script is like 8,000 words, and it's going to have to be a two-parter because I'm not even halfway. I've done like all the fucking MLK civil rights, fucking non-violent shit. I haven't even started talking about Malcolm X and the Panthers and the oh god. I'm gonna need to trim the fuck out of it, but yeah, I don't know. I think I need a script editor. That's what I need. I need someone to tell me that I'm talking shit or that this part's not interesting or I don't know. You want to help? Okay, Maruzzi. You've written a book actually, so you're like perfect for that. Okay. I don't even know what I'm arguing anymore. I'm arguing that the fucking pro-violence and the civil rights movement side are kind of full of shit, and that Malcolm X was an asshole, whilst also demonstrating some like historical knowledge. That's the gist. But and how people fight for Martin Luther King's fucking name because everyone likes him. So conservatives try to claim him, liberals try to claim him, fucking communists try to claim it. Yeah, it's cringe.
Okay.
In a socialist nation, on the other flip of the coin, wouldn't you also have a similar movement of people, a party of people wanting to move towards capitalism?
There will always be, yes, people
So what's
who are
the difference?
counter-revolutionary.
Well, not just that. I mean, there's a move because capitalism, social democracy. There's a certain level of individualism that you don't have with socialism, perhaps I would say, and so I would ask you, what's the difference? You're saying that social democracy nations are the rich people are always gonna be trying to erode the system. That's an assumption, by the way.
Well, it's not an assumption necessarily as
it's just not. It's
as
just not
descriptive in comparison to like. I mean, it's descriptive if you look at how it has played itself out in Europe, where we.
And you're right. I agree. That's what they'll be doing. So I'm not even going to argue.
Even America had a lot of social democratic principles in the New Deal.
I'm not even going to argue that. But I do think that in a socialist country, like I said, there's going to be a sizable amount of people moving towards capitalism. So what's the difference?
I don't know if it'll be as sizable, and there also always has to be a state mechanism of control, which exists in neoliberal capitalism as well. And this is actually an area where I very much diverge from other socialists, I would say, or even more orthodox Marxists, that I believe the neoliberal mechanisms of control, specifically.
That's a good question,
just,
Ethan.
How do I describe it? Free market. Markets are better than the government.
That is not neoliberal. Like, not really. Markets are better than what? Like the government for everything? That's not. Social Democrats would say that the market is better than capital for like groceries, like retail, like Amazon. I don't think a social democrat necessarily need to say that Amazon should be publicly owned. Neoliberalism is the idea that welfare provisions and union rights and things like that are interfering with like natural flows of market that would actually be more productive. So it's more about particular areas. So they think, but it's over certain areas. Like a social democrat wouldn't say that like groceries should be nationalized, they would probably say something like utilities should be nationalized, or housing should have more public involvement, or workers should have more rights. And then neoliberals would say, no, the market regulates that themselves. And then generally advocate for low taxes, usually associated with the international policy of giving IMF loans to developing countries in exchange for structural adjustment programs so that they can open themselves up to international investment. That's what neoliberal means. Low taxes, low union rights, lots of internationalism. It's not just the market is better than the government. That's a really simplified, like, shitty way to put it. But yeah.
Dealing with everything.
Okay.
Like, it's not dealing with everything, you dumb fuck. Okay, whatever. Now, excuse me, after giving that dog shit, after giving that dog shit definition, I'm just going to call everyone I don't like a neoliberal. Yeah, okay.
So I think that there is two different, as reductive as possible, there's two different types of control. Control is always going to happen. This is what the state is there to do, right? Under liberal capitalist democracies in the West, you have a neoliberal mechanism of control that dulls the masses through commodities, gives you the false notion of choice. You feel like you have 32 different brands of Oreos, even though they're like owned by 3 companies that price fix, right? And they basically control all matter of commodities. And those markets are completely captured. But there's this idea that there are, this endless, boundless amount of choices that you can choose from. On the other side, the more authoritarian mechanisms of control, which have existed
What's your opinion?
I like the neoliberal one. I think that even in a socialist state, you should still very much give the people the false notion of choice and make it feel like they have a say in the process while doing the bidding of, I mean, it's a pretty cynical worldview, but I think that, that's what states are supposed to do.
What the fuck is he talking about? I don't understand. Is he talking about state socialism? Where they put out that's a really, what the fuck just happened for the last 2 minutes? Hang on. I was distracted by neoliberalism is when you think markets are better for everything. Like, okay.
Well, not just that. I mean, there's a move because capitalism, social democracy, there's a certain level of individualism that you don't have with socialism, perhaps I would say. And so I would ask you, what's the difference? You're saying that social democracy nations the rich people are always going to be trying to erode the system. Yeah. That's an assumption, by the way.
Well, it's not an assumption necessarily as
it's just not
descriptive in comparison to it's descriptive if you look at how it has played itself out in Europe, where we.
And you're right. I agree. That's what they'll be doing. So I'm not even going to argue.
Even America had a lot of social democratic principles in the New Deal.
I'm not even going to argue that, but I do think that
again, let's actually look at America's social spending. That may be an interesting one because I have no idea. When people say this then, so when people talk about neoliberalism and how it gutted social spending and welfare from the 80s onwards, but it flatlines and then it goes back up. So I don't know, when people say like these neoliberal fucking shits, isn't it because a lot of the things that they had before here, I guess like a lot of unions lost their power, but other groups started to come up, like women started to enter the workplace, and minorities, like black people and immigrants, started to do better as well. So I don't know if it's like, yeah. Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security are really high. Social Security is still there, yeah. I know taxes went down for very rich people and like regulations went down a lot as well. So inequality got a lot worse. Yeah. But
A socialist country, like I said, there's going to be a sizable amount of people moving towards capitalism. So what's the difference?
I don't know if it'll be as sizable, and
Why?
there also always has to be a state mechanism of control, which exists in neoliberal capitalism as well. And this is actually an area where I very much diverge from other socialists, I would say, or even more orthodox Marxists. That I believe the neoliberal mechanisms of control, specifically, it's just, how do I describe it? Free market.
So wait, he said this is where I'm different from other Marxists because of aspects of neoliberal control. Then what?
Markets are better than the government at dealing with everything. So I think that there is two different, as reductive as possible, there's two different types of control. Control is always going to happen. This is what the state is there to do, right? Under liberal capitalist democracies in the West, you have a neoliberal mechanism of control that dulls the masses through commodities, gives you the false notion of choice. You feel like you have 32 different brands of Oreos, even though they're like owned by 3 companies that price fix, right?
Do you think people are going to change their opinions on which Oreos they like because they know it's owned by 3 companies? Okay.
And they basically control all matter of commodities, and those markets are completely captured. But there's this idea that there are, this endless, boundless amount of choices that you can choose from. On the other side,
look at all these Weetabix. Look at all this social control. Protein Weetabix, bro. At the end of the day, right, I'm a fucking adult and I can choose to buy these or not, just as everyone else. I don't know why this is keeping me controlled. Okay. Sure, bro. How much does Hasan spend on his clothes again?
The more authoritarian mechanisms of control, which have existed
What's your opinion?
I like the neoliberal one. I think that even in a socialist state, you should still very much give the people the false notion of choice and make it feel like they have a say in the process while doing the bidding of... I mean, it's a pretty cynical worldview, but I think that, that's what states are supposed to do.
Let me ask you this.
Wow.
And that will create a structure where there are significantly less people who are like, I hate the system right now. I don't feel happy. I don't feel good in the system that I exist under. So I should, do counter-revolutionary capitalist reforms.
Well, and likewise, I don't think there's that many people in Sweden or Norway who are saying, no, we need...
It's just such the fucking weirdest thing I've ever... There's nothing really to engage with, but... wow. Yeah, the superiority complex is very funny, but okay.
To move to a pure socialist, because everybody there is provided for. I don't think there's a large... I'm speaking at
No, you're absolutely right. You're actually 100% correct.
So like...
Some Orthodox Marxists actually hate the welfare state for this reason, because the welfare state is a continuation of capitalism by offering offering certain amenities.
Seems like in that case...
The liberal capitalism has thrived and has created a structure where like the inherent contradictions that exist under capitalism that I think everyone would agree with, including yourself, those inherent contradictions become a little bit more muddied, and they never end up getting to a point where they converge and capitalism erodes into.
So what he's talking about here, I guess, if he's talking about accelerationism. He's saying that there are some Marxists who believe that any kind of concessions, workers' rights, or welfare is all bad because it smooths over the differences between workers and bosses. Whereas if we just leave capitalism completely to its own devices, then the bosses will keep getting richer and richer and richer, and the poor people will just keep getting fucked until eventually everyone in society is like very neatly blocked into one or the other, and it becomes very obvious to the workers that they need to destroy the... It's really stupid. It's really fucking retarded, but yeah. But it seems like Hasan disagrees with these guys.
Socialist formation.
Let me be, I guess, more specific. If you're in a socialist country, is there one party or multiple parties?
It depends. I mean,
because one party's scary, right? Can we agree on that? A one-party system is not a good system.
I think you and I would agree that we.
Oh, okay.
No. I'm just asking you. I don't care about the United States. I'm asking you about socialism.
I think that there are different forms of governance, and the United States is not that different.
I don't care about the United States. I want to know. I just want to talk about a socialist.
I think that
country.
no matter what happens, the state does what the state is supposed to do. You can either do it at the behest of your citizens because you genuinely, earnestly believe that like that is the best possible way of developing a society, or you do it at the behest of capital owners and capitalism.
So you're saying you don't think it matters if there's one party or
I don't think it
multiple parties?
matters as far as I care about direct democratic participation in local in local
One
positions.
party systems with socialism or communism has pretty much always been a catastrophe.
Yeah.
A humanitarian disaster.
No, I agree with that.
There's just so much risk in having one party.
I agree with that. I think that a multi-party system is obviously going to be better. My point is that it doesn't even matter if you have a parliament. It doesn't even matter if you have a multi-party system. The changes that are being made in one direction or the other are oftentimes incredibly marginal. And the differences are not born out of like the party disagreements. The differences are born out of like genuine material conflict, like even including like the Civil War. It's never like the kindness of people's or like one party of individuals being.
This is almost like, again, parties are representatives of different sides of material conflict, even if it's just like taxes or distribution of wealth or. But I guess that's not material because material is only class. And to him, Republicans and Democrats are both capitalist parties, and it doesn't really fucking. But surely there are other issues besides that, right? There are other issues like Democrats being more pro-union than Republicans, even that. Or not to mention gay rights, trans rights, rights for immigrants, workers, Muslims. Like it's quite black people.
Like, we are kind, we want to do good things, and the other side is bad, and they want to do bad things.
So what I want to say was this then. If you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist party, which would surely
These
exist,
are all negligible.
what would you do if that party started gaining momentum? And it was clearly like people wanted that route. They wanted that route.
Yeah.
So what do you do?
I think I would do what America has done, not to the same
Which is
degree.
what?
Not to the same degree as like McCarthyist trials or anything like that. But I would offer additional amenities to ensure that people are comfortable and happy, because I feel like any
But what do
kind
you
of
do if they're like, nah, fuck that, we're doing capitalism?
well, if everything is given to you, at that point,
They won't
if
know it, they
every
won't want
single thing
to.
is given to you, if all of your problems are solved, which I think we can both agree is not under capitalism and has not happened.
No.
If all of those problems have been solved, then there is no need for conflict of that regard.
But they're
it
saying,
should
no,
come
we
to
want
an
to
ultimate.
do, because they're like, yo, this is a free country, right? Well, we want to do capitalism. We think the market should regulate the prices and shit. Like,
It will
and we
always-
don't think the workplace should be socialized.
Okay, that's a great question.
And what if
you have to ask why though at that point? Because
people never can be explained by why anyway. You know what I mean?
Some people are gonna be dumb. You're right.
It's
actually also because a lot of workers don't want to spend time taking part in like the management or direction of their company. That's why when people advocate for co-ops, it's not like a good advocacy for workplace democracy, I think, is to experiment with like preferential loans and right of first refusal. Just to see, like, okay, maybe it works better in this industry or this industry. Well, that company's gone into administration. Let's maybe turn it over to the workers and see how it goes there. These guys with like Italy with the welfare checks. Maybe if we can get like between 9 and 12 people who want to put all their welfare checks into like a lump sum for 3 years to start a business, we can train them to do that. Like that happens with a fair degree of success actually in Italy. So yeah, but that doesn't mean like all the capital markets should just fuck off and die. Like, okay, let's go.
You don't. It's just gonna exist. You know it is.
Yeah.
Oh.
And so if if the will of the people is to go back and to do more of a social democracy, is that something that a socialist country should move towards, or should there be resistance in the government to keep socialism?
I think the resistance should be akin to how capitalist governments have resisted historically any kind of socialist movement, not to that same degree of violence, but I think that yes, the solution to that would always be education and offering more
Re-education?
Uh-oh.
Re-education, certainly. Yeah.
No. Does he not know what re-education means? Bro. Oh, ain't no way. That's crazy. It's absolutely insane that he would say that, chat. It's absolutely re-educate, bro. Does he know what re-education means? Yeah, he doesn't care. Yeah. Holy shit. Bro.
I know that that's like a
Let's put
trigger
him in
word.
camp.
What's the next question, guys? We've done it before. In a camp. You just ask, in a camp? Like, what? Fuck.
No. Education, certainly. Yeah. I know that that's like a
Let's
trigger
put him in
word.
camps.
No, not like that.
Okay.
I know there's a trigger word because everyone goes, "Oh, re-education." What do you mean? Like immediately people think like, "Are
Well,
you
China
talking
does
about?
that.
Are you talking about like resident schools? Are you talking about the
China has
Xinjiang?" Yeah,
re-education
100%. They
camps.
do. They do it. They did it in Xinjiang,
Which
which I
isn't
think
good,
was,
right?
No, I don't agree with that. Yeah, I don't think it was good. And this is something I have openly criticized as well. Like that's not good. The massive surveillance apparatus that they built in Xinjiang is not good.
So what would be
Even
good
though
about a socialist re-education camp for capitalism?
It wouldn't necessarily. I don't think it'd be camps. I mean, it depends on.
yeah,
it depends
not
on
camps.
crimes,
Yeah.
right? Like, are people committing crimes at the behest of this? Because if there's a socialist state and someone is doing like white terror,
Can you imagine being a business? Because apparently you would say that wanting to engage in the exploitation of labor would be a crime in a socialist state. That's why it's not allowed to happen. But can you imagine being in fucking prison and this absolute moron like trying to teach you the wrongs of your ways about why socialism is better, about fucking Ukraine and how actually the war could have ended had Boris Johnson not gone there and been like, actually Russia's kind of mental. Just you're in fucking prison and Hasan comes to you for the re-education session. You're like, okay, I'm ready for re-education, Hasan. What do you think of Taiwan? Taiwan is a country. There's some contentious issue. Like, what the fuck? What's a neoliberal, Hasan? I'm ready for the re-education that I apparently definitely need. Well, neoliberals when they think private industry is better for all the things. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Even neoliberals don't want to privatize everything, you dumb cunt. Even Milton Friedman said that he would keep like what? The fucking police state-owned, the army and shit. Oh god.
let's say, or someone is doing South
wages.
Korean style, purges of communists, which has happened historically in every country that America is aligned with, because they were anti-communist, where they've launched, military dictatorships, whether we recognize it or not. Those things have happened, right? So in a situation like that, I think if there's any kind of like terrorism happening,
sure, yeah. If there's violence, that's
I
obvious.
I do think that there should be an enforcement mechanism, and in that enforcement mechanism, I think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well, would probably be a lot better than like, a prison structure where they have slavery, like in the United States of America.
I'm still a little bit confused about the ideal mechanism of a social.
Yeah. It's just like, I think when you're in prison, as like rehabilitative programs, they're probably not great, but I'm pretty sure they would teach you like skills and shit like that, so you could like go out into the world and try to do something that's not like crime and shit. But I don't think they tell you about I don't think they tell you the merits and the joys of a particular political ideology. That's a bit weird, but yeah.
Socialist country, whereas where people still have individual freedoms to like form, to assemble, and can also be like, yeah, I'm a capitalist, so what? And we're trying to grow our movement. I don't understand the organization of the socialist free country, because it seems
it's always the hyper emotional terms that he uses for America: slavery, war crime, genocide, fucking all that stuff. But when it's China, it's like, yeah, there's re-education camps that don't really approve of it, you know. Like,
Seems to me to have a socialist
what do
country.
you think Chinese prisons are like?
There needs to be some amount of dampening of, rights.
Well,
because like for what I said.
Yes and no, because my point is always the same. It's that this is a constant. This is consistent. What you're describing is consistent with the American formation. It's consistent with capitalism. It's just a reality that will always exist. Violence and who gets to do violence is an inherent part of politics, because politics is, at the end of the day, a distribution of resources and a distribution of violence. Who gets to have what resources and who doesn't have the resources as a consequence of that. And if they do something to get those resources, what the state will be able to do. The state has a monopoly on violence across the board, no matter what happens, right? I'm not an anarchist. A lot of anarchists will get mad at me for saying this, but the state should have some level of a violent mechanism, because no matter what happens, and there's different forms of violence as well. The structural violence of poverty, or direct violence in the form of military boots on the ground, military warfare, imperialism.
Yeah, like re-educating the sock dems who didn't want their businesses to be confiscated by the state. Yeah. Ah, he's open. Okay.
Police violence, police brutality. These are all different forms of violence.
There will be some exertional force required to maintain a socialist country.
Yes. Not just a social country, any country.
Sure, any country.
Yes. I agree. Until we reach a point of I guess, until we reach a point of production and our productive output has gotten to a point where it's so streamlined and so organized that there is no need for a state. But I don't know if we will ever be able to get there, where the state withers away and we have a classless, borderless, moneyless society.
Yeah, I mean, if it is, it's not in a long time.
Techno-communist.
It'd have to be like post-World War III or something. Let me ask you, I guess, another angle here. Worker exploitation seems to be at the heart of socialism and communism. Yes. And so I want to ask you this question. If an employee is fairly compensated, and by fairly, I mean that factors like work, compensation, they're being paid well beyond the means of living. They can afford comfortable housing, food, pleasure, vacation, savings, all the things people would want to do with money. If they're provided in all those ways that we see as important, is that still exploitation?
In the Marxian sense, yes. In the capitalist sense, no. Capitalism is
Mark, when you say Marxism, you're talking about socialism.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Okay.
So, in the Marxist perspective, under Marxian economics, Marxist theory, exploitation is not a good or bad thing. It is just a thing that happens.
Okay.
And it goes back to something I've described many, many times over, which is that
right here.
There are two classes.
Which does make you wonder why they use the most insane moralistic language for people who make profit. Because the point is there's not really like a moral right or wrong in Marxism.
The labor class, the wage laborers, the proletariat, and the bourgeois class, the capital owning class, right? And these two classes have two inherently contradictory interests. You've worked jobs when you had a boss and someone was paying you, and you have been a boss, so you have gone through both of these stages. So as someone who worked in a job, as a wage laborer, as a W-2 employer, 1099 contractor, you wanted to work the least amount of hours for the most amount of pay. That's understandable. That's like perfectly reasonable, right?
Yeah.
Like, you want more money and you want to work less hours. You want to have more freedom. Your boss, on the other hand, wants you to work the most amount of hours for the least amount of pay, like that they can get away with.
Yeah.
So this inherent contradiction is at the heart of capitalism and is how commodities are produced under a capitalist mode of production. Now, when you have this imbalance, those who do have capital end up always being able to pay you much less than your actual output.
So that is what's happening now.
Yes.
My question is, in a situation, as I outlined, where the employees are fairly provided for, which I outlined before, is that
then there can be no profit. There'd be no profit if you were talking from Hasan's perspective.
say exploitation, I mean, like, I think that also has a vernacular, like when the ruling class is committing some kind of harm or injustice on their workers.
No, it's beyond that. You could be paying your employees fairly and still engage in the act of exploitation.
So then, because I don't want to
From a
get caught up on that, because you're saying exploitation is neutral by its
Yes, exploitation in the Marxian sense is not good or bad. It's just descriptive. A lot of what Marx has talked about with respect
what
to
does he mean
capitalism
then?
is descriptive.
What does he mean then when he goes the exploitation of workers? Clearly, he wants to end the exploitation of workers.
Yes, of course.
So is it still exploitation of workers if they're fairly provided for?
Yes, because the fairness in this regard is not met on the metrics of like living standards, but instead on the metrics of what their output is. So when and this gets into the labor theory of value.
Excuse
me,
goddamn.
The labor theory of value, which is different than marginal utility, which is what we use currently when we ascribe when we say this is this much, like something is this valuable, right? Ice cream is $4, but if it's really hot out, maybe ice cream is $5 because, well, there's a little bit of scarcity on the supply, but the demand has gone up, so now ice cream is more expensive. Whereas from a Marxian perspective, the value of that ice cream is stable. It's just what kind of labor went into the production of it, what were the resources used to make that ice cream, what kind of capital was put into the ice cream factory,
so even
all
if the
of that,
employee
and then also the moving part in that situation would be the labor of it.
If the employee is extremely satisfied, and they feel well provided for, I mean, in a
They're
sense,
still exploited.
It's like
Hasan's taking such a long time to say that it's exploitation because under capitalism, a boss will only hire you if you give him more in output than you pay them in wages. So there's always a difference between the amount a worker gives to a company and the amount that a worker is paid in their wage. And that's exploitation. That's where it is. So even if the worker makes a fucking, that's what he should be saying if he wants to sell the fucking Marxist thing. But yeah.
Who are you to tell him he's being exploited?
Well, you're
again. I know you want to get caught up on that
it's
the
not,
definition of that word, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's
I don't know why he's struggling so hard to explain that. It's so like, was anyone confused by what I just said? Very okay.
In that situation is this, right? Relying on the magnanimous nature of your boss and hoping that like your boss doesn't succumb to
Wicked Supreme thinks he has brain fog from hair meds. Okay.
Greed and choose to change certain things about your workplace conditions can be great. And there are people like yourself out there who are, as far as I understand, pretty good bosses, right? But that is never going to be that's never going to be the constant. That's never going to be the case.
But
the employer adds value, but you see, only one person generally makes the decision for how much everyone gets paid or has more say. Oh.
So democracy, you set up the bumpers, you set up the systems where they have to do that.
Well,
that's the bare minimum they have to do.
Well, and then we go back to the erosion of the amenities that
I don't
the state
feel like that's a
offers and the
strong enough
regulation.
argument to say socialism's better.
No, as long as there is some kind of capitalist compensation in any sort of sector, they will always choose to monopolize. This is what most companies, like this is what every company does. When they become a company, a corporation, their job is their goal is to inevitably become a monopoly. You can do that by rent seeking.
Well, so what? So what? If they still have to follow the rules.
And if there's other companies doing it as
when
well,
you are when you are becoming a monopoly, you are either engaging in horizontal integration and expansion or vertical integration and expansion, mergers, acquisitions, and you know what Amazon has done, for example, in e-commerce is a great example of this. And when you get to that point, especially under a capitalist state that still has market reforms, you end up using the additional capital that you've accumulated in the form of profits from your workers to lobby the government and erode the safety nets.
But you're talking like it's a guaranteed. And again, I go
It has
back.
been a guarantee every single time.
And it's been a guarantee by the same metric that any socialist country devolves into disaster. I mean, it's not fair to put that out there like it's just given. Because on the other flip coin, you can say, this, like I mentioned, socialism. There's going to be people moving towards capitalism.
So socialist
But it's
nation states,
too hypothetical.
Socialist nation
Too
states, however,
hypothetical.
historically, most of them at least, have not eroded or been destroyed due to like people who are just like, I want to be capitalist. Usually those people are being goaded or supported, facilitated by a much more powerful nation that is using the inherent greed to their advantage to cause divisions. But the real material issues in socialist nation states, historical socialism, real socialism in the real world that has happened, has always been due to mishaps, famine, or the government exercising too much authoritarian control.
Yeah, you could say the same
these
thing.
These sorts of things are the real reasons as to why socialist nation states have failed, not necessarily their economic mode of production switching over to a more labor-focused economy.
Yeah, it's also because central planning is fucking dog shit compared to markets. That's also why, because it can't respond to market forces adequately in time. It can't respond to feedback. That's why the fucking Soviets decided, almost wailed. They wailed so hard that species almost went extinct. That's why they fucked up with the RLC and shit like that. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons. And also the fact that they're authoritarian, they're very politically unstable. There's quite a few reasons that are also internal. The famines, he's talking like the Holodomor, you can say it wasn't intentional, probably what Hasan's going by, but it was a result of collectivization. It was a result of moving the grain shipments over to Russia from Ukraine and Kazakhstan, or into the cities for industrialization.
And then also, there are so many different types of socialist developments, like a socialist mode of production, that there is no like one absolute perfect one. And I'd be a liar if I told you I know which one it is. You know what I mean?
So go back to the original question. Let's just ignore this theory that in social democracy, and I'll say this, obviously we have antitrust laws that are not good, that are not been effective in the least bit.
Yeah,
That's
I would
also
ask you
something
why.
you can regulate.
No, but I would ask you why.
Well, because our government is super corrupt.
Mm-hmm. Why is the government corrupt?
Because people are inherently flawed.
You think the government's corrupt because people are inherently flawed? Corruption in that sense, I disagree with you there.
Some people, not all people.
No,
That's another thing I said. People are inherently greedy and people lost their mind. Some people are. Actually, I want to talk about that at better length, but go ahead.
That's actually a great take as well. We can cover that as well.
Yeah, I do want to.
I always butcher this quote, but I forget who it was. It might have been Mark Fisher, might have been someone else. But assuming that greed is inherent in human nature under a capitalist organization of the economy is like assuming the black lung is inherent in human nature if you work at the fucking coal mine.
See, that's not a good analogy.
Because, no, you're
in my
right.
opinion.
Greed is a part of it. Self-interest is a part of it. Not greed necessarily, but self-interest is a part of human existence. Why we have built societies and how we've done it. However,
it's a biological survival mechanism.
Again, you can say that humans are motivated by all kinds of things. One of them is greed. One of them is curiosity. One of them is love. One of them is hate. One of them is jealousy. We're motivated by a lot of things. You don't need to dismiss that, but the thing that Ethan's saying, Hasan could easily just push back on, because I've done these arguments quite a lot. Like you could just say there's a difference though in how much we allow people to get away with. You can say murdering people is part of human nature, but we tend to mitigate most of the murders by making it illegal. If you are saying that greed and corruption is an inherent problem, well, if you're a boss, it's easier to pay yourself too much, to pay yourself obscene bonuses if you privately own that firm and you're the one making the decision and you're the majority shareholder, whatever, versus a co-op where everyone gets to decide and they don't let you do that. So, which is why you would bring up like the Mondragon fucking 1 to 6 or whatever, 1 to 12 now, I think it is. But yeah, the Mondragon CEO, because they do have one, doesn't make anywhere near as much as most CEOs. So,
however,
if we didn't have self-interest, we would never we wouldn't survive as a species.
I don't disagree with you.
Yeah,
you're absolutely correct.
Absolutely,
my argument always, and many Marxist arguments actually, have always been around individualism and self-interest, and how socialism, as a matter of fact, creates more opportunities for individual liberties for the person. It's only been sold and told to people as though it is, this gray, brutalist architecture, city blocks. You have to, do your government mandated coal mining job or whatever the fuck. But the ultimate goal has always been to open up more individual liberties. I'll give you an example of socialization that you and I both agree with, right? Healthcare. Nationalized healthcare or socialized medicine in general gives you more liberties as a person that you can actually leave your job if you fucking
that would
hate
happen
it.
in a social democracy as well.
Yes. However, like I've said, there has to be the countermeasures in a social democracy are the capitalist forces are significantly more powerful because ultimately the state is still operating as a capitalist state. That is still the norm.
So I think we're having like a kind of just like a disconnect, or not a disconnect, but maybe at an impasse on that idea. But what I'll say, I want to give you a specific example because this is interesting to me. Let's just take this workplace as an example because we're all familiar with it.
Mm-hmm.
So I started my career 10 plus years ago, and I was successful by myself with 0 employees.
Yes.
I made a lot of money. I did well for myself. And then, 5 years ago into my career, I made the podcast, which obviously you all are watching now. So let's say we go back to 5 years ago when I hired Dan as a freelance. You started as like a consultant.
Yeah, or a freelancer. Yeah.
And obviously you moved to full time, and I'll get to that.
Yeah.
So he started as like a freelance consultant. So what would be a fair way of compensating him for that?
In your situation, it's like, what is the most like socialist way of doing it? Is that what you're asking?
Well, yeah, because that's what we're talking about, right?
It would be profit sharing. What
So
that
I
means
just
is
so this is interesting.
So
Hold on.
This is interesting. You're right, because
Yeah.
this is actually the most difficult aspect, in my opinion, of like trying to create the most ethical way of existing under a capitalist organization of the economy, while you are also productive, and you're doing like an owned and operated media company where you are the product.
So I hired Dan as a consultant.
Yeah.
Just to help us out to get things.
And I have hired people
beautified.
as well.
So then I'm profit sharing with him. How much profit am I sharing with him?
So the way I do it, and I think this will be, this is instructive for many others as well. The way I do it, like the most ethical way to do it, is basically try to make an assessment. Sure, there's market considerations on the one hand, like what the normal wage would look like, but that is like the minimum. You know what I mean? That is like the minimum. That is the worst possible amount to pay someone in the form of wages, in my opinion.
Okay.
So you have the market considerations on the one side, which I don't necessarily care too much about. On the other side, you have your productive output, right? Let's say you were making $10 before Dan came on, and now that Dan came on, you're making...
That wouldn't be measurable metric.
No, I know. I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
I know. Which is why I'm saying it's a tricky situation.
It seems almost impossible.
Yeah. Well, technically, the other side is also very cruel, but we just like have
But that's
normalized
not true, because in social democracy, people are fairly compensated. It's not cruel, in my opinion.
No, I don't think I think we
people
think
can be
of social
more or
democracies.
more
we think of social
fairly,
democracies.
less fairly compensated, but like generally speaking, they'd be more fairly compensated than what you would see today.
Yes, in comparison to the United States of America, which technically would be a mixed market or social democracy, social democracies in other countries, there is better compensation.
So here's the unintended consequence of that.
Due to regulation, government regulation.
If I'm just hiring Dan to come in and help me with cameras and stuff, and I have to cut him in on profit share, people are not going to hire as many people. They're going to think a lot more before they bring more people on.
Well, can I just chime in real quick? Just to clarify this point, are you still talking about the period of time where I was working as a contractor?
Yes. I haven't gotten to the full time yet. Well, we're going to move to that.
Right. I will just say that at the time, I was essentially operating as my own business as well, because you weren't my only client at the time.
Right. Okay.
I did that professionally for a lot of people, and you were one of many people that I would
But
come.
you're still selling your labor for a wage. So even on Marx's terms, you're still getting exploited, even though you're self-employed yourself.
And do shows with until you offer me a full-time thing. So
So
just
tell
because we're
Ethan-
using the specific
tell Ethan
example,
he's
I just wanted
exploiting
to
you.
clarify that, because I think that matters in what the dynamic was when we were initially working together.
I don't think that matters in such that I'm more focused just on the profit
So
sharing.
the reason why I was bringing
and
up
like the implications on to a business and business owner of that.
Okay, but the reason why I was bringing up the revenue is because let's say you were making you're making $10. Dan comes on, now you're making $15.
Yeah.
Right? Dan has brought in $5 extra of revenue for you, and I think that the best possible way to engage with that would be to cut Dan in on offer Dan living wages plus whatever Dan has brought in the form of revenue.
Here's a big problem.
And that moves into direction like you make, and then later down the line you make $100,000 and
It moves with
now Dan is moving with it as well.
Here's where this seems more like it's a nice theory, but like in application it makes no sense. Who decides how much value he's brought? How could you possibly decide that? If my show is growing, Dan joins, and let's say I now I'm making $15, but the show was organically growing. How can I attribute all 5 of that to Dan?
You're absolutely correct on this as well. This is a big weakness.
50-50 with him?
This is something that I do not have an answer for either, which is why
it doesn't
like
make
I
sense.
said, which is why like I said, you make do with you try to do your very best.
Can I be this seems like a big problem to say you don't have a solution for if you're advocating for a socialist society.
I agree, which is why I always
it doesn't seem like it's ready.
Well, can I just chime in on this? This isn't theoretical. There are lots of companies that do profit sharing.
I do this as well.
I know, but it's not like.
But like
let's
big
say
companies.
this,
and they have various methods of how they do it.
The way
there are ways that do it that make sense.
I do this,
but the
as well,
way that
Ethan.
socialism does it in the purest sense is like Dan joined 10 to 15. Dan gets half of the 15.
So
that's his
Ethan.
labor.
Ethan, this is if we're talking pure theory.
Hold on, one sec.
If we're talking pure theory, I would rather have an imperfect structure that still absolutely
it's not
offers
imperfect.
better.
It doesn't work.
Well,
if you don't know
the
how people
capitalist-
get paid, how does it even work?
The capitalist structure also is imperfect in the exact same
Well,
way.
it's functioning at least.
Yes, I know, but the idea that like the other structure would not function is not correct. Especially when we're telling you that even under a capitalist organization economy, there's plenty of different ways of doing
But
this.
there needs to
one
be-
of the most successful ones that I also have is a cooperative, right? I have a cooperative, collectively organized podcast, for example, where we just split it 5 ways regardless. Obviously, my output in that situation, given that I am the host with the largest audience, would significantly outweigh my producers, for example, who could be paid with a very fair, very fat market wage, right? Market wage plus market wage times 3 is what I could pay him, and it would still be significantly less than what he gets paid now.
Yeah.
Because we're cutting him in 5 ways.
Man, you're still watching this. Well, I watched the Ukraine part first, and now we're doing the capitalism, socialism, fucking brain rot. I'm kind of tuning out, though. I need to not do that.
Splitting
Hi,
everything
Dylan.
5 ways.
Yeah.
And that is a perfectly viable way to do it because
I think that's very generous, but I don't think you should be forced to do that.
I think that
I think you should be forced to pay him what we've determined as a minimum wage where he can live in where he lives.
What do you think of the Ukraine part? It's so funny to me that he is so convinced that the only criticism he gets from people like us is because of bad faith, like people who wanted to who be like more excited about supporting Ukraine or just think he's pro Russia. Like, no, it's because his takes are dog shit. Like, yeah, I don't know. We went like I was happy to catch the Minsk 2 thing as well. That he's like, he just doesn't know what those accords are or the background of them. But yeah, fuck.
In a comfortable state.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
And I don't think
And
that
it's not,
prevents
it goes
people
beyond,
from being
it goes beyond wages too.
generous.
It goes
either.
beyond wages as well. There's also another aspect of this that many people fail to consider, which is decision making. So there's also the structure of decision making, the structure of autonomy. When we are setting up the time for when we are going to shoot the podcast, like everyone has to be on board with it. It has to work around every single person's schedule. These are all scheduling conflicts exist usually, but it's like in good faith, every single person is like giving their most, giving their all, and it ultimately, I think, creates a pretty solid product.
Let me ask you. So, do you acknowledge that in this socialist theoretical country, where I go from 10 to 15,
Shelling on both sides. It's so funny. It's like, imagine if you were talking about the Nazis fighting the Soviets, and it's like, oh yeah, you know, there's borders getting pushed on both sides. Bro. Look at the Nazis. They're trying to expand their fucking empire, and you go like into Eastern Europe, and you're like, well, no, there's actually the borders moving on both sides, isn't it? Like, yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. Just, I feel like who started it is actually kind of important, even though it sounds like something a child would say. Oh god, that was so funny. Just go halfway through, eh? Look at this, guys. You say that... Look at borders moving on both sides. It's absolutely insane. I really wish there could just be some kind of peace talks. Were it not for Boris Stalin.
and I give Dan 15, hypothetically for any worker joining, that I, as a business owner, I would be less likely to be hiring people.
Certainly.
And that's not good, is it?
No, I don't agree with that. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing at all.
Because, like, I don't know, because, like, I've gone through a lot of people that did not work out.
Mm-hmm.
And they were hired on.
Didn't Marx define socialism as the public ownership of the means of production? Yeah. And to some degree, abolition of the commodity form, which would just mean like decommodifying, like having some things that you don't have to like pay for them. They're just like a public good, like water and shit. Yeah.
On like, let's say,
you can still fire them.
Exploratory. So is it at will employment in this situation?
In this structure, you can still, of course, like you can still have issues with an employee and fire them. It's ironic because like Japan, for example, is like the most capitalist country on the planet, and yet in Japan,
no, not necessarily worker ownership. It can be the state. Like worker-owned means of production can be just the state owns everything on behalf of the workers. That's like dictatorship of the proletariat. That's what that means. Dictatorship of the proletariat means you've got this vanguard party of the guys who know best, the very educated people, the guys who read lots of books and shit. And they're like, well, they're just in charge of everything. And then they decide what the workers want, and they decide what's best for the workers, and they just run it like that. That's one version of socialism. I don't think Hasan's aiming for that, but
Japan, they have this like very unique culture where getting into a place of business is very difficult. But once you actually have made it into the corporation, they don't fire you. They can't fire you. They never fire you. What they do is they ostracize you and make you into a social pariah within the company, and try to get you to quit.
Is it because they're trying to avoid paying some kind of severance, or is it just
no? It's like it's both cultural, and if I'm not mistaken, it could literally have legal implications as well. But it works, right?
Okay,
it technically works.
What I'm saying, why is it? Hey, why is it not a good? So as a business owner, I think the fact that I was not super hesitant to hire lots of people, find the crew that works. I worked with a lot of people who were not compatible. So I was able to burn through enough people to find a team that worked, right?
Kaya,
and
stop
so
by.
if I was so hesitant to hire people because I have to profit share with them, I would do like a way more strenuous interview process. It would take way longer.
Yeah, you're making an argument for why it's stronger. Like you
I don't
lucked out
think
with
so
Dan.
at all.
You lucked out with Dan.
I don't think that's a good argument because first of all, it's good that people can go try a bunch of jobs before they find one that works. And as an employer, it's good to be able to try a bunch of people. Do you find the right fit for employees? If I had to go through this strenuous process to find each one of them, this podcast may very well likely not exist as it does today. Might not exist at all.
I disagree with you on that for sure. I think that
why?
it's better to have a strenuous process of ensuring that you have
for
the best possible
even
person.
for like the most entry level job.
Yeah, I think that it's
But then
perfectly valid.
doesn't that result in people not getting work?
So, yes, it will. So but then we're talking about like an entirely separate way of organizing the economy.
Let me go back. Why is it better? Why is it better that I have to go through like extraneous
we're
full-on
talking about
HR
hypotheticals.
processes?
We're talking about hypotheticals.
Yeah.
In this situation.
Yeah.
So it can I can just hypothesize that you found Dan. Not even hypothesize.
No, we're not talking. Well, we're talking hypothetically, but we're talking.
You found Dan, so you clearly.
But we went through
were
a lot of
able
people before we found Dan.
Yeah. Well, you could have arrived at Dan as well, is what I'm saying.
It would have
Through
taken a lot
strenuous
longer, and the
process.
business might not have survived.
Okay. So
there was a point where the podcast almost got wrapped up.
Yeah.
So why is it better in theory to have that extraneous of a hiring process than being able to kind of just people try things out?
This is only one aspect of it, but what you're talking about, like the extraneous hiring process, also would exist under a social democracy as well. It should exist in some form under a social democracy as well, like some level of protection from being fired.
But so in social democracy, you're not rev sharing. So there's like
you're saying public ownership doesn't mean state control; it means worker control. But if you look at the Communist Manifesto, like even there, again, Marx was a lot more open-minded about it because there wasn't any revolution that he had to manage or anything. He just wrote about it. But I think if you go to wherever the fucking 10 points are, oh my God, where are they? Where are they? Come on. Give me the 10 points, motherfucker. In most advanced countries, the following will be pretty generally applicable. Abolition of property and land and application of all rents of land to public purposes. Heavily progressive or graduated income tax. Abolition of all rights of inheritance. Actually, unironically, apart from me. Confiscation of property of all immigrants and rebels. Centralization of credit in the hands of the state by means of a national bank with state capital and an exclusive monopoly. Centralization of means of communication and transport in the hands of the state. Extension of factories and instrumental production owned by the state. So I feel like there's a lot of state going on here, right? Like a lot of state stuff happening. State. Free education for all children in public schools. Hey. Abolition of child labor. Oh, that last one's probably the least objectionable. So no, Marx was at some different point. I mean, in the preface to this, he does say that this is like context specific. It's not like a hard rule for all the socialists, but yeah.
This big thing that you're like, I'm a business owner. I've created this business from my own sweat and blood and tears over the last 10 years, and I'm making a lot of money. I got to hire this guy who I don't know anything about, and I got to cut him in on my profits. That doesn't exist in social democracy. So the risk to me as the business owner is way less.
But it's much smaller, to a much smaller degree, because it's supposed to exist through unions. And once again, it's not just revenue sharing. Everyone always focuses on that aspect of it, but rev sharing comes in the form of benefits. Rev sharing comes in the form of like how much we invest in R&D, for example, or what kind of R&D initiatives we invest in. All of these decisions are made by a board.
Well, that's all regulated.
Fiduciary responsibility to the shareholders that is not regulated under social democracy. This is the major
What
point
do you
of
mean by rev
contention.
share then? Because you see, in our example,
Like in Germany, they have a trade union representative that sits on the board of executives, but that's only one aspect of a larger board that is still representing the interests of the shareholders, those who own the company, who never have seen the company. They can, even globally own it, right? So having one vote in that situation is not as good, in my opinion, as having all of the vote, all of the power, making these decisions.
Let's go back.
Opinion to the shareholder.
My profits. That doesn't exist in social democracy. So the risk to me as the business owner is way
It does
less.
but it's much smaller, to a much
way less.
smaller degree, because it's supposed to exist through unions. And once again, it's not just revenue sharing.
but it's a big difference, bro.
Everyone always focuses on that aspect of it, but rev sharing comes in the form of benefits. Rev sharing comes in the form of like how much we invest in R&D, for example.
That's not rev sharing. Rev sharing is it's share of the profits, isn't it? What did he say rev sharing
Or
was?
what kind of fits? Rev sharing comes in the form of that aspect of it, but rev sharing comes in the form of benefits. Rev sharing comes in the
Are benefits rev share? I thought benefits were part of like a contract, like the company expects to invest, like that's an investment. That's like part of the contract you as a worker. Can rev sharing take the form of benefit? R&D is definitely not. That's an expense. I thought benefits would be an expense, yeah. Unless people do that, unless like a company gives out their benefits in the form of rev sharing is when you get paid your wage. Oh no. Oh god. No, it's share the profits, motherfucker. So it's like I pay you, I give you your benefits, I invest in R&D, those are my expenses. And then at the end, if I make a profit, I give you some of that. That's the rev share. There's a separate. Yeah, benefits are part of the workers' compensation. So in Marx's terms, it would be variable capital. I would imagine would be benefits. Not surplus being, yeah, profits are what comes after you've paid you've put done all the inputs. Yeah. Fucking hell. Oh, it's okay though. It's okay, guys. Don't worry. Profits, revenue sharing, investment, capital. It's only the center of the fucking entire worldview and political messaging of the biggest political streamer on Twitch. That's all it is, really. You can afford to scrimp here and there. You can afford to be a bit sloppy on the basic details. Gross and net are the same thing, guys. It's like with this fucking guy when we were saying that these Walmarts might close because of organized retail theft if it becomes too excessive. And then every fucking Marxist on the panel is like, did you know that Walmart's revenue is $600 billion? I'm like, that's not really, the revenue isn't the thing that you would factor in there for an individual branch closing. It would be the profit margin that they make. Like, if they can't make a profit, they'll close the branch. And the profit rate for Walmart is like 2%. So, but number big revenue number, guys.
The form of like how much we invest in R&D, for example, or what kind of R&D initiatives we invest in. All of these decisions are made by a board.
Well, that's all regulated.
Fiduciary
That can be regulated
responsibility
in
to the
social
shareholders that is not regulated under social democracy. This is the major
What
point
do you
of
mean by rev
contention.
share then? Because you see, in our example,
Like in Germany, they have a trade union representative that sits on the board of executives, but that's only one aspect of a larger board that is still representing the interests of the shareholders, those who own the company who never have seen the company. They can, even globally own it, right? So having one vote in that situation is not as good, in my opinion, as having all of the vote, all of the power, making these decisions as a collective, something that kind of is not legally enforced here, right, in your structure, but you abide by because you're a nice guy. Many people are not going to be like that. And
did he call it the board? He called it the board of executives, but I'm just guessing that's like a slip, right? Because it's called the board of directors, the board of executives. Whoa.
I'm saying that we shouldn't rely on the magnanimous
we don't have
nature
to.
of
We're
bosses.
going back to this point because we don't have to with the right.
Well,
rules
even
in
an
place.
example
But let me
like
ask you,
the
'cause
one I
we
mentioned
got
in
off
Germany
point.
still yields terrible, still is susceptible
Germany's
to
not
the
a social
influence
democracy.
of capital.
Let me ask you this.
Wait, yes, it is.
Germany arguably is.
Yes,
not as much as
arguably. This Dan guy. Oh god, this guy who fucking. I heard it once. I once heard a story about an American who asked a British tourist in the fucking 90s what it was like living under communist rule. Like, I've heard it once, but god damn it.
Okay, I don't know a lot about Germany,
Ethan,
so I'm not gonna. I don't want to get
America
into
is
that.
a social democracy as well. The problem is, like, American social democracy is a laughable example of.
So let's
social
not use it then.
I would say America is probably not a social democracy. I think when we did different economic systems in Europe, when we had to do a paper on this for uni, it was like you had your social democracies, which would be kind of Scandinavian countries, which were very high levels of social spending, high levels of unionization, high minimum standard of living and all that shit. And then you would have the more liberal market economies, which would be the UK and Ireland. And then you'd have the mixed markets like France and Germany. America would be a liberal market economy with that, yeah. What was it they called social democracy, though? Was that what they called it? Liberal market economy? But that's the difference between neoliberal and social democrat. I'm trying to remember where I got that categorization from.
But going back, why is it better? Because I don't think I ever got an answer.
To
have a strenuous hiring process.
Why is it better to have a strenuous? When you engage in commodity production with another person, I think it's perfectly valid to ensure that this person is not going to be like a scumbag and cheat you, fuck you over. I think it's good business practice, even in a capitalist sense, to ensure that the person that you're hiring is not like some fucking random dickhead.
That's just common sense.
And the more you
but you
grow,
do acknowledge that. So you do acknowledge the hesitancy to hire people.
I do. I'm not necessarily saying it's a bad
I don't know what.
thing.
Okay, we'll move on.
I don't think it's a bad.
I guess a bit of an impasse again.
And as companies grow, you have different people in different units that also are, engaging in hiring. Like, it's just that workers now have more of a say in which direction.
I'm trying to remember what the fuck these definitions were. I can't remember when I learned this, but like within different kinds of capitalism, especially in Europe and America, like in developed economies, there were the ones that were very liberalized, like the UK. There were the ones that were mixed, like France and Germany, and the ones that were very welfare, like and public spending, like the Scandinavian countries. But what the fuck there are three terms for these three different economies, and I can't remember what the fuck they were. Maybe I can go through my old hard drive. Whatever.
The company should go, and that's a good thing. It's not a bad
worked for me for like a week, and on my business I spent 5 years building. I don't want to give him a decision on where the company goes.
I think that.
Why should he have that right?
Well,
you know what I mean?
I'm not saying the janitor comes in and unilaterally makes decisions. That's not how that works.
But I'm curious how it does work.
So it's communication. The other person is a human being as well. If you have a major disagreement, then you look for someone else to work in that position. This is how it works.
Okay.
The
I'm
only
not getting
difference
a
in that
clear answer on the
situation is
rev
that you don't
share
have
either.
you don't have the fear of like subsistence living at the other end of that bargain. Whereas like you have better amenities, better protection.
God, he's just going, but it's not about subsistence living. You can have everyone having a above subsistence living standard and still complain that it's capitalist exploitation, and that one day the bosses are all going to organize and destroy it all and bring us back to the Industrial Revolution era. Oh, he's such a weasel. Fuck.
And
So by
therefore
rev
you're more
share, you just
comfortable.
made good living conditions? Because
the idea is
that's what I'm
that
already saying. That I don't
Because
think.
Ethan is saying that good living conditions for workers is sufficient. That's a noble goal to go for. But Hasan would say it's not enough. So we need to hear what the extra step is. Yeah.
I think that makes socialism unique because we can provide good living conditions and
we
benefits.
can, but we haven't. Now that, by the way, one aspect
again,
of social democracy that we've talked about is the domestic one. We have yet to even
no, the
uncover
third
the
world.
other much
Exploitation of the third
worse
world.
side
Oh, no.
of social democracies, which is resource extraction in the third world and imperialism. And that is a necessity under global capitalism, and that is the reason why we have the haves and the have-nots. On the domestic level, you believe that there is a regulatory agency that can make things more just.
I don't feel prepared.
If this was true, because I've heard this a lot, like that these countries like America or even Europe are only doing okay because they plunder the third world and shit. It's like, I think if you look at where did this come from? International trade statistics. It's down here. I think, Finland's trade with Africa is like 1.15%. Most of their trade is with the EU and the rest of Europe. I think with like the kind of gross exploitation of the developing and third world, there would be things like particular consumer goods that would have to go up in price if workers improve their conditions, like fast fashion, right? Like fast fashion would have to just become more expensive if those workers had rights. But it's not like the entire social democratic system depends on plundering the third world. It's how you organize the wealth that you have. Because otherwise you'd have to explain, like, the top trade partners for United States are what, like Canada, Mexico, China, Japan, United Kingdom. I don't really know how much of this economy is built off the backs of third world exploitation and imperialism. It's just like a very tired talking point.
Have a conversation about the third world stuff because I'm not super familiar with it.
Perfectly fine.
But like I can.
But,
I mean, I can
but
give
you
my
understand that
opinion
like
about
that's
stuff.
a part of
course.
how
I mean,
everything
Yeah,
works.
there are goods that are cheaper because of exploitation. We know, yeah, of course that's the case. But that doesn't mean social democracy would be destroyed if those workers had rights. Like, you would just pay more for the things that used to be from exploitation, and that's it. You would just buy less, which is probably, I think honestly, I think it's a good thing. I think if in exchange for improved worker conditions and workers' rights and good standards of living in like Bangladesh, and people have to buy less clothes, that's fucking fine. Fuck off. People buy way too many clothes. People are absolute fucking goblins when it comes to buying clothes. Just buy something fucking that'll last you a good while. That's it. You're good.
Exploiting in the truest sense of the word is definitely what's been happening.
Even on a capitalist understanding, that's like hyper exploitation.
I mean, clearly, I think that all humans on this earth deserve rights and comfort and a right. To, you know what I mean?
It is funny though.
Quality of life.
One thing I will mention in the domestic, going back to the labor force thing, is that like we're so susceptible and so programmed under capitalist dogma that we refuse to see a world outside of it, and we're so captured in that worldview that oftentimes the number one counter against a socialist governance or democracy in the workplace or anything like that is always like, What do you want? The fucking janitor just came in yesterday to make these decisions? Like, no one said
No,
he's the CEO
I just
now.
want to understand how it works because you keep saying rev share.
Yeah, but you can grandstand all you want about how brainwashed we are under capitalism, but if you can't explain it yourself and you were confusing fucking rev share for research and development investment, okay.
Rev share is only one component of
the
it.
janitor
Rev share
no,
can
let
be
me tell you this.
democratically assigned.
If the say what?
Okay.
Okay, here's
That's
an
one
example.
thing. There we go.
When I first started the podcast, I was originally under cast. It was fucking terrible. We quit. We started our own podcast, me and Will. We needed a producer because we don't have that skill set. We needed someone to change the cameras and maybe do a little bit of, someone to post the videos, do the captions, titling, thumbnailing, right? So in that situation, we looked for someone. We found someone. And we were splitting it 3 ways. We were splitting the revenue 3 ways, anything that we made, right? And even before that, I was also giving March money as well to make sure that he at least had a fucking, had a revenue opportunity even when we weren't generating a lot of revenue.
Okay.
Right? So what did I do after that? The podcast grew. Fear and now has 5 cast members. We brought in Austin Show, my good friend, and Cutie Cinderella. And when that happened, us 3, we got together and we had a conversation.
Okay.
Do we need more hosts? Do we think that this will be beneficial?
Right.
Right? Do we think that we will end up making, more revenue, generating more revenue in the long run?
Right.
Will we have people with unique creative ideas? Like, I care more about the creative output than anything else, than revenue. I haven't even touched the fucking revenue that I've generated from the podcast. And we got together and we had a conversation. And I think that is a significantly more equitable and just and better way of doing business than me hiring March, me giving Will some money originally, like a fat salary, or maybe cutting in on the rev share for him, and then giving March like a super high fucking wage, right? Way higher than like the average producer, and then making these decisions single-handedly.
Let me add another aspect to your example. Let's say you need to hire a cleaner to come clean the office.
Mm-hmm.
She works for the podcast. She comes, she cleans the office. She works full time. How do you pay her?
The cleaner side of this is not like, I don't have an office like that, but the janitorial services.
Just theoretically.
In a theoretical situation where we have someone that needs to do it, we would also get together as a unit. Okay, the existing company would get together and decide what level, just like hiring the 2 other hosts, we decide what level of revenue cuts we are going to take from our 5% to give
you're making her
to
a
the
job
other
offer.
person.
It's not really that different than a salary.
And once they get that job, and there are many different ways of doing this, but once they get that job, and let's say they worked for 2 years, 3 years, then they have a say in the revenue sharing structure and the power sharing structure as well. Because it doesn't have to happen like...
So most of what he's just described is like a basic partnership, but I don't know why. I feel like if I was Hasan, I would just maybe use a model that exists, like the Mondragon model, or even like a more anarcho co-op model where you work there, you have to invest a particular amount of time. If you work there for like a year or a year and a half, then you become a shareholder. It's just like that. Like that's how there's a worker co-op bar in my town where they do that. But that's a bar. So the difference between the owner of the bar and the person who pulls the beer at the taps is not that big, really. Like they make decisions about the same area. Mondragon requires a buy-in, yeah. But some are just like your buy-in is just the time you spend there. Or for some, it's like it's kind of both. It's like you buy in, but it's like a percentage out of your wages that you agree to. Yeah. But actually, the co-op where I live, the co-op bar, and I think they also want to do a cafe as well. They do really well. But that's because there aren't that many people there, and they're running a bar. It's not like a show where the people like Hasan are obviously going to be a lot more valuable than the cleaner is. And I feel like Hasan's maybe a bit reluctant to say that the cleaner would be involved in not just rev share, but also direction of the business. That would be a bit wacky. What is this? Speaking of Tanky. So this is clips from Keffels reviewing this Benny Corolla person on Charlie Kirk. This is the person who left Young Turks and said that they were viciously transphobic or whatever.
What's Xi Jinping's lineage?
What does it take to get on the ballot in China?
You have to have the right
You don't know
connections.
the answer.
Yes, I do.
No.
I do know. You can't just all of a sudden pop up.
Have you read the law? Have you read their
what
law?
happened to
I
Tank Man
actually
at
have
Tan-
actually
Hold on a
read
second.
through. No.
You think the law actually
Here's
applies?
the chat. Look, okay.
So
Wait. She actually said chat. She literally said chat.
Oh,
I
she
thought
called
everyone
the-
misheard that, but she literally was like chat.
She called Charlie
She
Kirk
thought
chat.
that she was on a Twitch stream.
Ballot in China.
You have to have the right
You don't know
connections.
the answer.
Yes, I do.
No.
I do know. You can't
Have
just
you-
all of a sudden pop up.
Have you read the law? Have you read their
what
law?
happened to
I
Tank Man
actually
at
have
Tan-
actually
Hold on a
read
second.
through. No.
You
Hold
think
up,
the
hold
law
up.
actually
Here's the
applies?
chat. Look, okay.
So
Wait. She
Oh no. Does she stream that much? What were they arguing about? Hang on.
What's Xi Jinping's
What
lineage?
does it take to get on the ballot in China?
You have to have the right
You don't know
connections.
the answer.
Yes, I do.
How do you get on the ballot? In chat, like, how do you run? I don't actually know. How do you run as a candidate for the
Instantaneous.
Whoa. Where'd I go? Members are nominally elected once every 5 years. The selection process is done privately. Okay. You have to be a party member. Wow. Charlie Kirk was saying the law doesn't actually apply. It's all just like lineage and shit. I mean, you can't like there. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna assume you can't run as the like anti-fucking Uyghur camps candidate, can you? Or the Taiwanese independence candidate. I don't think you can do that in the. I would, unless there is there like what kind of diversity of opinion is there in the Chinese government? Maybe there's loads. I don't know.
A lot of people forget that.
Well, my problem is that in
Yeah.
the socialist economy,
Can you briefly explain the risk aspect of starting a business as a co-op? Oh, the fact that they're more likely to, if it's a co-op, they're more likely to absorb difficulties because they can just everyone will just collectively reduce their wages, like that kind of thing, rather than fire people. It depends on how the co-op was started as well, because most research on co-ops now are very they tend to favor co-ops quite well, but that's also because we're biasing it in favor of co-ops where the workers all really want it to be a co-op. Because if you want to start a co-op right now in this old world, it's probably because you have a pretty special interest in running a co-op and you're quite invested in it. It's not really explaining what the world would be like if just every worker worked in a co-op way. That's kind of different. Yeah.
this is being regulated by the government. People can get together now and decide to do whatever the fuck they want in their company. And that's great, you know? But in the socialistic economy, there's rules that says you need to pay her X amount of rev share.
What you're saying is not true.
Okay.
You want to know why?
Yes.
But that's why I don't know why you wouldn't just advocate for co-ops like within the system in a very like incremental way. There are policies that have worked on this that have had various levels of success, like Marcora in Italy. There are others where businesses where the government might give preferential treatment to starting up co-ops, like things like that. But I guess the problem with Hasan is either he's too retarded to read all about any of that stuff to find that it's actually quite an easy thing to advocate for, but also because it's not incompatible with liberalism. I think that's the thing that upsets people. But the problem is like, I don't know why you can't call yourself a socialist, but also advocate for workplace democracy to develop in that incremental way. Because the way I always think about it, and maybe there's a really obvious answer to this that I just haven't thought of because I'm a dumb fuck, but like, what if we were alive in Venice in like the 1500s? And most of that system is very feudal, okay? Very, very feudal. But there are merchants. You know, there are people who invest money in a boat and the boat goes away and hopefully it comes back with more value than was invested into it so people can make a profit. And what if people were like, I don't know, I think we should do more of that. We should just like, that's a good way. That's a good thing to do. Maybe we could do that with production of clothes. And okay, well, and I think there were workshops where people did get hired for wages. Like you did have capitalist relationships in those regions. That's like the origins of capitalism. But does advocating for that make you a feudalist or a capitalist? I think it probably makes you a capitalist. Like if you endorse like mercantilism, or is that what it's called? Or just like merchant activity, or you want to propose like opening up a single shop that hires people and makes a profit, then I don't think that just because the system surrounding it is mostly feudal, I think the person who advocates for that activity is probably still a capitalist. And I would say the same thing about people who advocate for workplace democracy, because for workplace democracy, that fundamental distinction between labor and capital, employer and employee, is kind of dissolved because the workers are doing both. They're both the capitalist and the employee. They're both the labor and the capital. But I don't know if there's a really obvious objection to that. Yeah.
Do you want a social democracy, which kind of exists?
Yeah, it's not mercantilism. I'm just using the wrong word. Yeah, okay. Wait, let me just make sure, actually, yeah. Mercantilism isn't just when merchants do shit, is it? That's just not right. I don't know why. No, it's not. Okay. Why is there a picture of a boat then? Okay. All right.
And market regulation exists under capitalist formations, and plenty of capital owners hate that. As a matter of fact, I would say universally capital owners hate any kind of market regulation, which is why they choose.
The class system is dissolved. You can't be both. Yeah, but that's the point. Yeah, yeah, because workplace democracies typically don't really have like the same class system that of like proletariat and bourgeoisie within those systems. The problem is that if a society is like, I don't think there's an easy way to say how co-ops will just dominate all of society. My guess is they could probably there are certain areas where they could definitely grow and the world would be better for it. And there are probably other places where they couldn't grow. Like, there are probably, like I think the reason people like Hasan struggle with this so much is that a podcast probably doesn't need to be a co-op. That's not the kind of industry that, it's probably fine to run a podcast like a capitalist. I don't think there's a big issue with that. I don't know, maybe like grocery retailers would do better if they were co-ops, but they do pretty well right now. They do pretty well at getting cheap goods from all around the world in the right place at the right time, in the right quantity, generally speaking, were it not for those dastardly shoplifters stealing the baby formula to make fucking heroin. But I'm sorry. That's a bit meta for you guys. Okay.
Choose to erode it as best as they possibly can, or they use it to their advantage to create an artificial barrier of entry into certain sectors.
I'm saying in a socialist economy, there's going to be laws.
Just like there are.
I think that's the difference, right? It's like advocating for socialist principles or socialist incrementalism versus wanting to build a socialist economy. Because I feel like the latter is just kind of, I don't know, it's all hypotheticals, pipe dreams, or things, or just trying to do apologia for things in the past that were fucking horrible. Yeah.
Are laws in a capitalist economy that capital owners hate.
Socialism, how I'm saying the government is telling you how much you need to pay the janitor.
That's not how that would work.
Then how would it work?
But
it would be government.
Isn't that how is that functionally different than a minimum wage in our society?
My point. That's my point.
Yeah.
Why do they?
Well then,
but socialism is much more radical. We're talking.
It's not.
Social.
It doesn't have to be.
Moving America to a purely socialistic society. Instead of, my thing is, I think social democracy is better than socialism. And you guys are explaining something that to me sounds a lot like something that we can already...
You hopped on to talk to me about shoplifting and I left. Come in the Discord, because I was going to go soon, but yeah, jump in the Discord and you can talk to me about shoplifting.
do without this huge undertaking of
the link's in the description of this video.
Changing our economy from a capitalistic social democracy one to a socialism one. You're talking about a minimum wage. We already do that, and we can already do better with that via regulations.
But,
so why
but the reason why we haven't been able to is because, like, I think the best way to explain it is this way. Okay, you like capitalism with socialist characteristics. I like socialism with capitalist characteristics.
Yo, you just said that. So we're both social Democrats.
So that doesn't mean that I'm I still believe that the government.
That is the dumbest. That doesn't mean anything. What? Okay.
Wait, what's the difference now? You said you like socialism with capitalism.
The difference is, no, I said I like socialism with capitalist characteristics, meaning that the governing economy, like the entire economy, still revolves around a socialist mode of production where the owners, the workers are the owners. They own the means of production. They have they have a say in their benefits. They have a say in what happens.
That's fine, John. I saw you the first time. Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry.
Right, what though?
Well, there will still obviously be protections against like unjust firings and whatnot. And there should be, certainly.
There are now.
And there are now as well. Except
really good.
America is a great example of.
In California, there are really.
America is a great example, however, of like how there aren't.
Which how it shouldn't be, and it shouldn't be that way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the reason why it's not that way is because we have capitalism with like laughable socialist characteristics.
Dude,
we don't even
I
have
find
any
it
social
very
characteristics.
interesting that you're saying you want socialism with capitalist characteristics.
Capitalist characteristics in the sense that
like what, millionaires, private jets. Some businesses where the workers don't actually own the means of production or their fucking surplus value, like your one.
It doesn't touch the means of production or the mode of production, but offers an abundance of resources and offers the idea that you have freedom. One of the major problems with former historic socialist projects have always been commodity production being streamlined on necessity and not necessarily silly things like lighter production, industries that revolve around making, I don't know, chocolate and coffee. Coffee was a major problem in East Germany. So like,
yeah, chocolate was as well. Didn't they have to import chocolate for Christmas because they couldn't? Yeah. This is completely incoherent though. Like I feel like I can almost see what he's probably envisioning something in his head that does make sense, but he's just communicating in a really horrible way.
Things of that
biggest problem, not the secret police or anything. Ooh.
Nature that people need. I think those are things that we need to work on. And that capitalism, I think, has done a much better job at offering to people. And that has a very sedating influence on the masses.
I don't see
consumerism.
I don't see what's so great and humanizing about hiring a janitor for 0.00015% of the company.
What do you? I don't understand. That's not what I said. You just made that assertion.
But we're saying there's a minimum wage. There's a minimum equity share that janitor would need to get.
Well, are you talking about in comparison to doing
we're talking about a
profit-sharing
socialist
model?
minimum wage.
Right. But comparing it to a model where employees are cut in on the profit is what you're saying. Comparing that, what we have now to that.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, I would just point out that, well, so first of all, you had talked about it a lot earlier about like, well, what companies do that? There's a lot of examples of bigger firms that do this kind of thing.
Okay.
A great one is...
I feel like these conversations, like I expect this level of conversation and engagement really from like, you've just walked out of the class of first year sociology where they've just taught you about Karl Marx and Capital and you've just done like the seminar and shit or the fucking... That's kind of this level of conversation I'm expecting to get. Apart from like, at least there's one person here, Ethan, who knows how businesses work. Like,
is Southwest
knows what rev
Airlines.
share
Did you
means.
know that they have a massive employee profit sharing model?
How does it work? What's the details?
So it's a once a year payment, and they look at how they did the last year, and then a certain percentage of the profits they distribute as bonuses to all of the employees, and it's fairly significant.
Dude, that's great. But in a socialist country, that's it? That's all you want? Because that's easy. You know what I mean? Like, what are you asking for when you're asking for socialism? Just a bonus fund based on profit? Because that's easy.
No, not necessarily. But
no.
Listen, I wasn't trying to make any assertion about that. I was just trying to give you an example of, you were asking earlier, like, what companies do that.
I think that's awesome.
Here's a big one that does it.
I think that's awesome. And I'd even be in favor of regulating that and saying, yo, you need to put aside like 5% or 10% or whatever, I don't care, of your profits to distribute evenly amongst your employees. Is that socialism?
No, that would
all
be,
it takes?
That would be some aspect of socialization, especially if it's like earned by the workers that have some level of collective bargaining.
It just seems so bureaucratic. I don't understand the workplace.
Bureaucracy still is very much at the foundation of a bourgeois state as well. It's just that we
dude,
don't think
I'm
about
talking like, this is bureaucracy on bureaucracy on bureaucracy.
No, I don't
understand your workplace.
I'll tell you
if
this
that's
much.
not good enough, then what is? I don't understand.
There is, I think it's called People's Republic of Walmart. It's a really good book.
Oh my God.
So
Oh,
like,
no.
there was a genuine problem in the USSR with how to deal with crops and agriculture. And central planning, unfortunately, had limitations at the time because we did not have the computational power. One of the, ironically, like steps in the right direction was actually coming from Chile, which then got their own 9/11
It would have been
years
perfect
ago,
were it
but
not
we
for-
won't get into that because, you know, socialism bad. But there wasn't enough computational power to implement centralized planning at that time effectively, and it led to plenty of issues, right? So ironically, nowadays we have centralized planning inside of Walmart, inside of Amazon.
Okay, this is actually I feel like I've done this bit already, but maybe I could do a segment on it. Which means I'd have to go back and then start recording because I don't want to go through this fucking stream to find a bit. Yeah, fuck it. Let's be productive. You reacted to Second Thoughts video on this, right? Yeah. He's gonna, okay, well, it's actually good coming from Hasan because he summarizes the whole thing very quickly. Let's go.
Necessarily silly things like lighter production, industries that revolve around making, I don't know, chocolate and coffee. Coffee was a major problem
we went far back
to a model where employees are cut in on the profit, is what you're saying. Comparing that, what we have now to that.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, I would just point out that, well, so first of all, you had talked about it a lot earlier about like, well, what companies do that? There's a lot of examples of bigger firms that do this kind of thing.
Okay.
A great one is Southwest Airlines. Did you know that they have a massive employee profit sharing model?
How does it work? What's the details?
So it's a once a year payment, and they look at how they did the last year, and then a certain percentage of the profits they distribute as bonuses to all of the employees, and it's fairly significant.
Dude, that's great. But in a socialist country, that's it? That's all you want? Because that's easy. You know what I mean? Like, what are you asking for when you're asking for socialism? Just a bonus fund based on profit? Because that's easy.
No, not necessarily. But I'm listen. I wasn't trying to make any assertion about that. I was just trying to give you an example of, you were asking earlier, like, what companies do that.
I think that's awesome.
Here's a big one that does it.
I think that's awesome. And I'd even be in favor of regulating that and saying, yo, you need to put aside like 5% or 10% or whatever, I don't care, of your profits to distribute evenly amongst your employees. Is that socialism?
No, that would
all it takes?
That would be some aspect of socialization, especially if it's like earned by the workers that have some level of collective bargaining.
It just seems so bureaucratic. I don't understand the workplace in your
Bureaucracy
world.
still is very much at the foundation of a bourgeois state as well. It's just that we
dude,
don't think
I'm
about it.
talking like, this is bureaucracy on bureaucracy on bureaucracy.
No, I don't.
I don't
think it's any
understand
different.
your workplace.
I'll tell you
if
this
that's
much.
not good enough, then what is? I
Here.
don't understand.
There is, I think it's called People's Republic of Walmart. It's a really good book. And so like
the title.
There was a genuine problem in the USSR with how to deal with crops and agriculture. And central planning, unfortunately, had limitations at the time because we did not have the computational power. One of the, ironically, like steps in the right direction was actually coming from Chile, which then got their own 9/11 50 years ago, but we won't get into that because, you know, socialism bad. But there wasn't enough computational power to implement centralized planning at that time effectively, and it led to plenty of issues, right? So ironically, nowadays we have centralized planning inside of Walmart, inside of Amazon, and these companies are generating a ton of revenue that they could cut their workers into. Maybe they would be much smaller.
This is a really horrible I haven't actually read that book, but every time I hear someone talk about it or read someone write about it, this is kind of the explanation they give. So either everyone is misunderstanding that book or it's a shit book. I really can't tell. But this idea basically is that if you have they're confusing a command economy, like a centrally planned economy, with planning that happens in a business. These are insanely different things, though. Let's explain. So if we've got like an economy, right? You've got a lot of inputs and outputs. You've got raw materials. You would have I don't know, fucking agriculture. You would have housing, even because Soviet Union mostly government controlled housing, production of housing. You would have consumer goods. You would even probably have infrastructure, to be honest, like, because so you've got all these different things. And if you're a centrally planned economy, you are in charge of all of this. So if you allocate a certain amount of raw materials to go to housing, you are also necessarily taking away from the potential of raw materials that you can invest in these other things. So this balance is just like, it's an insanely, some would say, impossible balancing act, which is why you get so many inefficiencies. If there are any changes in consumer demand or supplies, then you're going to have a really hard time responding to it quickly. So this is why we just read an article earlier about how Soviet housing distribution was really, really flawed, and how the problem was that you had these huge waiting lists and you had people on waiting lists for like 10, 20 years. They had to redefine homelessness to call it like a personal defect instead, so that they could just kind of ship them away or move the problem elsewhere. And a lot of people actually had to live in communes. A lot of people had to live in like barracks or just like shared spaces where there were like multiple families living in just the space of a very small like just a couple of rooms. So yeah, it's very inefficient, and that's what, like Hasan said, it's a very big problem with the Soviet Union. To act as if Walmart, and I think the People's Republic of Walmart argument is that they actually engage in a lot of planning. They are bigger. Walmart's actually bigger than some countries. It's a very big company. But the problem is they're confusing the size of a business or an economy, like the scale in terms of its wealth, but they're ignoring the depth, because Walmart is massive, but it doesn't do all these things. Actually, the only thing Walmart really does is this. And even then, it's not that they produce consumer goods. Walmart doesn't actually produce any consumer goods. Even Walmart's own brand is produced by someone else. Walmart just puts the label on it. So it's really just the very, very, very end of this, of like very intricate like supply web, where they just do the selling of goods. That's it. They just put their stuff on the shelf that's all produced by someone else, and then they put it on there and sell it. That's it. They are one very, very simple part of the supply chain. Now, what they do is not like there is complicated and all that, but compared to involving all these variables, it's like it's night and day. They're completely different things. This is all being done by independent companies. So when Walmart, like if you go into Walmart, most of the things there are produced by someone else. And all the goods there that are produced by other people involve them purchasing materials. Like if you're Coca-Cola, you have to buy plastic, you have to buy where all the spices are, and they're all produced by other people. And then the materials that those producers who produce the plastic or the spices or whatever else are using materials that they got from someone else. And then they're getting like, I don't know, steel or like, yeah, if you're getting like steel or coal or whatever else is used to go into like using a tractor, and then that steel and the coal and all that comes from another company. So like these are all thousands upon maybe even tens of thousands of different companies operating interdependently, but it's not a central plan. A central plan would be all of these things are controlled by one body, and it seems to be the case so far that that's not what Walmart can do. That we don't have the technology and the know-how to do that. That's why the only example they will point to of this being a success was a hypothetical plan from Chile that never got implemented. So, like, okay. But it's weird that Hasan is arguing for a centrally planned economy, because I thought he was talking about, because central planning, I don't know how you would marry a centrally planned command economy with workplace democracies, because wouldn't that mean there would be quotas or minimum and maximum requirements placed on every business? Would that really be a democracy? Like, or is this just like two different socialisms that he's kind of like smashed together in this discussion, and that we just have this kind of incoherent blob? I've tried to read articles of people talking about how this People's Republic of Walmart thing would work, and everything I see is just a very nebulous hypothetical about computers calculating inputs and outputs. That's it. But again, if it were the case that technology or AI got so sophisticated that you could actually have a centrally planned economy that was more efficient than what we have now, and met human need better than what we have now, then yeah, you'd become a fucking tanky tomorrow. Like, I would anyway. But it doesn't seem to be the case that that's what happened. That's why the Soviet Union and all these other central planned economies were mired with inefficiencies. That's why Walmart, despite its size, basically sticks to one thing. They put goods on the shelf and they sell them. They are a very, very, very small particular part of the supply chain. They're just big in scale, which is different. So anyway, that's why the People's Republic of Walmart is a dumb proposition, unless the book is actually different to how everyone explains it and there's something in there. But no, I'm not getting it from this guy, I don't think.
Maybe they would be much smaller.
What's the
in
minimum
size.
that would make it socialist? That's what I'm curious about.
I don't think there's like an exact dollar value, rather than, because you're looking for an exact dollar value, rather than I'm talking about an entirely different way of thinking.
But there's the law. There's a law in a socialist country that says you must do.
I'll give you one example. I'll give you a good example from your life, right? Right now, you have Cam, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cam does.
I don't think you can factor in human tastes and preferences into an AI model given how subjective they are. But that's the point. That's why we don't have centrally planned command economies. That's why the People's Republic of Walmart is a book, and that's what and it'll die there. Yeah, that's all it is. Yeah, and that's why, I don't know, maybe Allende's great plan with the computer system from the 1970s would have solved all of it in Chile, but I'm gonna assume probably not. Okay, not that I support the fucking coup or whatever. That was horrible, Pinochet and all that shit. But I feel like you're stretching when you just go to like a system that never existed and be like, now that would have been the one. That fucking centrally planned. If they had special technology, and I think Allende even had like outlines for how they wanted to do it, how they wanted to plan their economy. If that existed, why didn't other communist states take it up? Why didn't North Korea take it up? Why didn't the Soviet Union use it on one of their fucking African allies? Or was that really Allende's plan? There's some, like, hang on. So it was called Project Cybersyn, okay? Or Cybers, I don't know how you pronounce that. But yeah, they wanted to do like a manage the national economy through some kind of like simulator software operations. But I feel like I don't know if this ever actually got used beyond just planning. Operations room was destroyed, it was abandoned. But I feel like this knowledge would have manifested itself and showed itself somewhere in the world by now. But But this is what they go on. This is their example of the People's Republic of Walmart working, right? It's just this fucking Star Trek command center that never was. The answer would have been here, though. This would have solved the issue of central planning, apparently. The lost computer that made communism work, yeah.
Does wonderful goofs, gaffs, and Photoshop.
Splaps.
We love Cam.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And
Let's give it up for
that
Cam.
nature.
Let's give it up for Cam real quick.
Yeah.
I love you guys. I love you guys.
Love you guys.
So, technically, if you were interested...
That was good. That was good content. That was a good little bit there. This whole... I do enjoy these conversations. I like it that they're having them. It's like, it's good. It's quite entertaining to watch. Maybe for different reasons than someone like Hasan would say, but yeah. Yeah.
In maximizing your revenue, what you could have done instead of hiring Cam was outsource it to Fiverr, or I don't know, get like some Filipino graphic design company. If you were one of those like TikTok guys out there who's like, I fired my entire workplace and like fucking hired everyone in Pakistan for.
Is there any evidence for Walmart, even just in distribution of products, being centrally planned and not just different stores buying the inventory they need? No, Walmart does have a level of like they do know what they're doing in advance. They're very efficient, but that's also because of the massive purchasing power that they have. Because Walmart can basically buy things for cheaper because they're buying in such a large amount. And again, that advantage that Walmart has, you can't carry that advantage over to a centrally planned economy because you would just be scalping yourself, basically. The system would just be like taking one unit and moving it from one place to another.
For 5 cents an hour, it's fucking sick. Like, you could be one of those guys and do that. But the reason why you didn't do that is because you feel as though correctly that Cam yields better output. Hey, no.
Chewing?
She almost. I
Don't
caught
do
her.
it.
No.
You do it.
No.
Alfredo, you got to enforce the law on her.
No.
Alfredo has no interest.
Alfredo, you have a monopoly on violence in this office.
Dog. Sorry.
That's the most conviction I've heard Hasan speak with in this entire program. Wow. Isn't Walmart deciding what gets produced by acting as a massive buyer of goods? Yeah, but those purchasers are responding to market forces when they sell to Walmart and when they produce. So again, it still doesn't operate in the same way. And also Walmart does to some degree have a limit to how much they can buy to sell to put on shelves, or like, because Walmart themselves are responding to consumer demands. So I know what you're saying. Like, they do have it. Like, it's not like their planning is simple. They do go through quite a lot, and they do calculate quite a lot of different stages of the supply chain. But they're not like a centrally planned economy. That's what they're just a planned business. They're planned. They're not centrally planned. They're very different things.
It's okay. I'll welcome
welcome
A welcome break.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please continue of how cool I am.
So you don't do that.
They don't do central planning. Stop saying that. Walmart does not tell people to produce X amount of raw materials. They don't do that. Stop. Hang on.
And there should be restrictions on that.
It's just a joke. Well, it worked. Look at me. I'm fuming.
Certainly. Like, there should be restrictions on being able to do that. Being able to just like completely outsource your workplace. Those restrictions can come in a capitalist country in the form of tariffs, which many do. Protectionist trade or protocols exist globally, with the exception of the United States of America, which has some protectionist policies, but others that, I mean, most protectionist policies still benefit the interests of capital rather than the...
Central planning is when a government, like a central authority, gives out commands for this amount of goods, this amount of goods, this amount of, like, just like for all the outputs. So you could say that we engage in a degree of central planning when we become like a war economy. That's like kind of true. But Hasan is trying to use Walmart as an example of how, like, if the USSR were alive today and they had the technology of Walmart, they'd be fine. Like, it's so stupid. Anyway,
working class there, and trade partnerships.
Is there much difference between a central government and a big single buyer? Yep, because a government and a centrally planned economy has the complex. I don't know if you just joined in. I feel like I've said all this. There's a difference between only being in charge of one part of the supply chain versus being in charge of all of it. Walmart doesn't care about like how many houses are being built. A centrally planned economy would take into account that. Walmart doesn't really care about whether the fucking coal mining quotas are being met and all that shit, right? Like that's the big difference. But show us your war face, yeah. Again, Walmart doesn't produce anything. They just buy stuff and sell it.
Ships have created a structure where, like, labor has been outsourced overseas. Our manufacturing capabilities have been completely outsourced. These are very bad things that exist exclusively due to greed that you understand under capitalism, that needs to constantly be put in check. But a government that is designed, a government that's full of rich people, that is interested in their own wealth and wealth accumulation, that has stock options and trades like Paul Pelosi, and has, you know, that gets jobs for their family members in Goldman Sachs like Ted Cruz and many other examples, is never going to truly represent the interests of the working class, and is always going to put the interests of capital ahead of the interests of the working class. You will never be able to have a real democracy. That's the difference between a bourgeois democracy and a proletarian democracy.
So I don't know if he actually just ejects himself from the real world when he says things like this. Do you think politicians don't care about what voters want? Or is everything manufactured according to Hasan? Is every desire, every cultural opinion, everything that people has all just manufactured by corporations? Even though corporations have different cultural opinions and different social opinions, or even different opinions on the economy. I don't know. Whatever, I'm bored. I'm bored of this one. We got our People's Republic of Walmart beef, but oh god. I've been streaming for 6 hours, chat. That's insane. That's crazy, chat. It's insane to do this. But at the end of the day, we might need to probably fuck off and do some different content next time. Do you believe in free will? I believe we make choices in context, but we do make choices, yeah. That's the best way I've heard it said. I don't know why people like to think free will and determinism are like mutually exclusive. I don't like those kind of people. It's like pick your favorite fighter. Okay. But that's fun. It's really funny just seeing how incoherent Hasan is when he's trying to defend socialism. It's really funny. Because we were workplace democracies for quite a while, and now we've suddenly got to what? The People's Republic of Walmart, which is a centrally planned economy. I don't really know how much democracy you have as a workplace democracy if the state is centrally planning the economy. Like, there are a bunch of workplace democracies and they just argue about how to meet the quota. Or, I don't know. It's crazy. It's insane, chat. I don't think I have anyone to raid to, do I? There's not really anyone kicking around here on YouTube. Don't have any YouTube friends. F's in chat. Maybe I'll try back on Twitch again. Maybe we'll see. I enjoy streaming. I like it. I like you guys. Hello. Okay. We didn't even get to the bit where he frames Tibet as the Confederacy. I know, but I need to do other jobs, okay? I need to do other jobs, okay? Fuck. Maybe if you give me $1,000, I'll watch them talk about China. But otherwise, no, not even that. I need to eat. Okay. Should I just stream this while I eat? Like, nah, fuck it. All right. Take care, guys. See you next time.